who we call about this. I'd like it to go full screen again. It makes such a difference rather than relying on the scoreboard, you know.
So how did you do that yesterday?
Don't know, it just happened.
Well,
I think they might be doing it now. Let's see what they're doing here.
Okay, hold on, let's switch off. Hello and good morning, and we're greeting you from the beautiful Willowmoore Park here in Benoni in South Africa, where the cup final in the 2026 Over-50s men's provincial competition is about to take place, and the two teams that certainly look very predictable to reach the final have actually achieved that milestone. It is, of course, the defending champions, the Border Veterans, up against the very impressive Dolphins Veterans 11. And it's been a joy to watch the two of them, and we're not surprised that they have the wonderful opportunity to play in this cup final. It is a coolish morning. It's very sunny, as we've seen most of the day. Half an hour ago, in fact, there was still lots of mist over the ground, lots of moisture in the outfield, and hence the delay and the start well, in fact, the umpires have actually decided to get the play going at least 15 minutes earlier than we anticipated, so which is good. Two slips in a gully, and cricket about to get underway. Bowler is Mr. Clark. We'll just get to all of those names in a moment, but more importantly, it is the defending champions that have won the toss and have elected to bat first. With me for obviously what is going to be the next 45 overs, Rodney Elliott. Good morning, Rodney.
Morning, Aslam. Feeling thoroughly vindicated as we embark on this, the most important day of this very special competition. This was our predicted final, wasn't it? We both called it pretty early on. It's almost like we know something about this game.
Yeah, I think hats off to just the way these two teams have performed in every aspect of their approach. Good team selection, good all-round players, and I think just very good, intelligent heads on those shoulders. Short delivery. Wicketkeeper standing up very early on. And we know all about Mr. Miller, who has been so impressive. Clearly the standout wicketkeeper in the tournament. And immediately putting pressure on the batsman by standing up. There are two slips in a gully in position.
Well, this is just the contest we were so anxious to see. The best bowling, certainly the best fielding side in the tournament, in the Dolphins, up against what looks to my eyes by far the best batting side in the competition. Of course, it should be said that in fact the Dolphins have top scored on each of the 3 days of play we've had so far. So statistically, you'd have to suggest that they're probably the strongest outfit. Of course, they batted first in each of those occasions, which confers a statistical advantage there. as this one's chopped nice and fine down to third man, who does the mopping up, and a single accrues. Border now off the mark.
Yeah, it's interesting you raised that stat about the Dolphins because apart from the one game on this pitch, they played two others on the adjacent fields, and those have not been the most conducive pitches for good batting, and in fact the outfields as well. So it just shows that they do have a very well organized batting lineup that have adapted to conditions. They're certainly going to need to adapt to the ones today because teams batting first here on either of the two pitches which have been used since the opening day on Monday have been able to defend the scores. So Border veterans without any hesitation elected to bat, and after the first over they won without loss, with Krug and Henderson, the two openers, out in the middle. And I'm really excited to see how this actually pans out because, you know, we keep calling them veterans and we have to mention the fact that they're over 50s, but some of the quality of cricket that we've seen, it shouldn't surprise us because these are all genuine veterans. They've played the game long enough to know it. But to be able to perform in the manner that they did, and some individuals have really, really stood out. So Kluter sharing the new ball. Start with the widest delivery and called. Our two umpires, of course, who deserve their place in this cup final. Cecil Rabi is at square leg, and the standing umpire right now, Alpheus Gawe, is the gentleman in charge. And I've been told just off air that they're amongst the very experienced umpires here in the eastern region. Oh, that's a much better delivery from Kluter. Much closer to that stump, hits a good length. Just shy of kissing that outside edge.
Haven't seen much movement so far early this morning. I think that was the first to deviate appreciably off the straight. Certainly compared with yesterday afternoon. We had a word with Martin Bakker earlier this morning. This one's chopped unsuccessfully to the man at point. We had a chat with Martin Bakker earlier this morning, who, among other things, explained the motivation behind his very unique shirt number. As suspected, he put a lot of thought into that. There is a story behind it. We'll come to that shortly. But his efforts with the ball yesterday, probably the best new ball spell we've seen in this competition. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Does just enough to beat the outside edge. You're disappointed he didn't find it. Sometimes the ball does a bit too much early on. So a bit of nip coming in, certainly from the chalet end. Good deal of encouragement to the bowlers early on. We mentioned the mist that had enveloped the ground this morning. As this one offers a bit of width, throws the hands at it, deliberately chopping it over the slips, and it rolls away for 4. That's just what the doctor ordered after a few play-in misses.
Russell Krug getting on top of that one, finding the gap as well. Interesting that there was such heavy dew on the outfield right up till about 15 minutes ago. That ball just skidded away to the boundary. I wonder if there's going to be any difficulty from a bowler's point of view handling the ball, but certainly not given it a wipe. So this Sun has done a lot of hard work already in the last little while to burn it off. So Gully has been dispensed to the third man area just short of the boundary.
We took the opportunity earlier this morning to pop out into the middle and survey the pitch for this final. Looks in immaculate condition. The covers have clearly done a very good job. We didn't note anything in the way of moisture, but if anything did seep in, it would only play a role, you suspect, the first 5 or 6 overs. So the Dolphins bowlers will want to be making or taking full advantage of that. This one is an in-swinger. Squares up the right-handed crook somewhat, but nothing to get too alarmed at. That ends the second over. Border Veterans, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are 6 without loss.
Yeah, the two openers, Russell Kruger and Tyron Henderson, have this tough job to do. It is the cup final. They are in great form, but this is when it counts. This is when you need to put it together. And as the old adage goes, just hope that the cup final is not the worst day out in the field. Both teams have been exceptional in the way they've performed. And Murray Clark and Donny Clute have had a reasonable start. The one that skidded away for 4. Apart from that, they've kept it pretty tidy. Again, Miller standing up. Stays down very neatly. The ball wide outside the off stump and well taken.
Yeah, I suppose this is an opportune moment to reflect on some of the excellent things we've seen over the course of the week. I think a huge highlight for me would be Daniel Stevens' 160 plus on.
This is a great shot.
Crunched. A shot worthy of Mr. Stevens.
Yeah.
Short and wide, and Henderson latches onto it, throws the hands at it, made a beautiful sound off the middle of the bat, almost like a rifle shot, and the man on the off boundary sweeping out there stood no chance.
Coming very slowly off the pitch on that occasion, so Tyron Henderson had all the time to get on top of that one, and also finding the gap in front of square, which is another indication of maybe just the pitch holding up, an element of slowness in it. As Clark runs in again, that's a good single. That's good judgment, just watching where the fielder is, and easily taken.
Yeah, absolutely no signs of any lateral movement so far. The bowlers are going to have to make their own running here. The covers have clearly done their jobs. None of that dew that we saw in the outfield this morning seeped onto the surface, which is playing as true as it has throughout. It's been a really welcome sight.
Again, while, yeah, okay.
As this one is cut with slightly less convincing timing this time to extra cover, no runner cruise. Yeah, the pitch is played stunningly, certainly on this ground, all the way through. Really conduces to competitive cricket. It hasn't been an absolute road. There's been a little there for the slow bowlers in particular. Oof, beats the outside edge this time, just back of a length in that fifth stump channel. Already seeing in this over an example of that even contest between bat and ball. They've both had their moments. No damage yet for the Border Veterans, who, as we've suggested, have a really, really powerful batting lineup. An example of which we see right there. Threw the hands at it, a bit of width you cannot afford to offer it to those batsmen. And I don't think he got all of it, went very high, but altitude can translate into distance, and on that occasion it certainly did. 6 runs after 3 overs then. The Border Veterans are 17 without loss. Krug moves to 11. Henderson is not out in 5 off just 4 deliveries. Sure.
Yeah, both Krug and Henderson stand very tall. I'm sure at around 6 foot. And anything short, they are really able to get on top of it very nicely. And they've punished Clark. 2 wonderful looking boundaries, and that ball rushed away. That is, of course, the shorter boundary, but you will note today that they've actually extended the boundary back towards the wall by at least another 5 meters. They had brought it in yesterday because the match was taking place on the pitch to our right, far to our right. Just waiting on that was Henderson. Deliberately gets the edge to that and helps it into the gap for a single. It's a good start with those 2 boundaries in the previous over. 18 without loss here at the beginning of the 3rd over. Or is it the 4th over?
It is the 4th indeed.
Yeah. Clute again. Oh, that's a beautiful piece of wicket keeping. I think the first over he decided he'll stand back, Duncan Miller, And in the beginning of this over, he may have just taken note that the batsmen perhaps are batting just a few centimeters outside of the popping crease, and immediately, as sensible wicket keepers would do, immediately puts the batsman under pressure, stands up, and just prevents the range that the batters are looking for, maybe trying to get to the pitch of the ball earlier. And as soon as he's done that, you can see that Krug is now looking to play unconventionally. And that's definitely from the pressure that the wicket keeper has, because you plan in the back of your mind that that's where you want to bat, because you maybe want to just smother the bounce or at least get to the bounce a little earlier on a slowish pitch. But the wicket keeper has come and just spoiled the whole thing. So here's an adjustment to the field. One slip, and the second slip moves into cover. Cover drops way back into that deep cover point, just off the boundary. We have the third man. That's your offside field for Kluter as he runs in. He's been very economical. 10 deliveries, just 6 runs coming off it. Starts wide outside the off stump. And the wicketkeeper, given that he's got such good hands, certainly gives bowlers a lot of encouragement, a lot of confidence that they can do whatever they're planning, because the gentleman behind the sticks is very, very safe and sound.
Oh, it makes such a difference, doesn't it, having a keeper up to the stumps? I've always struggled batting in these circumstances. You feel so cramped. You feel as if he's breathing down your neck. It's like trying to write an essay in school while a particularly bumptious school mistress peers over your shoulder. Not a comfortable ordeal at all. Border Veterans, of course, played the first match of their campaign on this ground. Not on this strip, however. They were on the far right of our screen, the cut strip nearest to the grandstand. Today they're on the one nearest the grass embankment. This one offers a bit of width. He cuts hard but misses, and a rare fumble from wicketkeeper Miller does enough to prevent any byes, however. And at the end of 4 overs, the score is 18 without loss.
Let's just say that his height, in fact, was in his favour. Got a glove edge to that and prevented it going all the way to the boundary for 4. So that's a very tidy over. That's a maiden from Kluter. Score remains 18 without loss. That's after 4 overs. And as you were saying, Eastern Storm in that opening match, the hosts taking on the defending champions. On that occasion, of course, on these 2 pitches at Willowmoore Park, was where Border Veterans showed their class, because they were able to overhaul a score of 257 with just 4 wickets down, which included a massive partnership of 236. So you thought that would be the pattern it would follow over the next 3 days. What we saw was the teams batting first were able to defend totals on this particular pitch. So into the 5th over, Clark remains in the attack. Just those 2 fours in the previous over that has just dented his figures somewhat, but they have also put an extra fielder into that cover region, but it's short and beautifully pulled away, just swivels on his feet, does on his toes does Henderson, and picks up a boundary to the backsword square region, and he's hit 2 fours in this short stay of 10 runs, 22 without loss.
Yeah, that's a freebie to a batsman of his class. Short down leg, just had to swivel his hips and help it on its way, and that's precisely what he did. 4 runs, it's 22 without loss now. Slightly concerning signs early on here for the Dolphins. This one half volley length and scythed away through the offside aerial, but no danger whatsoever, and the result is the same, 4 more.
Well, he's opened the face of his bat on that particular one, stayed in a good poised position to execute that, but I also feel that with a newer ball, the ball's not, unless you're a real well-set batsman, the ball will, those top shots, those lofted drives will hit more of the straights between long off and the deep, say, wide cover region. If the fielder is perhaps placed a lot more into a more square position, he'd be in a position to actually pick up the catch. So with a new ball in operation, I think that is something that the likes of Clark and Kluter and their captain should consider. But it's the vice captain, Duncan Miller, who seemed to be the real general in the field, making sure that the fielders are in the right spot, has in fact had a word with Clark. He's in again.
A lot better that time. A little less full of length. Same line, more or less. But having capitalized so heavily on the first couple of deliveries of this over, Henderson sees no need to throw his hands at that one. Great advantage, of course, of putting the bowler under pressure early. The corollary is that it relieves the pressure on you. This one, tighter line, again a very good length. Main concern for the Dolphins, apart from the fairly decent start the Board of Veterans have made here, will be that we've seen very little in the way of assistance for them. Defended away into the offside, that'll just be a single.
So they are clearly under some kind of pressure, or they were. In that last delivery, a third fielder was sent onto that offside boundary, and exactly where I was just saying moments ago that's where they actually need to plug the gap, because I expect most times with a new ball that's where the lofted drives would actually end up. So that is the end of the over. 21 runs now of Clark's bowling in these 3 overs, 27 without loss. And you're absolutely right, with very little movement through the air or even off the pitch. It's a dry pitch. It's no wonder over the last number of days teams have elected to bat first, and we can see exactly why. Scoring at a very good, a brisk 5.4 to the over in the first 5 overs. 27 for no.
That's better.
It's a lot better. So Kluter operating again from the far side is at 2 very good overs, including a maiden. Oh, that's a good take. A bit of pace outside the off stump on this occasion, and you can see that the Dolphins have immediately identified the fact that it's a placid pitch. And they've decided with starting with 2 slips in a gully, they've eventually dispensed with them. We have a 3rd slip in position, and then a lot of fielders set in 1 saving positions, 3 in the deep. Short outside the off stump. This time there's protection on that square region on the offside, so Henderson picks up the 1 run. And I'll just give you the field very quickly. I don't think it will change very much for Krug, who's now about to face. So you have a fine leg, a square leg adjacent to the umpire, wide mid-on, deep on the edge of the circle. And then from the 3rd slip, deep 3rd man, or let's just say 3rd man because he's off the boundary, backward point, deep cover on the boundary, a wideish cover, and then a conventional mid-off fielder. Goes for the lofted drive. It's really well timed. It's gone all the way of Krug's bat. I'm not too sure if he's actually got it exactly how he wanted to or where he intended, perhaps hitting it more towards straight cover. But it was so powerfully hit that it's actually cleared the long boundary at this ground by at least another 2 meters. So in the end, it's a stroke well played. It's come off 34 without loss, the first maximum of the innings.
Might have been a bit more interesting on day 2 when the boundaries were a little less circumscribed. They've been brought in, understandably, a touch. Very long boundary, even so, that corner of the ground. It took some clearing.
Short, again, it's a top edge. There's a fielder looking to get under it, but it's going to beat him by some way. He makes the attempt just out of picture, but the ball's just gone for 6. It sailed over that boundary. It is the shorter of the 2 boundaries, of course, today to the leg side of the right-handed Krug. So 2 sixes in a row, and then after a fantastic start from Klute, the one way to put a good bowler under pressure is try and find a boundary or 2 off him. And as they say in the modern game, You need to learn to score runs of good deliveries. So that's very tall. Krug looking good now on 23 of 21. Yorker length delivery. It's clipped away. There's a fielder after this one. He does very well to keep it in play. He'll need to recover, give a bit of a chase. And Krug will settle for two. Tyron Henderson cleverly calls him back for a third. Having looked up to see that the ball had sailed quite a distance from the fielder after he had kept it in play. And that will end what has been a very, very good over from a Dolphins point of view. It's given them a fantastic launch pad. Border point of view, it's given them a launch pad to start with. They're scoring at 7.2 runs and over now, with a number of sixes that we've seen. 43 without loss after 6.
Yeah, 7 boundaries in the 6 overs so far. They've not allowed the bowling to rest on its laurels. They had a bit of a look early on, ascertained that there were no alarms and no surprises in this wicket, more or less up and down, and very little lateral movement through the air, which has also surprised me, especially given how heavy and misty it was earlier this morning. We've seen very little shape on the ball, certainly as compared with yesterday, and against this very powerful Border Veterans top order, well, that's like scheduling Christmas early.
Donny Kluter will continue.
Begins with a wide, slightly angled down the leg side. Some very smart wicket keeping once again. We've been full of praise for Duncan Miller throughout this competition, and no praise is high enough, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. It's not just the speed of his hands or how sure they are, but that economical footwork, taking any ball down the leg side at any pace is difficult, and to make the difficult seem easy, well, that bespeaks class. This one's fuller of length, half volley. In fact, I think it beat the bat on the full. Miller gets in the way of it, but those two are an absolute nightmare for wicket keepers, but does enough to prevent any byes accruing. Score remains 44 without loss.
Well, just talking about Duncan Miller, I mean, the other word I'd like to add to your wonderful description already is just clean wicket keeping. Look at that as well. Absolutely magnificent. His balance is so good that he's already in position to dislodge the bails. His balance is so key to the reason why he's such a fine wicketkeeper. And I'll also say that in the one match that we watched, of course, there have been other two that we weren't able to see, and now this is the cup final, that he also saves the team at least a good 20 runs. Nothing really passes him very easily. Oh, here's attempted a full-blooded drive. He certainly did cash in early on in his innings, did Krug.
What's true of Duncan Miller, of course, is true, albeit to a slightly lesser extent, of this entire Dolphins unit. We arrived here vowing to be fairly generous in our commentary on the fielding, lowered our expectations. But the Dolphins, another fine example there by the man at wide mid-on, comes around quickly and prevents any damage to the score. That was boundary bound. A fine example of the point I was midway through making, which is that they are by far, there can be no doubt about it, the most formidable fielding unit in this competition. We had to recalibrate our ideas on this score after seeing only 10-20 overs of them. As this one is boxed up the field, and oh my goodness, all sorts of hesitation and confusion. That's the kind of thing a powerful fielding unit will do. One batsman will feel a lot surer of a single than another. It does put doubt into the running between the wickets.
Yeah, much better start on this occasion by Clark. In this particular over, he's fourth. Again, the wicketkeeper standing up. Krug on 26 of 26. Angle down the leg side, just helped along. It didn't rise up much. He just held his position with the batsman, and he'll pick up the boundary. So it just shows that on this rather wonderful pitch, well-paced pitch, that the slightest of errors is going to be costly, as we see there. 48 for no.
Yeah, there's been a bit of ill discipline with the ball so far earlier this morning. Their bowling hasn't quite matched the quality of their out cricket, the Dolphins. The Titans gave a model lesson yesterday in disciplined line and lengths. They were very, very good, especially early on. Opening spell from Martin Bakker and from Abbas Muhammad thoroughly impressed both of us. The only boundaries the former sacrificed were via misfields, and that seemed the only way anyone was going to get 4 of his bowling. Left alone outside the off stump. That ends the 7th over. It's 48 for no wicket now. The run rate well in excess of 6 to the over now. 6.9 indeed. Russell Crook unbeaten on 30. His partner, Tyrone Henderson, is not out in 16 of just 14 balls.
Just to remind some of our viewers, possibly watching for the first time in the over-50s competition, you allowed 3 fielders in the opening power play, which is overs 1 to 15. And then from 15 to 30, you allowed 1 more, which is 4. And in the last 15, you are allowed a 5th fielder in the outer circle. Also, we need to just mention that whilst we've got the finals happening here, the adjacent fields and the one in Actonville are also hosting what we will now call playoffs, because ultimately I think it will decide on run rate for the rest of the matches where they finish on the log position. Here clearly the challenge is on for 1 and 2. The rest will decide 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. 8 teams in this contest. And as we heard yesterday from Brendan Stoll, there's every intention to increase the number of provinces that play in these leagues. And the name Free State is one that's glaringly missing. And perhaps one out of Griquas. So that should happen sooner rather than later. It is Klute who's continuing. This time he's had a better start to the over to Klute, to Henderson.
Well, there can be no doubt about the worthiness of these two sides to be featuring in this final. Both of them arrive undefeated. As the Americans say in these circumstances, the O must go. Only one of them can take the trophy, and at the moment, Border are setting their stall out to do just that. Slides down the leg side. Was wide signalled?
I'll tell you what, I'm glad that it was a leg byes.
Leg byes,
because
right.
The wicket-keeper has been so classy that was too wide. It kept very low as it hit a full length outside that leg stump, and it just brushed the I think the pad or the bottom of the boot, and that's why it angled away to fine leg. So there's an extra on the board, and also takes the total, the Border Veterans totals, to 52 without loss. It's a very good start in the final. The pressure immediately being put on to the Dolphins attack, and can they continue in this fashion? 2 very good batting teams in this competition in the final. Hit a little too firmly on this occasion, so they decide against the single. What we've been spared over the last 2 days of this series of matches is that the high winds that we had on Monday and Tuesday are a thing of the past. So it's very gentle conditions. That's a good shot off the back foot, steers it to that lone fielder beyond the inner circle on the offside. The third man runs in, keeps it down to 1 run.
Yeah, as I say, both sides undefeated, but don't be misled by that. There have been a few scares, a few wobbles. Dolphins in their opening match of the competition, that would have been against Western Province, had a few little alarms as they set about defending their 280. Some heroic lower order striking got Western Province within 26 runs of what looked a very good total on a very heavy outfield. And of course yesterday, Border Veterans were clinging on by the very skin of their teeth against very unfortunate Boerland side. lost off the penultimate delivery of the match, off the final delivery of the match by just 2 runs. Did the Boerland veterans. That prevented our having to reach for the pocket calculators and frantically compute the net run rate permutations. Always a stressful task. I can attest to having had Sean Pollock breathing down my neck on a few occasions during the SA20. He's a very nervous man, understandably, given his history when it comes to net run rate and par scores and
Yeah.
those eccentric permutations. Don't want to get that wrong in his presence, certainly. Change of bowling now.
Adir Maharaj is the bowler in question, and with the keeper standing up, well, I mean, Duncan Miller stands up to anyone, so I can certainly confirm that he's an off spinner. Picked up 1 for 32 on this ground against the Lions. But also, just to mention, Greg William picked up 3 for 52. Clutter did pick up 2 wickets on that occasion against the Lions as well. And they were in amongst the wickets here on that particular contest, or in that contest against the Lions. So Maharaj now. Right arm, gentle off spin. No turn on offer. It's a very dry pitch, so if he does put a bit of revs on it, may just get some turn and bounce. It's a very wide angle run.
While we're reviewing the events of the past week, it may be worth dwelling a bit upon the record of poor old Boerland. They've been desperately unlucky, haven't they? They are, by my calculation, 2 runs and 3 wickets away, spread over 3 games, I should say, being in the spinal themselves as it is. Oh, well, it didn't look out to me. I thought it was sliding down leg side, but the umpire disagrees, and of course he's in a much better position than we are to judge these matters. It was a slightly agricultural stroke, very much across the line. The wicketkeeper was headed down leg, and I very seldom question his judgment, but perhaps just clipping that leg stump, and well, the Dolphins have a breakthrough they sorely needed. Russell Krug departs for 31 of just 32 deliveries, and the Border Veterans are 54 for 1.
Well, when a batsman does go for the wild swipe, it does become that much more difficult for the umpire. All he's watching is that going to be hitting the stump? And he was pretty much on the money. His finger went straight up. Bowler was very confident that it was hitting the stumps. And it's a break that they needed. A wonderful bowling change here at the beginning of the 9th over. And the spinner immediately strikes, breaks the partnership of 54. And Krug ending LBW Maharaj 31 of 32, 2 4s and 3 6s. He certainly did entertain us for the time he was out in the middle. Can they put a squeeze on that run rate? Because what we've seen on both these pitches over the last 3 days is that even the opening partnerships have been around 5.5 at the maximum. Most teams really being careful in the way they got about their batting. So these guys are clearly very much ahead of what we've seen as a standard at 6.3 runs and over. Can they now continue to just arrest that run rate? Captain and wicketkeeper once again making the change. They do have protection at wide-ish long off or deep cover on the boundary. So 3 fielders saving 1, backward point, cover point, mid-off. And then there's a long on mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and a short fine leg. So, in fact, Maharaj makes the adjustment. He prefers the fielder in the inner ring a lot straighter in at widey short cover. And then, as I mentioned earlier on, I'd rather have the fielder for the top shot in a more square position on the offside, albeit this time against the spinner. And the first delivery to the new batsman, Emsley, who batted really well in that first outing.
Yeah, 74 he made off 96 deliveries, playing the sheet anchor role to Daniel Stevens' destroyer. Think about a single, but very wisely decline it. first time these two sides have met in this competition, of course, and there have been a few indications that the border batsmen at least, like the commentators, have had to recalibrate their expectations of the fielding side. A few singles that might have been on earlier in the week are not on against this excellent Dolphins fielding side. This one offers a lot of width, and it's smashed out to the man on the cover fence who does the mopping up. Tidy as you've come to expect of this outfit. And at the end of 9 overs, Border are 55 for 1.
Yeah, I see a lot of chit-chat, and apart from the way Duncan Miller has kept wicket, but he's so involved. He chats away to the bowlers. He makes absolutely certain that the field setting is to his satisfaction, because he's in the best judgment of all the angles that are on offer for the batsman to try and exploit. So he closes that down once again. He's the third and fourth eye, really, for the captain. So if the captain's missing anything, Duncan Miller is very much on it. He is the vice captain too. But I've not seen any of the other wicket keepers so far in the week that have been so animated, so involved, so engrossed in the cricket. So Klutter, who's bowled 4 overs, none for 24, of which 1 over went for 10 runs, has kept it really very tight. 12 runs, in fact. There were 2 sixes hit in there. Now Duncan Miller's looking for something. He's removed his gloves and also his helmet. Not too sure what it is, but it's given the bowler an opportunity to give the ball back to the umpire and have a bit of a chat. I'm not too sure what that was all about, because Miller's making his way back to his set of gloves and helmet. 55 for 1, a very good start. And Henderson on 17. One innings we saw here was a rather short-lived one from him in that fixture that we watched, the Dolphins, or rather the border team. Henderson opened the innings, was out for 1. And as Rodney and I were discussing on the first day, that during his first-class career, Henderson clearly didn't bat anywhere above maybe position number 5. So cricket's all ready to go. The wicket-keeper's slipped on his helmet and gloves. Emsley gets into a good position, just plays this to the offside. We saw, as you mentioned, that 74 that he got. He was very watchful. The sheet anchor in that particular game, it's very much his style of play. That's why he comes in at 1 down.
Yeah, Henderson not the only one to fail in that particular innings. A very lopsided scorecard it was. All but 18 of the runs off the bat in that match belonged to 2 border batsmen. Very much a tale of one partnership, really. How much was it worth in the end, Aslam? I think you have the scorecard in front of you.
The partnership at the end of the innings?
The partnership between Emsley and
236.
Stephen.
236. Yeah.
That's 236 out of 259. So it really does show you how much they monopolized the scoring. We've seen in subsequent matches, of course, that Border certainly have depth in batting. But if needs be, they've a few players who can play a lone hand, and all you really need in short form cricket is for 2 players to dig in deep. It only takes one partnership. Oh, slashing at that one. Under edge. No damage, however. Decent recovery here from Donald Clutie. He's been a lot more naggingly accurate this over. Fall of a wicket, no doubt, will have the effect of depressing the scoring somewhat. Runs away from the chalet end again. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Right up to the bat. Not quite half volley length, but not quite to the pitch either. And play and miss ensues.
How about that piece of wicket keeping as well? All happening so quickly.
It's the thing about good wicket keepers, isn't it? You start taking them for granted. They often say that the best wicket keepers go unnoticed.
Unnoticed, correct.
We were debating at the end of his performance 2 days ago whether Duncan Miller might be a candidate for man of the match, and you quite correctly pointed out that very seldom is a fielder or a wicketkeeper given that honour. Probably just sliding down leg. Umpire agrees. Sometimes I think they deserve it though. Very much the unsung heroes of our sport, wicketkeepers. Andrew Sampson, the whiz, my predecessor in the SABC statistician's chair, told me an excellent story yesterday apropos of excellent wicketkeepers. He recalls an early visit of the South African test team to Sri Lanka, early 1990s it would have been. And it was tradition back in those days for the media teams of each contingency to play a match against each other, South African press against Sri Lankan press in this case. And South Africans managed to conscript Steve Palfreman, then on the fringes of the South African test team, being kept out by the great Dave Richardson, managed to recruit Palfreman into their ranks and have him keep for a few overs. They decided within 10, however, that they were not happy with South Africa's number 2, and instead tossed the gloves to a then 42-year-old Trevor Quirk, who even at that age, and even having been out of the wicketkeeper's gauntlets for a good few seasons, put in a sterling performance, worthy apparently of a test number 2. It never quite leaves you.
It's a lovely story. Old man Trevor Quirk comes and shows the young gun how it's done. Well, Trevor Quirk did play most of his cricket in for the Northerns, or Northern Transvaal as it was known then, and I'm quite certain that they played on very many placid pitches long before they built that wonderful stadium, the Supersport Park, and he may have had a lot more experience in keeping on low, slow pitches. 57 for 1, we in the 11th over. That's well watched by Henderson. It's a firm looking drive for 1. I think having lost Krug, his partner, he obviously needs to make sure that he takes the lead here. He's seen enough of Emsley and his talent, but Emsley is a slow starter, as we took note of, but he certainly did shift gears in that innings that was so memorable, 74 and 162, that partnership of 236, which took the game away from the Easterns team. This time gets wide and far across to make contact for that single.
Yeah, very good hands there. He was in no position for it, but managed to maneuver the ball just behind square, gave backward point a bit of work to do, enough work to enable the batsman to cross. In the meantime, the score moves to 57 for 1. Oh, ranked long hop, thick edge. It beats the wicketkeeper. He really stood no chance in that case. He's got his hands on his head. Clearly holds himself to very high standards.
Exactly.
But 4 more runs. Score moves to 61 for 1.
Well, the thing to say there is that if you're standing up and if it's a thick outside edge, it will take a miracle for a wicketkeeper to take the catch. So that'll be a boundary most welcome by Tyron Henderson. That takes him to 22 of 22.
And the ball has at most, what, a foot to travel between passing the bat and reaching your gloves?
Yeah, well, thereabout. This is also neatly tucked away. Played so nice and late. It's running away to the third fine leg boundary, and it beats the fielder, who's had to do a good 50-meter chase after that, but the ball's beaten him. So another indication of how quick this field is. And as we were told a few days ago, that from the left to right on your picture, there is the most gentlest of slope at this particular ground. And generally in that area, the ball will in fact run away. So anyone starting in that region should make sure that they're starting outside of that inner circle, to make sure that they finish just inside of it when the ball is delivered, to keep it legal, because the ball does certainly fly off the turf. This time it's a mistimed drive from Henderson, no run.
You'll be disappointed, Maharaj. The Dolphins have consistently struggled this morning to string together 6 good deliveries. The Titans yesterday really set the standard in that department. They were so consistent, especially early on. Quality batsmen in this border side, as we've been raving about for some time, and if you give them any help, they won't need a second invitation. The end of 11 overs at 67 for 1.
Looks like the bowling change on the far side. Williams, who on the previous occasion in the match here, we saw him bowl from the commentary box and the Ikurulani end. So slip moves into short catching cover. Behind him, to the right of him, is Madoff. To his left is cover. And then a backward point, a deep cover on the boundary for Williams as he runs in. Shortish delivery outside the off stump. Early days yet for Amsley. Does middle it straight to the fielder. And then there's a third man in position as well. So the offside field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with 4 in the inner ring. Only allowed 3 outside of the circle. This is short. It really took a long time to actually come up. He's managed to get some bat on it, and a good 30-meter chase ensures that it stays inside of the boundary, and 2 runs taken. Score moves along to 69 for 1.
Yeah, another exemplary instance of the Dolphins out cricket. They've been immaculate so far in the field, unfortunately not so much with the ball in hand. They could bring the standards of the latter discipline anywhere near the range of the former. They'll be lovely bit of fielding again by the man at extra cover.
Excellent stop.
Lithe, energetic, diving stop. The ball that bounced up awkwardly. I've seen a bit of that on this very hard square. Makes the fielder's life very difficult and occasionally somewhat dangerous. Just 1 run a cruise.
Yeah, Greg Williams, in fact, the bowler, appreciated that effort. Yet another change now for Tyron Henderson. They've decided that they're going to dispense with a fielder on the offside. In fact, from long on, they've decided that a fielder at long off would be advisable for the powerful hitting of Tyron Henderson. And then mid on is very deep and wide on the edge of the circle, square leg, or a squarish mid wicket, and a fine leg. That's the leg side field for Williams. He needs to keep it straight. He gets a bit of away movement, beats the outside edge. Well kept again. So with the 3 fielders on the leg side in the deep, or 2 in the deep and 1 at long off, there are 4 in the inner ring on the offside, saving 1. So that's where Williams should be concentrating his efforts. This time Henderson does manage to drive this wide of the fielder, and I think as he passed, Emily mentioned that it's way to the fielder's left, so 2 runs easily taken.
They're looking really, really well organised, Emsley, as we saw throughout that excellent stand on the opening day with Daniel Stephen. Very much the Ringo of that partnership, but someone has to be. Drives this one straight to the man at short extra cover. There is no run. And that concludes over number 12. The Border Veterans 72 for 1. That works out at exactly 6 runs and over. An excellent start, marred only by that unfortunate dismissal. Otherwise, their progress has been pretty smooth.
Do you know if eventually it was or up to now, that we've only had 2 centuries in the in this competition, in the series of matches that we've covered so far. The one obviously was the one that we were very happy to describe, Daniel Stephen getting to a massive 162 in that match for the Border Vets against Eastern Storm.
Well, if the other one was anywhere near the standard of that innings, it would have taken some watching. Daniel Stevens looked unplayable. The field is on a string, utterly in command from ball 1, which Tyrone Henderson is not on that occasion. Plays back to a ball that I think he probably would have wanted to go forward to. Thick outside edge, bisects the man at slip and the wicketkeeper and rolls across the rope for 4 more runs. Rare false shot there from the Border opening batsman. In fact, it was Andrew Emsley.
Yeah, well, in between some good stroke play, you also get some luck to ride with, and that does result in a boundary, and that run rate remains at just above 6 runs and over, which is exactly what the batting team want with wickets in hand. This time it's a lot more angled delivery from Maharaj, and Emsley, as we saw in that innings of 74, that he does play very competently on the onside. Deliberate shorter length delivery from Maharaj, just quicker through the air and off the pitch. That clearly is a defensive technique. Maybe also just hoping with the batsman coming forward that he does in fact get the one edge to the slip. This time pushed on the back foot and a single easily taken.
I should clarify that when I described Russell Crook's early dismissal as unfortunate, I only meant that in the general sense that you always feel a bit unfortunate when you're trapped in front, especially when the call's a tight one.
Mm-hmm.
We're at a slight angle here, so don't take anything we pronounce confidently on LBW decisions as gospel. It's floated up to the right-handed Tyrone Henderson, who checks his shot, does not beat the man at cover, and that concludes over number 13. It's 77 for 1, the Border Veterans. Tyrone Henderson on a runnable 28, Andrew Emsley not out 12 of 18 deliveries.
This coverage coming to you via Pitch Vision, with compliments of course from Pitch Vision, who've provided all of the technical goodies that we need to bring you this live match. Of course, streamed via the Vets Association's YouTube channel. And some of the other matches, they've also got cameras all strung high up on the side screens in line with the matches. So even those are available to watch if you're interested in those fixtures. We'll run you through the fixtures that are taking place on those other fields. So Williams will continue into his second over, the first one going for just 5. And the captain and Miller have decided that they'll have a slip to deal with. To Emsley. Doesn't really come up, but again, slow enough for Emsley to control this to the leg side for a quick single.
Yeah, some interesting developments around the ground. We'll bring you a full update at the end of this over, I think. I think that would be sensible.
Short. Henderson's there long enough, stays back in the crease, plays the pull shot to a ball that's more or less pitched up in a good area, but he chose to play that off the back foot, picked up the single, rotating the strike very nicely. 79 now for 1 in the 14th over. It's an excellent start for the Border Vets, winning the toss, batting first. There's an impassioned appeal, and the umpire Alfius Gawe is unmoved.
Completely unmoved. No indication he even declined it. Just blanked them. Death stare.
Yeah, you tend to get a gentle nod of a no or a yes, or like the famous umpire Buckner used to say, out, and then the finger used to go up. And when he
Little
did,
lick of the chops as well.
yeah, and every time he said out, even the bowler who was appealing didn't hear him, but you could read his lips.
Nice soft hands there from Andrew Emsley. Helps it slightly wide of the man at short third man, whose throw is errant, but some good backing up prevents any further damage. Just 1 to the score then.
In the first match we watched, the Dolphins, I was Dolphins, yes, I was impressed with the way Williams just went about his bowling. And on that occasion also I talked about the grip and what exactly is he bowling. So you see just that what I'm trying to pick up is just a deft shift of his wrist on delivery. And he gets the ball to sway away. He's almost bowling like a gentle leg cutter or a leg spin. And then he gets the one to come back in as well. So if he gets it right and is consistent and hits those tough lengths, he can be more than a handful to face.
That's beautifully bowled. Some nice shape there. Starts on middle, finishes on off.
There's also that momentary pause, and then comes through and bowls.
A gathering of all the dynamic energy, almost storing it up and then unleashing it in his delivery stride. See that with a few bowlers nowadays. Oh, this is beautifully driven. There is a man out at deep long off. And, well, excellent running. The throw is not a strong one. It's a long boundary out there, though. And the batsmen do cross for 2. That concludes... No, it does not conclude the 14th over. Or does it? Our scoreboard's a bit laggard. Yes, indeed. I'll trust the umpires on this one. So some updates from around the ground. Lions over 50s batting first against Eastern Storm over 50s. 25 for 1 after 10.1 overs. Very slow going there. One of the charms of this competition, the great variation in conditions we get. Meanwhile, Eastern Province up against Boerland. 48 without loss after 6.4 overs. It's chalk and cheese, those two matches. Flying along are the Eastern Province vets. And finally, the Western Province vets, who are up against the Titans. Well, their story more resembles the Lions. They're 21 for 1 after 10 overs. As this one's driven authoritatively through the covers. Man on the offside sweeper boundary does the cleaning up. 1 run to the score.
Yeah, on the stretch there was Emsley. Got back to the ball and pushed it very nicely for a single. Oh, that ball keeps very low. It may have hit the under edge of the bat. That's why a stifled appeal from Maharaj. I must say he's actually been very tidy to watch. Into his 4th over now, 1 for 17. Picked up the wicket of Russell Crook, trapped him LBW. Slip remains in position. Much too straight on this occasion to Henderson.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, Henderson, that he didn't pick the gap there. There is one man in the ring in front of square on the leg side, and he picked him out. Another product, of course, of the quality of this Dolphins fielding unit is that your placement as a batsman has to be very strong. We've seen a few instances of batsmen seeming to place it between the legs of a fielder. You're not going to get away with that here.
Henderson just indicating that the ball's keeping low. He's clearly shaping for the big hit over the offside. But I think he's wisely decided that both against the likes of Maharaj and Williams is to rather be circumspect, because these guys are wily old customers. End of the 15th over. It's time for a drinks break. The score 84 for 1. We'll take a break. 84 for 1. Cricket about to get underway. Williams with ball in hand to Tyron Henderson, who's on a very solid 32 of 36. Opened the batting along with Russell Crook. His was the first wicket that fell after a very racy partnership of 54 runs. He was trapped LBW Maharaj for 31. Well, I can say that it's been a while since boundaries been scored. There's one that ran away to that fine leg area. But aside from that, which beat the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder, and that's possibly happened about 2, maybe 3 overs back. So hence we've seen that the run rate, it was well above 6.5, has now dropped to 5.5. So that's really what the Dolphins need to do, is to try and arrest that run rate. And they've done that. There's an appeal for LBW given out right in front of the umpire, but he stayed in position to make that decision. And Old Man River, Andrew Amsley, his innings comes to a close on 15 of 23. And Williams absolutely delighted. He knew it was as straight as a needle. And the finger's gone up. 85 for 2. This in the 16th over.
Yeah, vital breakthrough there for the Dolphins. A very iffy early start, those first 10 overs, but they've clawed it back very nicely. As you mentioned, 7 boundaries off the first 6 overs. We've had only, I make it 1 in the last 4 now, and I think that wicket might have been a product of that pressure. Andrew Emsley, a vital wicket. He's already cashed in on the surface early in the week. He'll know it pretty well. So this match takes a turn. Just as Border were threatening to run away with it, they've received a very opportune check to their momentum.
So we'll just confirm whether that is in fact Daniel Stephen. The scoreboard certainly confirms it, and the number on his shirt reaffirms that. So the glorious Centurion out in the middle with Henderson. They're going to need to plot a path in the next 15 overs if they're to remain competitive in this cup final. Remember, they elected to bat under very blue skies, but a very heavy outfield with a lot of dew on it. That's all been a thing of the past. Starts with the first delivery, keeps very low. Once again, keeper does well to stay down. There have been a number of deliveries in the opening overs that have actually kept low. We haven't seen too much of that in the opening 3 days. Monday, Tuesday, a rest day on Wednesday, and then yesterday. There have been a number of deliveries that have kept low. I wonder if that is beginning to just show the age of the pitch, and that it's beginning to play two-paced. Once again, this is beautiful bowling from Williams. Just watch that little deft change in his hands. And that is why you need to really concentrate, keep an eagle eye on what he's about to do, and not take any chances unless he's really short or over pitching. Takes his time, breaks into a run, up at the crease. You'll see the hint of movement.
It's not all been plain sailing for Daniel Stevens since that heroic 162 a day later against the Titans. He fell for 3 of 7 deliveries. And 2 days after that, i.e. yesterday, managed just 10 of 13.
Oh boy, this is a brilliant delivery. He's beaten him all ends up. Didn't appeal because it may have been heading down the leg side, but what an over, because they've struck again immediately after the first drinks interval. 85 for 2 after 16.
Yeah, the muses of cricket giveth, and then they taketh away. Scoring huge total on one day is no guarantee that you'll replicate that form on the next. It's a great leveler, this game of cricket. No one will know that better than Daniel Stephen. Vastly experienced, very accomplished batter. Take a little time to get going, but once he does, and well, if he does, I should say if, given the preceding observations, we could be in for something very special.
So Maharaj into his 5th over, very tidy, just a shade over 4 runs and over. Once again, before he actually gets into his bowling stride, Duncan Miller makes absolutely certain that he does have his fielders in the right position. There's a wide long off in position, a wide cover in position, catching on the boundary, and then the conventional long off, long on, deep mid wicket, actually very square, and then a conventional mid wicket, short fine leg, one slip in position, Maharaj in again, flighted delivery to Henderson. He's unable to hit the ball off the green, and I'll be very curious to see what their plan is going to be. As I said, they're going to need to negotiate the next 15 overs without losing too many wickets, because they've elected to bat, and the run rate continues to come down. It's now actually come down to 5.1. It was at 5.6 just before the drinks break. So there's some good clever play underway here from the Dolphins bowlers. Now plays the sweep shot, very well judged, low down, plays it as late as possible. In fact, it's a left sweep because he's played it well behind him, and able to run through for 3. Stephen, being the fitter of the two, no doubt, calls for the 3rd, gets it through as well, and that helps the total along to 88.
Yeah, they've acquitted themselves really well here, the Dolphins. It could have been easy to let the heads drop after that early assault. The great thing about veterans cricketers is that they've seen it all. Don't allow themselves to get carried away, too dispirited, too deflated. As this one is driven inside half of the bat, takes it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
End of the over, 88 for 2. Just talking about Stephen and the fact that he started off with a real flurry, a magnificent score of 162, and then 2 failures to follow. But what tends to happen, and I've seen that it happened to me too, that every time we got to the Bosman Cricket Oval, somehow all of the demons in my mind would clear up and runs would come with relative ease. So if he has scored runs on this particular field, maybe, just maybe, like many other players have done, they talk about their favorite grounds, especially batsmen. And if he can play half as well as he did that day, then we're certainly in for some entertainment. Again, Williams starts with a very good foolish length ball, but getting the ball to just move off the pitch, just a hint of it. And it was the first forcing shot that I've seen Tyrone Henderson actually play to him. This time he's pushed on the back foot, times it away to the onside for a quick single.
Yeah, it's funny that how certain players thrive at certain venues. Sometimes it doesn't even seem to be condition dependent. There can be just something about the vibe of a place that chimes with your inner music, you know? We've all had that. We all have places at which we do our
inner music. I'm going to remember that.
Gotta say, this ground's chiming really nicely with my inner melody. Felt very comfortable. We've been so well looked after here. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing this coverage to you over the course of the week.
Yeah, I think what's his name, Brendan Stoll, and his entire Eastern Storm membership have been excellent. They've been great hosts all round. Not just at the main oval, I might add. There's a thickish edge, and then a misfield allows them to run through. Henderson calls Stephen through for that 1 run. He was watching the fielder.
So an interesting period here. Little bit of a longueur, as tends to be the case after the fall of a wicket, with sides now feeling each other out. Dolphins looking to consolidate the advantage they've wrested back. The border veterans will be wanting to play themselves in, allowing themselves to recapture it. Yet to get off the mark, Stephen. 8 balls into his innings. For those who saw that magnificent 162, it might come as something of a surprise, but he Although he started strong there, he was by no means as explosive as he was later, and under the circumstances, it's only to be expected that he should have a little look-see first. End of the 17th over, it's 89 for 2. The 18th over, in fact.
Maharaj, 6th over, he starts with a very short delivery. This time Stephen does manage to back away and pummel it to the offside, but again there's protection in the deep. It's a very well organized field. It's something that I get the feeling with Duncan Miller, he gives it so much of emphasis that he's almost unsettled at the end of each delivery, and very much reading the play now that Henderson is about to face, looking to see if he can make any adjustments. He doesn't. Maharaj again.
Not the kind of cricketer who ever seems to switch off, Duncan Miller. Great asset for a wicketkeeper, of course. A lot of cricketers can daydream, especially during periods like this. It's like they switch off and, well, I know it used to happen to me. I'd be grazing at third man, and then at the end of the over, oh, well, where have I been? What's happened? Not being able to recall a delivery of it.
Immediately sensing this line of attack outside the off stump. Backward point was moved to the deep. The bowler disagrees. He comes back in to the backward point region. It's a forcing shot played by Henderson. McCullum will get to it very quickly, and will get in a decent throw as well to keep it down to a single. This is a wonderful passage of play. The last 5 overs has been excellent from the bowling team. That run rate now under 5 runs and over. Generally we see it actually creeping up at this stage of the innings in most cases, but it's really going in reverse. So who will tell first with the pressure? Maharaj on this end has been exceptional. He's gone for 23 in his 5.5 overs. Emslie plays a defensive push out to the offside for a single. And that also ends the 19th over. 93 for 2. With Henderson on 37 of 49, Stephen on 3 of 9. Rodney?
Yeah, just 11 runs from the last 6 overs. For perspective, we got 43 from the first 6. Really does indicate that statistic, how things have slowed down and how cricket ebbs and flows. It's the great joy of the sport, of course. Momentum once established won't necessarily be sustained. The most foolish thing you can do as a cricketing analyst is to assume that the pattern of play with which the game starts will be constant throughout. There's no such thing as an inevitability in this beautiful sport.
So Williams has performed beautifully. 4 overs, 1 for 12, including a maiden. Oh, beats the outside edge. He's got Stephen on full stretch on that front foot, and that looks to me like it's beaten his outside edge and possibly just moved enough to beat Miller, the keeper, as well. He's hitting the absolute perfect lengths. Can he maintain that from the far end, the Chalets end here at Willowmoore Park on a beautiful Friday morning? This time is much too wide and it's latched on to a drive, but well fielded will keep it down to a single yet again. Just study the field placing, and I must say that it's almost been to perfection, because all of these big shots have also ended up straight at fielders in the deep. So Just good out cricket.
Yeah, the field set perfectly, and the fielding itself has been immaculate. I can't think of a fumble, at least not one that's cost them anything. On this fast outfield, it's a lot more difficult than it's probably been elsewhere. He goes airborne this time, does Stephen. Does not get all of it. Henderson, in fact, lodges halfway to the extra cover boundary, and they cross for 2. Score moves on to 96 for 2. Tyrone Henderson to 39, having just faced his 50th delivery.
Also, we need to remind our viewers that selectors are watching all of the matches, and particularly this final, because they'll be selecting an over-50s veterans team that will be competing in a World Cup sometime early next year. So Henderson clearly looking to play an important role today for his team first and foremost. He'll be one of few first-class players that will actually end up there if he does make the team. This is possibly his first score of note in the tournament. You can confirm that single takes him to 40 or 51, 97 for 2. Chris Webber at slip.
Actually, he got 44 yesterday against
he did.
Borland over-50s. This one dug out beautifully. Oh. Have you ever seen a digging out of the Yorker better struck and better timed than that? Magnificent shot.
Beautiful stroke, no doubt. He just jabbed down on this one very quickly, because Williams has been a tough customer. He's been very difficult to get off the green, really. So a very competent shot brings up the 100 for the Border veteran team. The other thing, of course, is just observing the fielder, especially at mid-on, because it was an on drive. He's very wide indeed, at long on, in fact. This is neatly played. Just a bit of wrist work coming into it as he angles this to long leg.
Yeah, generally makes sense to keep them a bit straighter, or perhaps one straight, one wide,
Yeah.
of those two straight fielders. Certainly early on, before the bat gets a bit more, cross-batted.
20 gone, 102 for 2.
Perhaps the only trick we could even suggest that that the Dolphins captain has missed so far. They've been very alive to everything, very intelligently set fields, and very good fielding to go with it.
Just 18 runs scored in the last 5 overs. We even lost a wicket. Maharaj forces this back foot stroke. I think that was one of the strengths of Daniel Stevens' innings that day. Both sides of the wicket, a fine drive of the ball, both front and back foot. So getting into a good position to find that single to the offside. Now they make that adjustment. The shortish extra cover has now been moved wider, and the deep extra cover has been brought more straighter into a covered position. There's about 15-20 meters between the fielder at long off and wide extra cover. Short wide delivery, and Henderson unable to make contact.
Seen a lot of player misses off the bowling of Maharaj, especially when he's operating on that 5th stump line. This one's floated up to Tyrone Henderson, who obligingly bunts the ball down to long off and adds another single to his and Border's score. His score now 41, Border up to 104 for 2. Daniel's wisely refusing Henderson that run. It went just behind square on the leg side, virtually straight to the man at short fine leg. No run there.
And what I've noted also with Daniel Stevens' batting is that He does play very solidly in front with good firm hands, but he also has this ability to play the little flick to the onside. We saw him play a number of on drives on that memorable first afternoon on Monday, or morning it was in fact. This time he's off the back foot. Has he found the gap? I think he has, but that's a great stop. Again, once again, wonderful commitment from the Dolphins fielders, and certain boundary has been kept down to 2 runs.
Yeah, he had a long way to travel, sprinted his heart out. It looked like it had the beating of him until the very last moment, but a sprawling dive took all the energy out of the ball, even as the dive itself carried him over the boundary rope, and he saved 2 more runs there. You could probably count in the 2 dozens, I'd reckon, the number of runs the Dolphins have saved in the field, and that's consistent with the form they showed us on day 2 here. Very, very formidable fielding unit. They've been absolutely immaculate so far.
Deepak Anand, the fielder, and I remember calling him out in that first match as well, in the inner ring, diving all over the place, making some really telling stops. Now an improvised stroke here from Tyron Henderson. He's just whipped this across to the mid-wicket boundary, saw the opening there, waited for Williams to pitch it up around that off stump on a length, and he's played it quite beautifully away to the onside. 110 for 2, and this at the beginning of the 22nd over.
Yeah, he didn't get all of it, but he didn't have to. There's a yawning gap on that leg side between the man at long on and the man behind square in the ring on the leg side. All you have to do is get it over the only other man in that equation, who's standing at mid-wicket, and you'll enjoy full reward.
Hits him on the full, given out LBW. It's a full toss. He probably knows that if it was straight enough, he's out, because it's not touched the ground. On the full, on the pad, and after hitting a wonderful boundary, I thought he was just about timing his attack against the four bowlers. He's now fallen to Williams for a well-played 45 or 55 with 6 fours.
Yeah, his highest score of the tournament, Tyron Henderson, beating the 44 he registered against Boerland yesterday. He'll be terribly disappointed, though. Only once previously has he taken his score to 50 in this format at this level, and on that occasion he went well beyond 50, well beyond 100 even, posting 147. Once he gets going, he's pretty formidable, Tyron Henderson, striking at 136 at this level. So the Dolphins with another valuable wicket, all 3 of them, unless I'm very much mistaken, LBWs. And, well, all 3 of them looked pretty out. So another setback for the Dolphins. They're 110 for 3 after 21.2 overs. Greg Williams now with 2 sculps to his name, thoroughly well earned. He's done as much as anyone to peg back the scoring and enable these inroads. Very, very evenly matched final we're having so far. A contest well worthy of the occasion.
Sean Fourie is the new batsman in. So tying the scoring rate down is the first is clearly the first prize, and then picking up wickets in between is really what they want in the contest, and they've managed that. Opening partnership of 54, the second one was 31, the third one was a rather sedate and a quiet 25. So they've made inroads once again, and Williams has picked up his second, and via an LBW decision. Of course, the first one that fell was Crook being adjudged LBW of the bowling of Maharaj. So Daniel Stephen has been joined by Sean Fourie. So immediately, as soon as the wicket falls, because Williams has been so consistent, there's a slip in position.
He's the only one of the Dolphins bowlers, I think. Certainly the only one of the seamers who's really got the ball to move appreciably through the air. Not a coincidence, of course, that he's got such a high arm action and a lovely flick of the wrist upon delivery. Oh, that's nicely bowled too.
That is actually the key point when you observe the quality of Greg Williams' bowling, is because it just shows that it's all about the wrist. So even on a pitch where most of the other guys are not getting much assistance through the air and off the wicket itself or off the pitch itself, his ability and his skill allows him to in fact exploit that. This is much too short. It's up in the air. It's a top edge. It will land just in front of McCullum. 1 run taken. The new batsman, Fourie, off the mark. Also wearing a number 73 shirt.
Kind of seen many matches at this level in which the first 3 dismissals have all fallen to LBW shouts.
Well, there have been occasions where teams have been dismissed with everyone being caught. I'm sure there'll be records at any level somewhere along the line with the amount of cricket that's been played for just over 200 years, if you do count it, that there'll be a whole scorecard with LBWs. I'd be more than surprised if both teams on one day or in one match would have been all caught or all LBW or whatever.
I think the ICC's anti-corruption unit would want to be looking into any match which yielded a scorecard like that.
Yeah. And who would come into question? There would be the umpires, number one.
Yeah.
Anyway, lots of tongue-in-cheek. We're really enjoying ourselves out here. We're watching a tight contest between 2 very well-organized teams. The defending champions electing to bat this morning. Out to bat, they're 112 for 3. Well-positioned. The run rate is at 5.1. There was a period where they just seemed to slow down somewhat. But it has all been because of this pair of Williams and Maharaj that have put together a fantastic performance, 12 overs, and they've gone for just over 50 runs, including 3 wickets. This is powerfully hit by Stephen. But again, Fielder is well positioned to keep it down to a single.
Let's put your instincts to the test, Mr. Kota. What do you reckon the record for LBW dismissals is in red ball cricket, in first class cricket?
I'll just keep it tongue-in-cheek and say all 10.
Well, I mean over the course of a match, so out of 40 potential dismissals.
Over 40 potential. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a good stroke from Fourie. He's unleashed a beautiful square drive, square cut. He waited on this and played it as late as possible and gets the just rewards.
Yeah, beautifully struck. The width was there. He does offer you at least 1 4-ball and over, does Maharaj. That's been a consistent theme of this otherwise unblemished spell. And batsmen of the quality of Sean Fourie, not going to need asking twice. 4 more runs.
Okay, so go on. Let's see what
I'm asking you for a guess. What do you reckon the ballpark figure would be for the record for the most LBWs in a first class match?
Let's just say that if there was a result, then it can't be 40.
So yeah, I think 40 would be pushing it.
Yeah, so I'll eliminate that for starters.
And of course, first class cricket, so we're talking professional umpires who presumably know what they're doing.
You know what, I wouldn't even venture a guess, but I'll just out of the top of my head say 35.
Oh, you're way over. That would mean all but 5 dismissals were LBW, as our very fine umpire, who's that?
Cecil Rabi.
That will be Cecil Rabi, correctly adjudicates this one, wide down the leg side. The number is 20, and it actually occurred in a test match. West Indies v Pakistan in Guyana in 2011.
Well, that's pretty recent. I thought you were going to go to maybe pre-war
Well, curiously,
or
actually,
even before the turn of the century.
it's been done. It's 20 has been done 3 times in first-class cricket, and all within the last 2 decades. So there is that match against that match between West Indies and Pakistan and Guyana in 2011, just mentioned. Guyana again against Jamaica at the same ground in 2019-20, and then Bahawalpur v Lahore Whites at the Shoaib Akhtar Stadium in Rawalpindi, and well, just this season, in fact.
Okay.
You do feel that with the advent of Hawkeye, umpires have become a lot more generous about raising the finger.
Williams starts the 24th over. Fourie looks in good fettle. He's just played off the green so nicely outside the off stump. Now he plays a very firm looking drive. It's a good confident approach. He's only on 7 of 8, but gives early indications.
Yeah, those of you who remember the pre-Hawkeye era, and then its advent, and then the era that followed, will... This one's defended. Yeah, you'll remember how much of a revelation it was at first. Deliveries we all took for granted were missing leg stump turned out to be hitting them halfway up pretty comfortably. So it's no surprise to find that the records are all of a
more
pretty
recent times,
recent vintage.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's one major outlier, Patiala v Delhi in 53-54. 19 LBW dismissals all the way back then. Oh, another big shout. This
Nothing
time
from the bowler,
declined.
I might add.
Yeah, the bowler wasn't keen. Umpire very
So
stoic in refusing these decisions.
So 2011 is pretty recent. This at the, what do they call it? The Prospecton ground in Guyana, the new one?
Yeah, the Providence ground.
Providence ground.
Providence all in favour of the bowlers there, apparently.
Well, I can tell you that the Border Cricket Oval, which is the original stadium that was used for test match and first class matches in Guyana, in Georgetown, in 2007, I think they played the last of their international matches on that historic field, which is a grandstand named after the great Rohan Kenhai, who for one season actually played for Transvaal here, and his magnificent exploits, including 3 big hundreds, actually won Transvaal the trophy, the Dadabai Cup, the 3-day cup, which always eluded them until the great man, the retired West Indian captain at the age of 44, came and showed what he's about. Of course, it's the same Guyana that Clive Lloyd represented, Alvin Kalicharan, and so many others, looking to play across the line. I think there's an element of frustration in the way the border veterans are batting right now, because the bowling has just been exceptional, and this pair of Williams and Maharaj have just shown wonderful control and discipline, and for that reason the run rate has not gone above 5 for at least the last 7 or 8 overs. It's 120 for 3 after 24.
I must say it slightly passed me by that Shoaib Akhtar now had a cricket stadium named after him.
Yeah.
Formerly known as the Khan Research Laboratories ground. I think the new name's a bit of an upgrade.
Be more familiar in time to come to many, including those in Pakistan. Maharaj now into his final over. He gets one to bowl the leg side, and again, that's another indication. Fourie, who's just come in, they're desperate to at least rotate the strike. If they can't get it off the green for boundary,
yeah, they are looking a bit antsy, aren't they?
Anxious, antsy, yeah. Maharaj again. That was there for the taking. A little quicker off the pitch on this occasion. In the main, as you say, the occasional short ball outside the off stump has been hammered, but he's really been in control. More importantly, he hasn't allowed them to get under him, to loft him over the top. Here's an attempted stroke of that sort, but it's more or less a push from Fourie for a single. That may be an indication that he's in 2 minds, because if you're going for the full-blooded stroke, he could well hold out to the fielder at wide long on. Maharaj again. It's well played. Ball turning in towards that off stump and just holds his shape and pushes it quietly to the offside, does Stephen. So the other question to ask is, of the 20 that fell, how many in each innings? Who was perhaps the key bowlers? Was it the spinners that were exploiting that low, slow pitch? Was it the fast guys?
Yeah, pretty evenly distributed, I'm happy to report.
Oh, okay.
Both as between the teams and as between the forms of bowling. That brings to an end an excellent spell of bowling from Adil Maharaj. 1 for 37 from his 9. Offered at least one loose delivery and over, but so well placed was his field that those were but seldom punished. Slow bowlers have proven effective here on this ground. It's been a tendency for the batsmen to allow them to settle. Of course, when they've lost a few early wickets, they seemingly have no other choice. It would be very bold to take the attack to them in those circumstances.
Before we leave that subject matter, maybe you can just name the bowlers in both squads. As Williams starts his 8th, would these guys be wise enough to just see off Williams? He's got another 1 over after this, and see what's on offer after that, because really it's been an exceptional performance. There are still 19 overs and 5 balls to go, so a long way yet.
Well, Darren Sammy for the West Indies was the prime beneficiary of the generous LBW decision making. He, of course, very much a seam-up bowler. And on the Pakistani side, they were evenly distributed between bowlers like Mohammad Hafiz, Saeed Ajmal, Abdur Rahman.
Those are spinners.
Those would be spinners, yeah. Bishu for the West Indies also got a few. Very fine slow bowler, him. Leg break and googly. We haven't seen any
so
leg
that's
break.
A record in Test, 20 LBWs.
Record in both Tests and, of course, first class cricket, of which Test cricket is the highest form. Yeah, all of the top 6 bar 1 from the post-Hawkeye era, which would seem to bear out our reckoning. Love to know what was going on in 1953 in Patiala, when 19 were given under the old LBW rules.
In South Africans, we'll talk about Nottingham and umpire Javed Akhtar.
Oh dear, I still wake up in cold sweats about that one.
Oh, that's a wonderful stop by the fielder at slip, number 19. Earlier, there was a superb stop there by Murray Clark at backward point, diving to his right. I thought Fury really played that swinging delivery beautifully, timed it to perfection, didn't get reward for it, and then just a wonderful bit of slip work, slip fielding.
Yeah, very grateful to our cameras there. You back at home would have caught all of that. One downside to having only one camera, of course, is that a lot of this fine fielding goes unseen by you. There has not been an especially fine bit of fielding here. Commentator's curse, perhaps. The man at extra cover lets one go as much under him as past him, and the ball crosses the boundary ropes, and a rare boundary for Border takes them to 127 for 3. Sean Faree now in double figures. He's got 12 of 16 balls.
A rare boundary of Greg Williams as well. So number 19 there, making that fabulous stop. Wouldn't tell he's anywhere near 50 or over 50. Charles Webber. So Faree has impressed me in his makeup. He's moved to 12 with that beautiful cover drive. I think there was enough pace on it to have actually beaten that fielder. Now he plays a good, clever, lofted drive, and that's going to beat the fielder for 4 more. Good, clever batting. He's taking on the dangerous Williams. Just a bit of wrist work over that, and placement was absolutely perfect. He had to place it beyond the fielder in that catching position in the inner ring, and then wide of the fielder running it long off to produce an exceptional stroke, quality stroke play all the way from Fourie, one that he was denied earlier in the over, opening the face of the bat and on the front foot playing the square drive. So that ends the 26th over. It's 131 for 3. So with Adil Maharaj having completed his 9, unchanged he was in that spell. And now the change of bowling for the Dolphins. Warren Gray. Slow left arm orthodox. I'm sure they'll give him a bit of a sighter unless it's really slow. Even though we have that shorter boundary here for the final, the one to the batsman's offside, not any of them, apart from one big hit from Tyrone Henderson earlier on, have they actually ventured to play the lofted drive. So it may be on offer right now, but beautiful angle delivery, wonderful flight from Warren Gray. Beautiful smooth action, runs between the umpire and the stumps. Keeps it on that nagging line outside the off stump. Stephen and Fourie, as we've noted now, fine stroke players, but very watchful. Bowling's pretty straight. There's a slip fielder in position as well. Short ball, straight to the fielder. Could he have perhaps looked to just play that over the top of that inner fielder in the inner ring and perhaps timed it well enough for 4? There's a deep extra cover, very wide on the boundary, a long off. Out of your picture, of course, just to keep you abreast with what we're seeing here. Good and straight. This period since, I think, after the 15th over, the bowling has been exceptional. They haven't picked up wickets perhaps as many as they would have liked until now. He stepped back and given out LBW. Beautiful drift from Gray, and this one he straightens up, and I reckon he's got the right call here from the umpire, the right decision. That is the end of the dangerous Daniel Stephen, and that is also the 4th LBW and the first one for Gray as he comes in. It's a maiden wicket for him, and Daniel Stephen's innings 16 of 35 with 1-4 comes to an end. Trapped LBW, and it's been hard work for him. Just one boundary in that, again, just indicative of how well the Dolphins veterans bowlers have reacted since that early 54-run partnership for the opening stand. So Gray starts really nicely with a maiden wicket. And once again, with just 11 runs added, they lose their 4th wicket. So chipping away at the champions are the Dolphins bowlers, the defending champions, of course, Border. Certainly being challenged by a very, very orthodox and a very well-oiled Dolphins team. They've certainly been very impressive with the bat, having scored in excess of 300 on one occasion and then 2 scores of, if I'm not mistaken, over 250. They've been the go-to team with the bat, and they've clearly showed it with the ball as well, because they find themselves in this cup final. Stephen just getting to organize his field, as you can see in your pictures there, in conversation with Duncan Miller, the wicketkeeper, to make absolutely sure that they've got the field right. So the new batsman that has come in is Robin Knott. And Williams, who's been in the midst of an excellent spell, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 37, again has a final look at his field and is all set and ready to run into bowl to 2 new batsmen at the crease. Fourie on 16 of 17, not the non-striker, on the far side. So for Fourie, who has played quite attractively already, we'll give you the field in a moment. Well, he wants to, and his turn for the second, he trusts Knott is fit enough to complete the 2 runs. So that will give me a chance to mention the field is in the positions they are. We have a slip, a backward point, and then a deep extra cover just off the boundary, a shortish cover in the inner ring, and then a wideish extra cover and a long off on the offside for Sean Fourie. This time he's turning the ball away to that fielder at long on, and that will allow Knott to take strike and look to perhaps get off the mark as well. So 28th over we into now. That run rate again has just gone below 5 at 4.9. So once you're away, a 4th LBW decision going in favor of the spinner Gray in his first over, allowing him to take a maiden wicket and trapping the impressive Daniel Steven with some wonderful delivery, some crafty stuff. And I just love the way he straightened the one through the air, forced the batsman to go on the back foot. He was really trapped in front. No hesitation for Cecil Rabi to raise his finger.
Gotta say, the statistician in me is getting very excited. 4 LBWs.
Not off the mark with that misfield point. Yeah, indeed, 4 LBWs.
I'm not sure you could argue with any of them. At least the 3 I saw. I had a quick adventure to go and welcome a family member to the ground.
Full toss, hit over the top. Fourie will not give any respite, and again not running very positively, calls for the second. The striker certainly wasn't too keen or wasn't too sure, but another positive call from Knott allows them to run through for 2. They're going to need a lot more of these because boundaries have been difficult to come by, and that allows Fourie to continue to face the bowling. He's on 21. Down the leg side and flicked over the top all the way for 6. It hits those tarpaulins that are just beyond the boundary to confirm that it is gone all the way for 6. The main scoreboard confirms it as well. 143 for 4. From the moment he stepped to the middle, Sean Fourie has been impressive, and he's actually been bold enough to take on the skills of Williams, who's got 1 ball left to complete his spell of 9 overs. Again, an attempted pull down the leg side. It's come off the pad. He wants to know if that's in front of the stumps. The umpire says no. In fact, you can take the cap from me, and let's call that the end of the over. 9 overs, 2 for 49, including a maiden. 143 for 4.
Yeah, he's been immaculate, Greg Williams. Really, really good stuff. That 6 slightly dampens his figures and ends on a slightly sour note for him. But he'll be very impressed and proud as he looks back on his day's work. He's done as much as anyone to wrest control of this match away from Border Veterans after what was, lest we forget, a pretty rampant start. 43 runs off the first 6 overs. Since then, really, it's been all Dolphins. They've been making hay in conditions that seem ideal for batting, but such has been the discipline of the Dolphins frontliners. Good lengths, good lines, excellent field settings and very disciplined up cricket, that the Border Veterans have by no means had it all their own way. In fact, you'd have to suggest that the momentum of things, the balance of play, is very much in favour of the boys in green right now.
Well, the other observation I've been making over the last number of overs, you talked about that rollicking start, and then we talked about the fact that there have been periods where they've scored 11 runs in as many as 5 overs. That this may be a two-paced pitch. So if they organize themselves well enough, make sure that they at least bat the full 45 overs and get a score of some competence there, they'd be able to really get the right type of material to operate on this pitch and to make it harder for the Dolphins. So I think we're in for a really a cerebral contest more than anything else. Gray again straightens up very nicely. It's a watchful knot who's just come in. Makes sure he's covering up very nicely in front. Taps to the onside, no run.
Yeah, the two-pacedness, I think, would be entirely consistent with that quick start we saw. The ball's condition obviously conduces more to the two-pacedness as it gets older. When it's new and shiny and unblemished, it'll tend to come off the pitch that much quicker, mitigating the two-pacedness we're talking about. But as it gets older, and as the slower bowlers, of course, come into their own, well, we see more of its true character, don't we? As this one is helped behind square on the leg side. A fine bit of fielding again. They've been really, really great, the Dolphins, in that department in particular. Keeps it down to just the 1 run.
Oh. He's got number 2, and it's also the 5th LBW decision. Beautiful bowling. For some reason, they're moving onto the back foot and not giving themselves much of a chance. Easy does it for the umpire, Cecil Rabi. 2 overs, and he struck twice with a similar-looking decision, similar-looking delivery, and unfortunately, a similar-looking shot. Sean Fourie, who's been so impressive for his 27, is strapped in front. That's the 5th wicket, 144 for 5. He finishes on 27 of 23.
Oh, that's certainly the plummest of the lot, at least the 4 I've seen. Well, if I was excited at 4 LBWs, I'm very excited at 5. I'm pretty sure all 10 has never been done before at any representative level. I'd give a lot to be able to see that. Give a lot to be able to see the batsman's face at the end of the batsman's faces at the end of a day's play like that. There can be no quibbling with those decisions, though. They've all looked pretty adjacent.
Well, the last 2, I mean, Stephen and Fourie now, once they realized that they were on the back foot to a flighted delivery, hitting them on the full, I'm sure in the back of their minds already, this is 90% out. You know, the umpire is going to lift the finger, and that's what we saw. So Gray has got 2 in 2 overs, just 1 run that has been scored off his bowling. So 9 balls, 1 maiden, 2 for 1. That brings in Bennett as the batsman, who joins Robin Knott. So for a long period, there have been new batsmen that have come to the middle. Will they be in fact able to bat out the 17 overs that are remaining?
Well, this match, and therefore this competition, really could be won and lost in the next 5 to 10 overs. You feel that if Border suffer any more setbacks, they'll be right up against it. As Gray continues, well flighted, beautifully bowled. Russell Bennett pushes forward, lovely stride in. He's not going to get caught in the back pad. He's probably especially conscious of that danger now, having seen so much that's gone wrong before. Pushes forward again, drops the hands over it, slightly rolls the wrists on the ball, helps it out to square leg for a single. He's now off the mark. Takes Border to 145 for 5, all 5 LBWs.
So that's the end of the 29th, another successful one for Gray, and also the Dolphins. They continue to chip away in fine style. I think what I'd like to comment about Bennett is the moment he came in, the 3 balls that he's faced, he committed himself on the front foot. In the last one, he manages to get an edge out to the onside for a single. If you continue to play that way, when you see a bowler really coming in and getting good drift, then you're going to force him to actually bowl short and shorter, and then you create opportunities as a batsman for those gaps in the field. So it was a good start, a good approach from him. It's a bowling change on the far end. We had Williams, who's just finished on the far side. Now Greg Dennison is with ball in hand, right arm seam. Just aiming on that line outside the off stump. Greg Dennison.
Yeah, been a productive channel all through this competition. We've been at pains to stress how productive it might be, in the hope sometimes that certain captains to whom we're sympathetic might overhear us. When you're into your 6th decade, perhaps getting the front foot across isn't quite as easy as once it was. This one defended competently back up the pitch. He's done a good job so far, Russell Bennett. Certainly learnt from what has come before. He's getting a lovely stride in. No one looks less an LBW candidate than he. Famous last words, those, I suppose.
Well, Dennison gets a hand clap from most of his fielders for 3 dot balls.
Slight fumble as this one's angled down to 3rd man, but no damage done. There was always 1 on, and 1 is all they got. Well, how do border veterans go about this, Aslam? What ought the approach to be? I think there's a real incentive here to make sure you don't suffer any further departures. Another big shout! Umpire unmoved. The wicketkeeper clasping his head. He thinks it was very close indeed, and it looked a near thing, that's for sure. Whether there was some bat involved as he brought it down onto that very, very full delivery, shaping away. We'll have to see.
Well, just to say that because we don't have the benefit of replay, the first thing I would have done for that kind of a shot from the Dennison, he's gone for 3 in his first over, that's the end of the 30th over, 148 for 5, is that just to see where the wicketkeeper was stationed at the point of contact with the batsman's pads, and that would have given us an indication. It's 148 for 5. We're watching the over-50s men's provincial final between the border veterans, the holders, against the Dolphins, and right now it seems that the Dolphins are very much in control of this contest. For the time being, we will leave you because the mandatory second drinks break is underway, and we'll do the same. So after a well-deserved drinks break, I think the border veterans will have had earnest discussions, finding themselves 5 wickets down at the end of the 30 overs. 15 remain, and to the benefit of the Dolphins, of course, they are now allowed a 5th fielder in outside the circle. So a lot of hard work to be done if they're going to get to any score of competence. Gray, who's picked up 2 wickets in his 2 overs, is up and ready to go. The umpire signals the 3rd and final power play. And it is the pair of Knott and Bennett who have just really come in, who haven't settled in or haven't had time to settle in, are now given this responsibility to see how far they can stretch this partnership and the innings, and can they get anywhere near 250. They're scoring at just under a fraction under 5 runs and over, and it's all to play for. So much for the Dolphins to do, to just hang in there, to play their best out cricket as they've done throughout the tournament and even this morning, for most of this morning. And if they can, they'll really be setting it up for their batsmen. But having said that, it's not the same pitch that we've seen since Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, Tuesday, and yesterday. Although they've used the 2 pitches on alternate days, we've not seen spinners and also seamers get this much of assistance, more because of the uneven bounce than anything else. So 148 for 5 with Knott on 3 and Bennett on 3, and Rodney Elliott with a refreshment in his hands.
Yeah, I think it's probably the warmest day we've had out here. Got to keep well lubricated.
And also the first day since Monday where there's a hint of cloud about. It's been clear blue skies, high winds on the first 2 days, but excellent weather Wednesday, Thursday, and the start of the day we saw heavy mist over the eastern region of Gauteng, the province here, and it's cleared up. There was lots of moisture and dew on the outfield, but that's all been dissipated because of the warm sun. And now it's all about who can keep their cool. Not on 3. Again, they're just making sure that he stays on that front foot, because Gray has this knack of beating the fielders through the air, or the batsmen through the air. It has a lot to do with the fact that he bowls a number of deliveries just above the eye line. But batsmen invariably go onto that back foot and they pay the ultimate price. Again, Knott is competent enough to commit on the front foot, turns it away to the onside. But if he does continue to bowl through, that means he'll be bowling almost half of the remaining 14 overs, because he's just bowled 3 and he's gone for 3 runs in his 3 overs, including 2 wickets. So it's going to be a very interesting passage of play, also to see whether the Dolphins will continue with him, or whether in fact Knott and Bennett will take the attack to the bowler. Will they have an opportunity to do it against Greg Dennison, who's had an equally good start? He's gone for just 3 runs, the seam bowler. So the challenge is on for the defending champions, electing to bat early this morning when they won the toss. Full toss, and not taken full toll off from Bennett. Well, he's just come in, and I think they're in a spot of bother. There's also a no ball signalled by the umpire. He'll get back behind the mark and signal the free hit. So a wonderful opportunity for Robin not to unshackle himself and also just get his innings underway. So because they had taken a single, there's an opportunity to change a bit of the field, and that's exactly what Duncan Miller's doing. He drops short fine leg to deep fine leg, mid wicket gone into a squarer region. He'll get to that delivery. It's a mistimed stroke from Knott. Oh, it's actually just wobbled through between the 2 fielders on approach, and it's gone through for 4. Yeah. That brings up the 150 as well. 150. Well, it was already 150 with the previous single. It's 155 for 5.
Yeah, a bit of hesitation there. I think they slightly got in each other's way and briefly forgot about the ball. First real fielding error we've seen all day. been otherwise pretty well immaculate, the Dolphins fielders. All not lost here for the border veterans, especially with these two at the crease. Yesterday they collaborated to the extent of 118 in their very narrow victory over Boerland. In fact, that partnership is probably the reason they're here today. They only won that match by 2 runs, so that partnership proved crucial. Unbroken it was, Robin not contributing 79 of 68 deliveries. 5 fours and a 6, and here's another 4 to his score. Lovely clip away, very wristy, wide of the man at mid-on for the moment it left his bat. He looks a very, very accomplished performer.
Well, you just mentioned he's come off a big score in the previous match, just a day back, 24 hours back, and he's played a superb on-drive. Yeah, they'll steal the single to the onside. This is good batting from Knott. I like the way he played that on drive because he could easily have just gone for the elbow up and a straight drive. But he played it wide of the player, more towards a wideish mid-wicket or a straightish mid-wicket, and got himself 4. Has also forced a change in the field. Slip has been dispensed with, out to mid-wicket.
Good lead. Good cricket all round, really. Yeah, you can tell these two have been patting together a good deal just lately. Seem to have a very good understanding. They've milked the quick singles to great effect so far. Really, the best approach from them would be to regard this as a continuation of yesterday's unbroken partnership. Continue where you left off, boys. How the border veterans would appreciate a partnership of anything like the proportions they managed yesterday.
Especially here now in the middle and lower middle order. Yeah, you just get the feeling that the fact that they've chipped away, picked up the 5 wickets inside of, in fact the 5th wicket fell, I haven't noted the over, but that was obviously 2 overs back, so it may have been in the 30th over.
It fell 1 ball into the 29th.
1 ball into the 29th, so 30th over indeed, and they just need to hold things, keep things together, the Dolphins, with the ball in hand and in the field. Again, a floated delivery, which ends up to be a low full toss, and played just wide of the diving fielder in that inner ring. Murray Clark unable to get anywhere near that because he certainly made a diving attempt to catch it. 1 run taken, 161 for 5.
This one clipped away behind square on the leg side, another quick single. They're very, very smart between the wickets, these two. Great understanding. Russell Bennett called early, no hesitation, charged down the wicket. And there was never any doubt he'd get home. Excellent record, both of these men, in over-50s veterans cricket, one-day cricket in particular. Russell Bennett has an average of 47 at this level, striking at 93. 3 50s, 2 scores of more than 25 in addition to those. This one is carved very late, more edge than middle, but I think it was largely intentional. And an excellent bit of footwork out in the third man boundary keeps them down to 2 runs.
Both the batsmen actually thought that that was going to run away for 4, so they slowed up. But a good committed chase there, keeping it down to 2 runs. Not with that to 15. It's 164 for 5.
Yeah, I took you through Russell Bennett's record. Knott's, if anything, is even more impressive. 416 runs in men's veterans one-day cricket. And an average of 69. Highest score of 104 to go with 2 50s and 3 other scores in excess of 25. Very, very useful contributor down the order, especially when you find yourself in a spot of bother. This one is stopped. Some commentators might describe it as a misfield, but I think he did a very good job to get in its way and take some of the sting out of it. deflecting it to the man on the extra cover boundary, who cleans up, and only a single accrues. That concludes the 33rd over. Border veterans now 165 for 5. Russell Bennett is 6 off his 16 deliveries. Robin Knott continuing yesterday's momentum. He's 16 at better than a run a ball.
So those statistics were interesting that you read, because these are two very good batsmen. So maybe it's just another, because we haven't got to see them. Knott was here in for, he just needed to, was it Bennett that came in and just scored a few runs, because they had already done, the bulk of the work was already done for them. So if you look at the consistency, the fact that they are the veterans, they are the holding champions, then it has to say, you have to say that there's a depth of strength in their batting, and of course they're a very, very powerful bowling lineup as well. So much of responsibility now rests on the spare, because they've lost wickets at regular intervals. It's rather annoying to see that happen. All to LBWs, would you believe? For those of you joining us, 5 LBW decisions. This is down the leg side. That's a very good stop from the wicket keeper. Wide called, and the fact that he just got his body in the middle prevents any more runs than just the extra to register on the board.
Yeah, an excellent bit of wicket keeping once again by who else? Duncan Miller. It passed the batsman on the full. Miller would have been unsighted throughout. He kept his feet very close together, made himself as big as possible otherwise, and prevented 1 wide from becoming 5.
Also change of bowling. So Dennison has been replaced, and in his place, of course, we're watching Donny Klutter.
Nice little channel outside the off stump. Robin Knott looking to open the face and help it down to third man. Not a stroke void of risk with a slip in place.
Exactly, and also in order to try and maximize, it'd be wiser to play anywhere square of the wicket in front of square, because there is a short third man to try and cut that off. So all he'd get for all of that effort would be 1 run, and here he's already premeditating a pull on a fuller length. He's taken a bit of a blow, no appeal from the bowler, and more importantly, it's a dot ball.
Yeah, I think it struck him on the protected inside of his calf. Those can sting. Fortunately, Donald Klutter perhaps isn't as fast as he was 20 years ago, or batsman would be hopping around to some effect. This one is successfully cut down to the man at third man, who, after a little fumble, mops up nicely and keeps them down to 1.
The field placing, as we've been saying, has been exceptional. Every time they've been forcing shots, it's gone straight to the fielders, preventing boundaries. We saw the one big 6 that went over the top on the leg side. This time he's bowling more on the line of middle and leg, and it's neatly pushed away to the onside, and wonderful running with a spare. 2 fielders converging in the deep, but clearly trusting themselves between the wickets. 2 runs taken.
Slight delay here.
I think not. It's not got anything to do with the knock that he took in the earlier in the over. It looks as though he may have just sprained his back, because he's been tugging at it just above his hip. But the medics are on the field, and that's exactly where he's indicating. So he's got a bit of a problem, and that does happen when you haven't played enough to try and swing across or when you do swing across the line, there's every chance that you're going to pull it. But he's taken a quick cold spray on that sprain, but ready to get things underway. Looks pretty determined in the way he's just going about his cricket. He's on 17 of 18, and he knows that this final hinges on this partnership, because they are possibly the last 2 recognised batsmen who could play through the remaining 12 overs, or 11 overs and 2 balls to be exact.
queries come through on the chat, which I must confess I haven't been paying any attention to before stumbling upon it a few moments ago. One of our viewers eager to know who's taken all the wickets, so I'll run you through the bowling card. Murray Clark has bowled 4 overs, no maidens, none for 26. Donald Clutter is into his 6th over. So far he's yet to take a wicket, has conceded 30. Adia Maharaj has bowled his full quota of 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Greg Williams also has got through 9 overs, 1 maiden for him, 2 for 49. Warren Gray has bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. And Gary Dennison has 2 under his belt, none of them maidens, none for 14. I can't promise to keep an especially close eye on the chat as things go on, but if you do have any polite queries, do deposit them there, and if we see them, we'll certainly come to them.
And now that you've alerted us, obviously we'll try and be a lot more, more proactive in making sure that we do take those questions. In the meantime, the 34th over has been complete. Clutter has started with a rather tidy one, 169 for 5. Into his second spell, his first spell in fact, 5 overs for 26. He's been a star in the field as well, possibly the fittest of the lot. Number 75, Donny Clutter. Always standing a little, much further away from the commentary box. He's on the far end, but he's made some telling stops in the region now. Not about to take strike. Or is it Russell Bennett? No, it is not, in fact, number 2. I'll give you the field in a moment, because they are allowed 5 out in the deep, but the Dolphins, having put a squeeze, are looking to just make sure that they keep at least 4 players, saving 1, excluding the slip. So 5 of them all together. Gray continues and is neatly turned away by Knott, who's a very clever player. He's committed himself on the front foot ever since he's come into the wilds of Gray. Who's picked up wickets. He's trapped 2 batsmen in a row onto the back foot with some wonderful drift. And now those boundary riders, the 2 right-handed batsmen, a squarish deep mid wicket on the boundary, long on, long off, and a wide cover point. 4 fielders on the boundary. They are allowed a 5th, but there's a short cover in position now. More or less a full toss. Bennett just works us away. He could have really got under that and looked to hit the big shot, but I think they're playing just with an air of responsibility, giving themselves enough time to perhaps see through the slow bowling and take charge of whatever may be dished up from the other end.
He's been very, very good so far, Warren Gray. Loads of control, plenty of variation to go with it. Those 2 things in tandem make for a very complete slow bowler. I don't know about you, Aslam, but I've always been so jealous of left-arm orthodox bowlers. This one clipped away behind square, beats the man at short fine leg. He does catch up with it, however, and a bit of a miscommunication between the batsmen. Real scramble in the end. That could have that would have been terminal for the Border veterans, but they do complete 3 in the end, and the score progresses to 171 for 5. Yeah, the thing about slow left arm bowlers, the control of a finger spinner, but you're turning it away from the bat like a wrist spinner.
So a left arm wrist spinner would be my prize bowler in the attack. And of course, who would say no to a quality leg spinner, wrist spinner, orthodox right arm? I mean, you can't pick a team these days.
Have we?
No, and you couldn't pick teams without those guys in the past. 35 complete, 10 overs remain. It's 175 for 5.
Yeah, it's just occurred to me with the start that we haven't seen any wrist spin whatsoever, at least on this ground, over the course of this competition. Pretty demanding on the shoulder, as the likes of Shane Warne we're often at pains to stress. Of course, you have to keep a powerful, supple wrist too. Both things at a premium once you pass the age of 50. Seen some very good leg cutters though, of course, from the likes of Greg Williams. I think that's the closest we've come to leg spin. Slight recalibration of the field here as Tutti readies himself for what would be his 7th over. He's gone for 30 in his 6 so far. Rare error from the man behind the sticks. Reached him almost on the full, which is very awkward for any wicket-keeper. Just one by accrues as the man at short third man comes across to do the mopping up. Well, Aslam suggested yesterday that a par score on the surface was about 290. Border veterans well off that at the moment. Oh dear. But they've been very much assisted by some unwanted sloppiness in the field from the Dolphins. We've seen a bit of that just lately, which is unusual from them. Went with the feet rather than the hands, did the man at wide mid-on, and succeeded only in parrying the ball towards the boundary. Score moves on to 180, and this partnership just starting to reach second gear. We saw that it had many more yesterday. Down the leg side, and they've helped themselves to another boundary. Well, that's a freebie for Robin Knott. Yes, please, he says. Any sort of contact with the man at fine leg, fairly square, and a boundary is the inevitable result. Knott moves to 29. He's only faced 24 deliveries under the circumstances. That's very good going, under any circumstances indeed, at this stage of a 45 over game. Partnership's already worth 40. It's only 7 overs old as Kluti resumes. This time unsuccessful as he attempts to pull a delivery short of a length, not quite short enough perhaps for that shot. Could probably have done with leaning on it and helping it to long on. Welcome dot ball for the Dolphins. Already 9 runs off this over, 2 balls still to go. Are we now witnessing a turn of the tide, a change in momentum? They're in really good nick, these two, Robin Knott and Russell Bennett. Huge partnership they put on yesterday, match-winning partnership. In a match they only wound up winning by 2 runs. Slight delay here, as one of the batsmen, I think it's Robin Knott, yes it is, decides to equip himself with a helmet. He's sustained a few blows on slightly lower on the body. Those will have had a way of focusing the mind. Kluti continues. This one is short, dug into the pitch. Knott pulls successfully this time. Goes out to the man at that rather wide, fine leg. And the batsmen complete a single. Knott moves to 30. His partner, Russell Bennett, now at the striker's end. He's on a more sedate 10 off 22. Not going at better than a run a ball at the other end. This one's full, driven outside half of the bat. Excellent running between the wickets again. Complete the single as the man at point has a shy at the stumps. I think he would have been home anyway. Got a great understanding between the sticks, these two. They put the fielding under some pressure. 11 off that over, the best we've had in some time. Border veterans now 186 for 5 with 9 overs left to go. It's the wily, miserly Warren Gray to continue. His 5 overs have yielded just 14 runs. He's taken 2 wickets, both of them LBW, all 5 wickets to fall, of course. Been trapped in front. All 5 looked pretty out. Just starting to go through the gears, these two. Things looking a lot better for Border than they were half an hour ago. Pushed into the offside. The man on the cover boundary comes in, retrieves it. The batsman, meanwhile, have crossed for a single. Brings the senior partner, certainly the more fecund, productive, aggressive one, Robin Knott, on strike. 30 of just 26 deliveries. He's done a fine job of counter-attacking here, transferring the pressure, of which there was plenty on the Border batsman, back onto the fielding side. It's not yet all abated, but he's gone some way towards restoring the balance.
Yeah, I reckon he's actually played a very clever hand. 30 of 26, the partnership worth 43. It's only the second highest partnership in this inning so far. And I like the way he's been picking and choosing his runs on both sides of the wicket. I think the way he's applied himself to the spin of Gray has perhaps been an outstanding feature. And I like the way Bennett has just turned things around as well. He's only on 12 of 24, but he's not played anything of extravagance, as he's just demonstrated there again. And I think they're playing with that air of responsibility to make sure that beyond them, nobody else actually has to come into bat. So 8 overs and 3 balls remain in the innings. They've also managed to just get the run rate to creep up above 5. Again, waits on this. He doesn't go too far on the back foot. It's almost a stand-up shot. Plays it with the slow turn on offer and turns it away to the square leg. It's the second time he's asking for a drink, is not. So he's clearly enjoying his work out there, but putting in a big effort. That's a lovely stroke from Bennett. Commits himself on the front foot and then plays a neat little push into the gap for 1.
Yeah, lovely little square drive. Leaned on it, played it really late. It was almost past him. Almost a posthumous shot. Helped it out to the man on the deep backward point boundary for a single. Ooh, that's beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled. Tossed up. Lovely line. Teasing length. Very, very wily customer is Warren Gray. That concludes his 6th over. He's taken 2 for 19. Border veterans, meanwhile, 191 for 5. So they've seen out that awkward passage of play, the consolidatory period, the recuperative one rather. Now, having put on close to 50, these two, I'm sure.
47 to be exact.
Yeah, we're getting there. They can start thinking of greater things. There was briefly a question, I thought, as to whether they'd even bat out their full quota of 45 overs. Now it's a question less of time than of runs scored.
And let's also just bring our viewers up to date. So as you've mentioned, the wicket takers, Maharaj 1, 2 for Greg Williams, 2 for Warren Gray. Those are the 5 wickets that have fallen, all to LBW, of course. And as far as the batting is concerned, Russell Crook 31, Darren Henderson 45 or 55, and then Andrew Amsley 15, Daniel Stevens 16, and a very impressive 27 of 23 for Sean Fury, but he fell victim to an LBW as well. He was the 5th man out, and so far in the innings, the opening stand of 54 was crucial. And so far, these guys have fashioned a very able partnership of 47 to to at least see them beyond the score of 175 and then perhaps onto something towards a score of 250. If they can get there, they'll certainly have a score to bowl at. So change of bowling on the far side. I think this is the captain. Achter.
This one helped square of the wicket. Beautifully played. Chopped down on it with some force. It looked, to all appearances, aesthetically like a late cut, but flew away pretty square of the wicket. Another fine stroke from the well-set Russell Bennett. He can start going through the gears as well. Well, the sky's the limit for Border veterans. Here's Zahid again. Back of a length, cut again. This time straight to the man at point, who fumbles. Really good running between the wickets there, putting a lot of pressure on these Dolphins fielders. They've acquitted themselves spectacularly throughout this tournament, but they'll be feeling the heat a bit now. Fielding to such an established pair with such a good understanding. They've never missed out on even the sniff of a run. This one down the leg side, it's helped very fine. There's no one on the fine leg boundary, in fact, so they'll get their full reward. And that brings up the 200 for Border veterans. It looked a long way away about 40 minutes ago. This partnership now over 50. And, well, cumulatively, these two have basically put on over 150. They've just picked up where they left off yesterday in their unbeaten stand of 118, match-winning stand, of course.
In the process, they've also gone beyond the partnership is now worth 56. Beyond 50 is now 56. Easy pickings for the two batters out in the middle.
Yeah, barely a ball goes by without a run being scored. Dots are at a premium right now. Amazing the way pressure can change hands in this remarkable game of ours. Lovely bit of manipulation of the field again, just blocking it into the vacant cover area. The man at extra cover comes across to do the fielding, and that concludes over 38. Border veterans suddenly pretty well poised, 202 for 5. They want to keep those wickets in hand, of course. We've seen how quickly things can change in both directions. But if things continue on the track they're now on, I'd suggest anything over 270 might be realistic. Anything up to 270, I should say.
I think it does depend on the fact that the Grey is probably going to bowl through in the remaining 7 overs. The one hand he is clearly keeping it as tight as he possibly can. He's into his 7th over. He's gone for just 19. He's picked up 2. So that's the key factor. Who of these bowlers do they actually go after? And once again, taking lots of time in getting their field right.
No single on that time. Yeah, awake to it now. That cover's more of a short cover. Someone's got to take the risk of coming in and restricting those singles.
So we'll in all likelihood get 3 overs from this end from Grey, because he's been so hard to actually score runs off. Who else do they look to? Because Zahid Akhtar's first over went for 11 runs with relative ease. And that in fact maybe, just maybe, also unloosened the shackles, because they've been looking for a bowler to get hold of. Once again, Not plays this on drive into the gap, and it's a quality stroke. Boy, has this fellow impressed. His innings is growing in stature. He looks better and better as the innings has gone through, and he's also shown the all-round abilities, both sides of the wicket, front and back foot, and also some deft touches with soft hands. So a good game with him. He goes to 41. It's 207 for 5. And there we go. As soon as you punish the batsman, the bowler, especially if you can, you'll force him to bowl short, and that's exactly what has happened. And he's picked up runs outside the off stump, away to that square cover region for 4 more. So the run rate has jumped from 4.9 to 5.5 in the last 2 overs, and this is exactly what the Border veterans need. Bennett has helped himself to boundaries as well. He's on 21 of 31. Beginning to look good now for the Border veterans. Still feel nothing under 250 would give them comfort, knowing that the form batting team. Oh, he stepped him in front, has he? Again, on the stretch, on the front foot. That's been his style of play. That's been his part of his application. And not will get away because he is on that front foot. He's picked up the pace out of the bowler's hand. But a very, very crafty bowler this fellow is.
Oh, it looked mightily close, that.
Warren Gray, yeah, well, I must say, Knott is very tall, and he was fully committed on the front foot, so probably just striking him outside the line of off stump. Once again, they'll look for a tea break, and that is at the end of over number 39. So 6 overs remain. It's 211 for 5.
Take a very brave umpire to give a 6th consecutive LBW, wouldn't it? I wonder if that factor, perhaps right at the back of the umpire's mind, perhaps counted somewhat against him. No, I'm sure there was some factor which told in favour of the batsman there.
There's a famous story about the tight test in Pakistan when a lot of the observers, let's call them that, because it could be a mixture of writers and commentators and just the general spectator, it felt that the umpire who actually gave the last decision wanted to be the talk of the town. So Zahid continues, and yeah, Bennett happy to pick up the singles and 2s on offer.
Well, you asked earlier, Aslam, who I thought might fill the remainder of the 6 overs to be bowled.
Yeah.
Suddenly, this Dolphins bowling lineup is looking a bit stretched. Of those who haven't completed their quota, Murray Clark, he still has 5 in the tank. He's been going at 6.5. Donald Clutie still has 2. He's been going at 5.71. Warren Gray, of course, well, he's still got 2. He'd probably bowl through. He's only been going at 4 and over. Gary Dennison, more recently, he's bowled 2 overs, 7 apiece. And Zaid Akhtar, well, he's travelling at 9s at the moment.
And he's back in the attack. He's bowled 3 balls already. Gone for 2 of the first 2, so a lot more sort of competent start for him. 4 balls, just 3 runs of it so far. That's exactly what they need from the opposing end. I think they've decided that they're going to rather keep the likes of Clark and Clutter out of the attack, because these 2 batsmen look really well set. In the end, it may prove a wise decision, but runs on both sides of the wicket, or singles and 2s on both sides of the wicket, flowing rather nicely for this pair of batters. A partnership 71, such an important one, given the fact that that upper order and the middle order weren't able to fashion any of significance. Bennett quietly, as the partner here, is playing the really clever game, and I just like the way he's gone about his batting. His footwork has been to the point, and that's why he's been in positions to pick up runs on either side of the wicket and helping this partnership along. So whilst Knott has been the dominant one, Bennett has just held up his end cleverly, and it's now gone up to 72, pardon me for that, 216 for 5, 40 overs complete.
As expected, Warren Gray will be resuming from the Akura Laney end, just beneath us. Wonderful view we have here from the commentary box, this very well appointed media centre.
Well, generally, when there are domestic and also international fixtures played here, whether it's men or women or under 19s, the television commentators sit 1 floor higher. And this, as you will note with all of the seating to our right, is generally made for the official scorers and the second set of scorers and also all the media, the written media. And I like this view because we a lot lower, a lot closer to the action. St. George's Park is very close to the action.
Perhaps a bit too close in that
perhaps
case.
a bit too close. A number of those big hits, you almost feel it's going to come breaking those windows, shattering those windows into the score box, or to the commentary box, pardon me.
It's been an excellent over so far by Warren Gray. Oh, we're only 2 balls into it. For some reason,
3 balls, 2 singles. So you're right.
Okay, we've had 3 balls. I thought so. The scoreboard's a bit slow to update itself. This one's shoveled into the offside. Cover comes around to collect. Not before they've crossed for a single. Robin Knott moves on to 48. Would be, I believe, his 3rd half century at this level. To go with one very impressive century. Scored a half century yesterday, of course, an unbeaten 79. Better than a runner ball, as Bennett cuts this one away to the sweeper on the offside. Another single.
And just given how Gray has picked up wickets, that particular stroke from Bennett shows that there's a really wise head on those shoulders. The way he played it and angled it to the offside for a single. So 3 singles off 5 balls. This was too slow in coming, and a mistimed stroke from Knott. Rather rare to see that, in fact, but he'll pick up the one nonetheless to take his personal tally to 49. And that's the end of the 41st over, just 4 coming off it. 220 for 5. The slow bowlers have really reacted very well for the Dolphins. It's no wonder that Zaid Akhtar decides that after the first over that's gone for 11, his second went for just 5 more runs. So can he just keep it tidy there? And will we perhaps see the likes of Knott and also Bennett open their shoulders? They've played it perfectly. They've timed it to perfection. There's 4 overs that remain. When, in fact, do they unleash? That's the key point. The partnership is 76. They've grown in confidence all the way through.
Well, the last 7 overs have yielded tallies of 6, 11, 5, 11, 9, 5 and 5. It's really consistent scoring. Mostly a runner ball, occasionally more than that. It really has done wonders for the analysis on the scoreboard. And it's occasioned on the part of the Dolphins a mini parliament in the middle.
They're thinking of a bowling change. There was a long chat with Duncan Miller, the captain, as well. And indeed, they've decided it's either Clute or Murray Clark that will look to bowl the 42nd over. So after long discussion, that's the decision that they've made. And Duncan Miller has actually gone all the way down to have a chat with the bowler. So clearly they're going to have the plans in place, because you still feel that they are in control of proceedings with the score at 220 for 5. They can't let it slip from here on.
Akhtar already had the ball in hand, of course. Takes some resting from a bowler when he's already at the top of his mark, ready to bowl a new over, to persuade him to yield it to someone else. But clearly a very persuasive man, Duncan Miller. Gets his way in the end.
I'm just looking to see who's the gentleman at mid-wicket, because they were rather prolonged in their engagement and the decisions come from that chat. They did obviously speak to the captain, and I think he's agreed with their observations. The scoreboard still has Akhtar's name on the board. There it goes. They've changed it. No, in fact, they still have Akhtar's name on the board. So Clute it is. So he's bowled 7 overs, you say?
Yeah. This one scooped over the batsman at the non-striker's end. It trickles into that vacant mid-on region, and it brings up an excellent half-century, back-to-back 50s in successive days for the very, very impressive Robin Knott. If Porter do go on to retain their title, they will owe not a little to the contributions of that man. On 2 occasions now, he's pulled them out of a pretty parlous situation as this one is pulled into the vacant mid-wicket region. Man on the boundary comes around but cannot prevent it from trickling into the ropes. He made a valiant attempt, had a lot of ground to cover, but it's a fast outfield here at Willowmoore Park. And the score progresses still further. It's 225 for 5 now. Russell Bennett now going through the gears as well. And having looked ominous for quite a long time, those omens are beginning to be fulfilled. This partnership growing in stature with every passing delivery. This one's skied high in the air, bounces just short of the man on the square leg boundary. Very brave attempt. He clearly has good dental insurance, and only a single in the end. It was worth a go.
Grant Giroux's the man there. He's been impressive throughout the tournament with the fielding. What a great attempt. Others have actually pulled out and allowed the ball to bounce for fear of unnecessary injury, but he committed himself. And Bennett's been committed to finding runs as well. Here's a straight drive. It's a lofted drive straight to the fielder at long on. Bounces about a good 4 meters in front of him. They take the single. He moves to 51. So I see that I'm looking at his name here again. Charles Webber was standing at a conventional mid-wicket, and that pull shot that went for 4 from Bennett would easily have gone to hand had he started on the edge of the circle, and that would be any fielder well advised in the closing stages of a limited overs match, rather stand on the edge. This is beautifully timed from Webber again.
Russell Bennett.
Good author, Bennett, pardon me, has found a good touch as he's worked to both sides of the wicket, and now he's picked up a boundary. 231 for 5.
Well, that last minute bowling change hasn't proven very availing so far.
Correct.
Expensive over this one. 1-4-1-1-4 as things stand. These two have clearly decided that now's their moment to go. We've seen a few big shots, many of them in the air. 5 wickets in hand, of course, with just 3 overs to go. They can afford to get expansive, and that's exactly what they're doing. This one is squeezed out through the covers to the man sweeping on the offside. Take another single, and that concludes the 42nd over. The border veterans now 232 for 5.
Bennett's at 35 and has come in this partnership of 88. Almost unnoticed, but I like the way he just turned and shifted gear. Lovely little touch to the boundary for 4 in that the 4th ball of that over. A lovely little turnover. The mid-wicket fielder, deliberate hit, beat the 2 fielders on that leg side boundary for 4 more. So this is an effective batting performance and an impressive one all the same from this pair. 232 for 5, 3 overs remain. 250, 260 looks on the cards for sure. Flighted delivery from Gray, who's into his last over. Very impressed with his control.
Yeah, 12 runs came off that last over. The most expensive we've had since over number 6, also bowled by Donald Clutie. It went for 16. I'd be surprised if they persist with him as we approach the very death of this innings. Gray again. Well flighted, shoveled out to long on, just the single.
First real indication of leaving the crease, trying to get the better of Gray. In the end, it comes off the bottom edge and they're still able to take the single.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm surprised they haven't done more to try and unsettle Gray's length. He's bowling fairly slowly, so you've got plenty of time to advance if you want to.
Oh, there's a good cross-bladder straight hit from Bennett. Picks up 4 runs at an opportune time because they need to score boundaries in this last 2 overs. Last 3 overs and a bit. That brings up the 240. I said that much earlier that they've not looked to exploit this shorter boundary. They've played with so much of care that they've just decided that with this partnership, those risks they are not taking. And I think it just showed how effectively they've batted. That boundary brings up the 96-run partnership. It's the highest of the innings so far.
The man at long off has moved a bit straighter in response to that. This one is dragged across to the man at long on, and only a single accrues. Probably tried to hit that one a bit too hard. Not a lot of pace to work with, of course. Very wily old fox is Warren Gray. Takes all the energy off the ball, forces the batsmen to make all the running themselves. He's in again now. Oh, I think he's bowled him. I think he's, yep, it's crept through. An agricultural swat across the line, kept a bit low. His arm action was a bit lower that time, and for the first time today we have something other than an LBW decision. I almost regret he didn't get his pad in the way of that one. That brings to an end an excellent little cameo from Robin Knott on back-to-back occasions in successive days. He's really done a great deal to restore respectability to a flagging border innings. The score as he departs is 241 for 6. Robin Knott contributed 53 to that score off just 44 balls with 7 fours and no sixes.
I must say, you mentioned earlier that the whole tournament has been played in such fine spirit, and as he made his way towards the boundary, a number of the Dolphins players actually hand clapped him all the way off, because clearly he's made the difference here, that they've got to a score of 241 with an excellent 52 or 44 as you've described it. So Sansom has now come to the middle, and there's just exactly 12 balls left in the innings.
Well, the great thing about that partnership, and Robin Knott's contribution in particular, is that the lower order batsmen now have a license to swing from the hip. 4 wickets in hand going into the final 2 overs. They'd have bitten your arm off for that an hour and a half ago.
And let's make mention of Gray as well. Warren Gray, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 41, finishing his spell with a wicket, the important wicket of Knott as well. And it's amazing how they were unable to get under him. The fact that it forced both Knott and Bennett to go across the line to him indicates that he was so difficult to actually get under and to look to exploit that offside region we were talking about. So he's deserved that last wicket as well, because he's forced the play from the batsman. And now 241 for 6. Kluter will continue, in fact, bowling to Bennett, who's on a really well played 44, an attractive looking innings, and that's just come off 47 deliveries.
He manoeuvres this through the offside. Sweeper comes round. A single accrues. That'll bring the new man on strike.
Yeah, Aidan Sampson, just to be sure.
Saw a bit of him at the back end of the opening day's fixture, I believe. Not enough to form any very distinct impressions.
Go on, Rodney.
Took him a while to decide, the umpire. It looked wide to me. A loud appeal, perhaps briefly distracting. But he'll have to bowl that ball again, will Donald Kluter.
Did you just note the little pat on the back from Sansom to Miller for that glorious piece of wicket keeping? It was wide, and he still was able to hold his balance, and also dislodge the bails.
We've started to take him for granted, haven't we?
We have. 1 run, he's off the mark, and wisely so, picking up the single very quickly with soft hands to the offside to allow Bennett to take charge of these last 8 deliveries in the innings, and also allowing Bennett to help himself to what would be a well-deserved 50. So Clitter with ball in hand, he's gone for 55 already. Short, wide outside the off stump. A wide called. I thought as much. That deserved to be called a wide. He's not really looking to bowl to get wickets. He's actually bowling to just keep it tidy and almost negative.
Yeah, it's a bit of a high wire act, that straddling of the wide line. Give the batsman very little to work with. On the other hand, very frequently you give the umpire an excuse to give his limbs a stretch. This one is straighter, fuller, and squeezed out to the cover boundary. 1 run.
Yeah, Russell Bennett will be noted along with Robin Knott. There's a number of classy batsmen we've watched, how they've held things together, how they've played cerebral cricket. As he gone through, Clitter's got the wicket, he's clean bowled him, knocked back the off peg, and the first Yorker length delivery, in fact I was talking about him trying to just hold runs and bowling wide outside the off stump, but he's clean bowled Aidan Sampson for 1, 246 for 7.
Yeah, another setback for the Border Veterans as they set about putting the finishing touches to what has been an innings of peaks and troughs. They'll hope to end on a peak, but that wicket won't assist. Fortunately, they've still got Russell Bennett at the crease, unbeaten on 46. Who's joining him now, Aslam?
Number 72, I'm waiting for his name to come up on the Hughes scoreboard. Or perhaps on our strap that's on the screen.
'72 would be Justin Price, I believe. As I survey our stats pack.
Our bowler of the match in the opening fixture. 5 wickets for, what's it, 55 I think it was. 5 for 53.
And a perfectly respectable batsman, averages 37 in Veterans one-day cricket, high score of 45. On 3 occasions he's passed the 25 mark. Done that at a strike rate of 86. They'll want him to be a bit quicker than that.
Well, he's got all of 8 deliveries to negotiate. 2 left in this over. Plays a good powerful drive. That's going to go for 4. No matter for Bennett. He'll get strike perhaps with the last over now with 1 ball left. But what a way to get off the mark. A juicy full toss. And reaches out for it and plays it gloriously along the ground. It also brings up the 250.
Strike rate of 400 is pretty handy, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I've achieved that many times in my illustrious career. As an opening batsman, you get 2-3 long hops and suddenly you're well ahead of the run rate. Well played. He's going to pick up the 1 to end the over and to end Klutter's 9 overs. He's gone for 62 runs in his 9 overs. And he's picked up the 1 wicket that fell in this over. So 1 over remains, 251 for 7. We were talking about getting to 255, 260. Looks very much on the cards, and I think, as we've seen for most of the tournament, a score just beyond 260, 270, most teams have actually been able to defend that. But here are 2 quality teams, all-round teams with both bat and ball. And I'm very curious to see how the Dolphins, who've been the most impressive so far, given their aggregate that they've achieved in the tournament so far, what they'll be able to do. So, change of bowling, and that's the other opener. I think it's Murray Clark that's got ball in hand, and he'll be bowling to Price, who's off the mark with a boundary and a single. He's on 5. Bennett's the non-striker on 46. And as you said, for the lower order coming in with just a dozen or so deliveries to face, they need to chance their arm. Price, happy to pick up the single. Good, clever batting. Because I expect that's what most of the fielders are expecting, the big hits.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you make about what a defensible total might be here. As you say, anything over 260 is proven pretty comfortable. Of course, yesterday was very much a bat-first day. All 4 sides on all 4 grounds who chose to do that came out victors. This one slashed away through the offside, and the man on the offside sweeper fence does the mopping up, and one more run to the score. Dolphins, of course, have batted first on each of their previous 3 matches in this competition. All 3, of course, they won. So a new challenge for them.
Important point to make, actually.
Thick outside edge, slower delivery, loops away to the man at short third man who comes across. And
Yeah, a good deliberate, in fact, touch there from Price. So Bennett has 3 deliveries in which to get to a personal milestone. More importantly, can he get at least another 11 runs in the remaining 3 deliveries to get his team to 265? He moves across the pitch, works us beautifully across to that deep backward square leg area, and has played quite an attractive innings. Moves to 51 in fine style, just helped himself, shimmied a bit across to the offside, and if there was any gap to be found, it was put certainly that one behind square on the leg side. And there's his details, 51 of 51, including 5 fours, or is it 6?
I see 5. It's his 4th 50 at this level, men's veterans one-day cricket. 2 consecutive not outs unless he suffers a late disaster here, which has swollen his average in this format to 54, striking now at 96. What a useful man to be coming in when you're in all sorts of bother. He swats this one away straight to the man at extra cover, who pouches a catch that I think was a lot more difficult than he made it look. Gets his head behind it, his hands in front of his face, and brings to an end a very, very fine cameo from Bennett. 51 he scored at a runner ball. Border Veterans now 258 for 8. Very simple task for the new batsman, isn't it?
After such a classy innings, and I think the word I'd like to maybe emphasize, as we've already waxed lyrical about him, is the way he paced the innings and got involved in that huge partnership. To me, was outstanding, and he falls to a full toss at the end. A very good catch taken by I think it's Donny Clutter who's picked up, or was it Greg Williams that picked up that catch? Nevertheless, it brings in the new batsman. He's got 1 ball to face in Ellis.
Yeah, Keith Ellis, the new batsman, yet to score a run at this level, yet to play an innings at this level, in fact. Hasn't been called upon in any of his previous 4 men's veterans one-day matches. Swings hard at this one, and perfect result for Border Veterans, just the way they wanted to end it. Clears the man at extra cover, and the ball races away to the fence. Excellent stuff. 262 then is the final score for Border Veterans. That looked a long way away when when Bennett and his partner, whose name curiously has just escaped me, when Russell Bennett and Robin Knott joined each other. They were in all sorts of bother, but this total will take some hauling in, Aslam Kota.
Absolutely. I'm just glad that they've got to what we predicted around 260, because they need a decent score to defend. And given that partnership of 97 for the 6th wicket between Knott and Bennett, highlighting clearly a batting performance on also a batting performance which demonstrated a recovery of high quality, has seen them get to that score of 262 for 8. There was times, clearly I felt that even 240 would probably be what they'll settle with. So well played in the end. Justin Price, 7 not out, including a wonderful boundary. Keith Ellis swung his arm and found the gap as well on the offside to finish with a boundary and a flourish to give their score more than a respectable 262 for 8. And after a customary huddle and chat, the Dolphins make their way off the field. It is now locally in Benoni, just 2 minutes to 12:15, and I expect that play will begin very close to 1 o'clock. We'll be back for that run chase, the target in the final. But before we do that, we'll go through the scorecard very quickly. Border Vets won the toss, elected to bat. Russell Krug and Tyron Henderson added 54 for the first wicket. Krug on 31 was trapped by Maharaj for LBW for 31, pardon me. Tyron Henderson, LBW, Williams for 45. Andrew Amsley, who we expected much of given the way he batted in the opening fixture, fell LBW yet again to Williams. They were 3 down and he got just 15. Then Daniel Stephen, who is the highest scorer of this competition, was also trapped LBW by Gray, who had come in, and in that first over he actually picked up 2 wickets. Stephen out for 16. Sean, I'm trying to read that name again, my handwriting. Sean Fourie got a very competent 27 of 23. I think he was very much part of that recovery. He was LBW to Gray as well. And then Robin Knott and Russell got together and they fashioned that partnership of 97. In the end, it was Knott, after getting to his third 50, he was clean bowled by Gray for 52 of 44, 7 fours. And then Aidan Sampson bowled by Kluter for 1. And Russell Bennett, after having got to 50, was eventually caught off a full toss at covers for a well-played 51 of 52. And the remaining batsmen, Price and Ellis, finishing 7 and 4. Not out respectively, 262 for 8. The bowling fees from Rodney.
Murray Clark opened the bowling. He bowled 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Donald Clutie opened with him, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 62. Adia Maharaj also got through his allotment of 9 overs, none of them maidens, 1 for 37 however, very tidy he was. Greg Williams, perhaps the pick of the bowlers, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 49, but he has a rival in Warren Gray, whose 9 overs yielded 1 maiden and 3 wickets for 41 runs. Gary Dennison got through just 2, none of them maidens. He conceded 14 without taking a wicket. And Zahid Mahmood Akhtar, he bowled 2 overs, no maidens, none for 16. So that concludes our coverage of the first innings of this much anticipated final of the Over-50s competition. We'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. Welcome back to Willowmoore Park, where we're about to embark upon the final innings of the final match, or at least the most important one, the final of this over-50s competition. Just to recap affairs for those of you who missed the first innings of this match, Border over-50s batting first posted a formidable 262 for 8 in their 45 overs, a score they'll be especially pleased with given a few early wobbles, a few middle order collapses, including 5 very adjacent LBWs all in succession. I haven't seen that before. Deepak Anand will be opening the batting for the Dolphins in their response. Anand began this competition with a remarkable century on day one, followed that with a half century and then a 37 yesterday, so he's in very fine touch. And as if to demonstrate as much, he pulls his first delivery, a friendly long hop outside the off stump over mid-wicket for 4. Well, they could not have asked for a better start than that, the Dolphins. Real marker laid down there. The bowler Justin Price has had a good tournament, including a very good first day on this ground where we got to see him up close. He didn't get them bowling like that, however. Here he is again. Gain a bit of width, but a little less on the short side on this occasion. So it's merely pushed to the man at cover. There is no run. That will be wide. Yep, the umpire obliges. So an iffy start for the Border new ball bowler. He's giving his hammy a bit of a working over. He doesn't seem at all comfortable. One tends to feel one's injuries a bit more keenly when one begins by spraying the ball a bit. I think if the off stump goes castling next up, he'll feel 25 again. $11 matches at this level in this format for Justin Price. 16 wickets he has in 12 wickets, in fact, he has in those. An average of 24. No, he pulls up again. Oh, it's not looking good. I think he's... Yeah. Best not hazard it. This is an unfortunate early blow for Border. I don't know if it's just tight or if he's actively pulled something. He's trying to give it a good stretch, which would suggest the former, more immediately remediable prognosis. Wicketkeeper Faree walks down the track to consult with him. He's been offered some strapping from the looks of it. One of the hazards of playing cricket after the age of 50. The alveoli are not what they were. I think he's given up. I think he's given it up as a bad job. Yeah. This is a painful early blow for Border. Has he given it up? Well, he didn't bother with the strapping, but I think he's still going to bowl. Perhaps switching to slow bowling instead, which would seem to make sense. Still giving himself an almighty rub down. Hopefully it's just a twinge. Here he is again. Different style of bowling this time. Floats up to the off stump, and very early on the shot was Deepak Anand. He pulls it away, very bottom-handed, through mid-wicket. He's turned for the third. His partner's a bit more delayed, but the ball goes to the wrong end. Not an ideal start this for Border. I'm joined in the commentary box by Aslam Kota, who's been so busy during the luncheon that he has not in fact yet had his lunch. So I may well keep your company for a bit longer while he attends to biological imperatives. 8 without loss, the Dolphins, only 3 balls into their run chase. Couldn't have gone any better for them. Justin Price still tugging away at that left hamstring. Warren Gray, who bowled so well in the Dolphins innings, well, in the border innings, the Dolphins innings with the ball. He takes second strike for his side with the bat, left-handed. And a cut first up behind square on the offside. Third man comes around and does the fielding. Single accrues, both batsmen off the mark first up. Just what the doctor ordered for them. Warren Gray has 8 matches under his belt at this level for the veterans. An average of 39 with the bat, striking just a tick under a runner ball. 2 50s and 1 quarter century to go with a solitary duck. As the wicketkeeper, Faree, moves his cow corner a bit squarer. Slower bowling will bring the bottom hand perhaps more into play. This is full toss on leg stump, clipped straight to the man at short mid-wicket. Would have been covered by the aforementioned man at cow had it beaten him, but it does not, and there is no run. Oh dear. Another wide. Yeah, it can be a bit difficult to recalibrate when you're carrying an injury. Not moving quite as fluidly as you would have been used to do. It's a good length outside the off stump. It's slapped to the man at cover, shortish cover. And that concludes the first over. A productive one for the Dolphins. They're 10 without loss. Deepak Anand on 7 of his 5 deliveries. Warren Gray's faced just the 1 ball, which he cut to third man for a single. I wonder if we'll be seeing any more of Justin Price today. It'll be a real test of Border's bowling reserves. Can't think of a more suboptimal outcome than losing your frontline seamer in the very first over of an innings. Looks like it'll be Russell Crook to take the new ball from the chalet end. He opened the batting as well, you'll remember. Got Border up to a wonderful start with the Willow. Scored 31 of 32 balls with 2 4s and 3 6s before Adia trapped him in front, one of 5 Border batsmen to fall to the LBW verdict. Can't say I've ever seen that before, certainly not in succession. No doubt about any of those decisions, at least from our vantage point. You'll see that we're a little to the right of your screen. We're not perfectly adjacent. So the umpires are much better placed to adjudicate these questions than we are. That short pulled, not with the utmost authority. It trickles away to the man at mid on, and there is no run. Yeah, Russell Crook it is indeed. This one does not beat the inner ring. The batsmen do cross for a single. Russell Crook's one-day career, 12 matches old now, in which he's taken 10 wickets at an average of 23.4, economy rate of 5.57, strikes every 25 balls, very healthy figures those. 15 wides though, after a rather iffy start on that score at the other end. He'll want to keep it good and tight first up. This one's straight. Not straight enough, however, according to the umpire. Floats down the leg side, and wicketkeeper free comes across and pouches it. So there's one of those wides. They do stack up. This one's full, almost Yorker length, squeezed out by Anand to the man at mid-on. No further damage. Really good to have you with us, wherever you're joining us from. This one squats a bit, Anand sitting on the back foot, doubly vulnerable to a ball that misbehaves slightly, but he negotiates it with a minimum of fuss, pushing it out into the offside again. Yeah, we've got viewers as far abroad as the Gold Coast in Australia, which I've never quite gotten around personally to visiting. This one's short and wide and slashed at. Flies out to the man on the third man boundary, who prevents any more than the one run being added to the score. Craig Furster, our viewer from Australia's Gold Coast, has shared with us an interesting little fact on the Veterans Association YouTube channel, using the chat function. The Dolphins players Charles Webber, Warren Gray and Greg Williams all played their club cricket at Greenwood Old Boys. Oh, well, the first one we've seen perhaps all week that's really popped off a good length. Negotiated very well by Warren Gray. The temptation in those situations, the instinct rather, tends to be to push your hands at a ball that misbehaves in that manner. Gray, like a seasoned pro, dropped them instead and allowed the ball to pass, never in any danger of losing his wicket, but certainly surprised him. At the end of 2 overs then, the Dolphins are 13 without loss. Warren Gray on 2, Deepak Anand on a runnable 8. So yeah, Charles Webber, Robin Gray and Greg Williams all played their club cricket at Glenwood Old Boys in Durban North, a club that sadly no longer exists because it's a storied old institution, having produced a number of big names and had a number of other big ones star for it. Former cricketers who turned out for them include Peter Rawson, Kevin Curran, Collis King, Dale Benkenstein, and even the Australian fast bowler Rod McCurdy. Keith Ellis then, as expected, resumes from the Akuralani end. Ellis taking over from Justin Price, who appeared to pull or at least strain a hamstring, had to complete his opening over on one leg essentially, and over that cost the Border Veterans no fewer than 10 runs, a regrettable beginning for them. Ellis offers some width, it's full of length, and it is creamed over cover. I don't think it got more than 5 meters off the ground, but it carried on the full, cannoning off the advertising hoardings. And Deepak Anand, perhaps the form batsman of this competition, continuing where he left off. 100 on day 1, a half century on day 2, 37 on day 3. And already here he's raced to 18 off just 10 deliveries. The Dolphins now 23 without loss. Needing a further 240 from 42.5 overs at a run rate which, present reckoning, looks very sedate. 5.65 they'll need. Ellis back of a length this time. Ball gets slightly big again on Deepak Anand. Didn't pop quite so much as Russell Crook's final delivery of the preceding over. It strikes him on the inner thigh. Anand walks away to square leg. And wonders how he might have negotiated that better. Ellis in again. Again back of a length. Not quite as much bounce on this one, and Anand gets across nicely to whip it away behind square on the leg side. The man at fine leg, who's fairly square, comes around, mops up. 2 runs accrue. Anand into the 20s already. Dolphins 25 without loss. Can't afford very much more of this, the Border Vets, if they are to retain their title. This is short, almost bouncer length, and Anand swivels beautifully on it, helps it on its way to the fine leg boundary. Far too fine this time for the man posted for the hook. And 4 runs accrue. They're coming thick and fast now. That concludes the 3rd over. 1 run short of 10 and over is the Dolphins' current scoring rate. They're 29 without loss. Deepak Anand on 24 of just 14 deliveries. Warren Gray's only faced 4 balls so far, of which he scored 2. Russell Crook then resuming from the chalet end after a tidy opening over. All the runs have come from the Akura Laney end so far. Crook's sole outing at the chalet end yielded just 3 runs. This is, well, yeah, we've more than doubled that figure now. Bit of width. And Anand plants the front foot, frees the arms, creams it past extra cover for 4. It was boundary bound the moment it left his bat. He has looked very, very dangerous this afternoon, as indeed he has all competition. Warren Gray, in fact, our scorers have corrected themselves. That's his first boundary. A little tighter the line this time, and he inside edges it, or inner halves it, away to the leg side, just backward of square. The wicket-keeper, Faree, does the fielding. Brings Deepak Anand on strike. Left-hand, right-hand combination, in fact, these two. There was a nagging doubt at the back of my mind when I credited Anand with the boundary that opened this bowling, this over. 34 without loss already, the Dolphins. Only 2 balls into the 4th over. What can the Border Veterans do to stem the tide? Got 1 man sweeping on the offside fence. Another at cow corner. 1 more at square leg, and he's called into action now. This bounce is just in front of him. An awkward half volley for him to deal with, and deal with it he does not. 4 more runs to Deepak Anand. He took his fate into his own hands there. Any more willow on it, and a half volley would have become a full toss, and I dare say the man boundary riding there at square leg would have had a much easier time dealing with that. As it is, 4 more to the score. Anand moves to 28, the score to 38. As Crook continues, much better line and length this time. Anand squeezes it to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. Aslam Kota, have you had your lunch yet?
Good afternoon to everyone and to you, Rodney. Yes, in fact, I finally finished the sponsored burger. Shall I call it that?
Very
After-
many thanks to the people at Spur for looking after us.
Indeed, this is a beautiful little nudge down towards fine leg for 4 runs. Deepak Anand has continued from where he's left off. You just shared some of those amazing stats. He's a powerful striker of the ball, probably one of the more powerful that we've seen so far in the competition. And his belligerent 32 of 17 has seen the Dolphins going at 11 runs and over. So a rollicking start, all of the 10 wickets in hand. He's also had most of the strike in the 3 overs and a bit. He looks very much a white ball player because of, even early on in his innings, he will show that he's got the little knack of nudging the balls, deliberate edges both sides of the wicket. And the last dot ball has now ended the 4th over, 42 without loss. That is an amazing start.
Well, they've already, in only 4 overs, taken half a run off the required rate. It began at 5.8. It's now down to 5.3. Huge dent already inflicted. The task is 10% easier, theoretically, than it was at the start. Looks like we have another change of bowling. Yeah, number 3, Andrew Emsley, is into the attack. A mark of how badly things have gone, that we're only into the 5th over and already we've seen 4 bowlers.
So you just mentioned off here, I didn't get to see that, but Justin Price, has he walked off the field with that injury, do you know?
Yeah, he's gone off, twinged his hammy. He didn't seem to think he'd fully pulled it, so he was digging his fingers into it, trying to loosen it up. Had to complete the over essentially on 1 foot, bowling at half pace, and well, that didn't go very well, unfortunately. And it's been all Dolphins since then.
Yeah, Krug hasn't managed to do any better, unfortunately. He's gone for 16 in his 2. Emsley's the bowling change. They did see that with Warren Gray, picked up 3 for 41 in his 9 overs. Was the pick of the bowlers, and maybe the way to go on this particular pitch is to bring on the slow bowlers. It's a bold move. There are still 11 overs left in the initial power play, 1 to 15. Seniors cricket does allow 3 players in the deep. They've got 1 at deep mid wicket, and then a long off. Well, they've decided they'll go with 2.
I mentioned earlier a viewer from the Gold Coast in Australia who's been following us enthusiastically. A man named Craig Furster, who has roots in these parts. Oh, that's wide down the leg side, and it could have been even worse. It sat up and wagged its tail, but Warren Gray doesn't get the contact desired on it, and a wide is the only result. Yeah, he gave a shout out earlier to the number of Glenwood Old Boys players in this Dolphins lineup, a club sadly no longer with us. It's turned out some storied players down the years.
So late in the evening down in on the Gold Coast, 4 runs, beautifully played. This was short, it was there, certainly there to be hit. And who was that? Warren Gray actually picked up that boundary. It may even be his first of the score of 11, Dolphins 47 without loss. So obviously somewhat 9 hours ahead of us. So towards the hopefully it's a warmer evening out in, is it the Brisbane region?
Yeah, it would be Queensland, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I've never been out there myself.
I have, in fact. In 2009 I was there for a T20 International, South Africa versus Australia, doing some work there with some local boys, including, I'm just trying to think of his name, very much a podcaster these days, ex-writer. Oh, that's again down the leg side and very easily dealt with by Warren Gray. He'll be happy that he's picked up those 2 loose deliveries, because what he's allowed himself and his partner to do is to continue in this merry way. They stay at 11.3 runs and over, and that boundary brings up the 50 as early as the 5th over.
It's come in double quick time. They're racing along here, the Dolphins. Another half hour of this, and we can begin etching their name on the title. Fortunately, as we've had cause to be reminded on several occasions, not just over the course of this tournament, but over the course of this day, momentum can switch very quickly. Border veterans will be hoping it gets a move on and makes the switch ASAP.
What I will tell you about that experience is South Africa played really well, and that whole series, Test matches, one-day internationals, it's a firm-looking drive here from Gray that will end the over from Emsley, or is it still a ball remaining? One more ball remains. And if you think it's tough to get to Wanderers through the traffic here down the road in Johannesburg, here's a lofted drive. The fielder at the deep mid-off will have to cover a huge region. He gets there in time. It's slowed up somewhat. So 2 runs for the total, 2 more for Gray. He'll move to 17, the score 53 without loss, and that at the end of the 5th over. At the same juncture, of course, the Border Vets were 27 for no.
Should say that Mr. Förster would also have us give a big shout out to the Dolphins players Charles Webber and Grant DeRose, with whom he played at Chatsworth Sporting Cricket Club back in the day, as well as Gary Dennison, Greg Williams, and Duncan Miller, with whom he turned out at Crusaders Cricket Club. Nice to have such a prestigious and interested former player tuning into our coverage, supporting his old teammates from many thousands of miles away.
Absolutely. Maybe you'd go one further and give us details on what he saw in the early days of Duncan Miller. Come back to that story just now. 6th over. It is Emsley with ball in hand. And it runs away for 4. Again, straying down the leg side. Easy pickings for Anand. He is showing no respite here. Even the better balls, the good balls, he's just managed to find the gaps and often finding the boundary. How many does he have in total? 5 4s and 1 6 in this. In fact, make it 6 4s because he's on to 36 now. Lots of traffic outside the Gabba. Getting to the ground is especially very difficult in the evenings like it would be in most cities around the world. On the back foot, punches powerfully and attractively for 1 run. And I thought I was late, so I happened to call our colleagues Neil Manthorpe and Mululek in Sabo. And when I got, and I was apologizing that I think I'm going to be late because I'm caught up in traffic. And they said, no problem, we'll handle the fort whilst you're away. When I got to the ground and into the media center, I was alone. They hadn't got there, they were stuck in traffic as well. I had to run around looking for a commentator to assist me with at least the opening 5, maybe, or at least the opening overs. It turned out to be Richard Craddock. I grabbed him by his collars and said, listen, you need to assist me. And Rodney, this is the wide ball call. It's much too wide down the leg side. Unfortunately, Krug has been all over the place. And Richard Craddock, if my memory serves me well, or Robert Craddock, they call him Crash. He assisted me for 10 overs before our colleagues eventually arrived. So it's it was great of him to do that. Again, another wide, far down the offside on this occasion. Not helping, of course, the border cause, because the tally now 60 without loss into the 6th over. Yeah, and we've only had 2 legitimate balls.
They've already had to bowl an extra over so far, the border veterans. Already 6 wides under their belt. That one took some reaching too, but he makes contact and helps it down to the cover boundary where 1 run accrues.
We'll talk about setting a tone. Anand did that first ball striking a boundary, and now you can just see that with this partnership having grown scoring at over 10 runs and over, 11.1 to be exact. They're under pressure. They've made those bowling changes that you're talking about, as many as 4 in the first 4 overs. One you have to say enforce, and one another delivery down the leg side, wide called.
Mostly down leg side as well, these 7 wides. And I dare say most of the boundaries, had we a wagon wheel on our hands, would have come in the fine leg region. It tells an unfortunate story for the border frontline bowlers. That's better. That's better. On off stump. Very much a leg side player, Deepak Anand. He closes the face on it, helps it to square leg. But it goes no further than that, and there is no run.
He gets nicely across, and again, you can just see that he's got such a good all-round game. He enjoys manipulating the field. Powerfully built. Will the umpire? No, he's thought twice about this one, and unfortunately he's had to call it a wide. He needs to stay within the disciplines that are offered to the umpires, and the extras till he continue to mount.
Which one?
Alpheus Khawe. Short ball pulled, but this time straight to the field at square leg.
Very deliberate umpire is Alpheus Khawe, officiating from the chalet end. Takes his time to make his decisions, won't be bullied into them. He doesn't so much turn down an LBW appeal as death stare the bowler into submission. Oh, that got very, very big on Deepak Anand. Somehow he got some bat on it. It flew aerially out to the man at deep fine leg, dropped about 10 meters in front of him, however. So no damage done, a single to the score. It's 63 for no wicket after 6 overs.
I would describe that as awkward bounce. It's just come up, reared up from an unexpected region of the pitch.
I've seen a couple do that this afternoon,
yeah,
actually.
and even though he took evasive action, fortunately he got his bat to it, but there was always an element of risk. In the end, it would have been well bowled, Krug, after what has rather been an innocuous over with a number of wides. And well, I was saying earlier that I saw the ball keeping low more than often, and then we get one that suddenly rises up, steeples up on the batsman. The fact that they've got wickets in hand, I don't think they're going to panic. They've done well to, in fact, limit the border veterans to 262. At one stage, it looked like they were going to get to a big score, and then they had a big wobble, and then a wonderful partnership of 97. And had that continued on for the 6th wicket, I reckon they certainly would have got to at least 285, 295. And they had a start of 54 for the opening stand, but the Dolphins just hung on in there. They stayed in the game. They made some wonderful bowling changes, excellent fielding, and in the end you have to credit Knox and also Robin Knott rather and Russell Bennett for the way they just went about rescuing the innings. Very well placed, very well organized, both batsmen. Knott 52, Russell 51. At the point of getting to 51, right in the last over, hold out with a full toss to cover, and that put paid to that wonderful partnership. They were able to add another 21 runs for the balance of the wickets, and they managed to post 262. Of course, we're trying to do our best to keep our viewers in picture, literally, because we only have a static camera that is focused and zoomed in on the playing area itself. Hence the fact that Rodney and I are having to continue to do partly what would be a radio commentary. This is chopped down very nicely by the left-handed Gray. You won't get any reward for that shot. There are, of course, other games going around this wonderful precinct where mostly they play cricket in this region. Beyond this ground, there's another huge field that belongs exclusively to the school. I'm not too sure what the school is. This is very well placed, playing it nice and late. Did Gray, he's found the gap But it's really eased off the bat, so no power behind it. And the Lamble 2 runs, 65 to 67 without loss. Yes, so
Yeah.
there are other games going ahead, and Rodney will bring us up to speed.
Western Province batting first, posted 207 for 9 in their 45 overs against Titans Over-50s, who in response find themselves reduced to 2 for 2 after 2. Looking in all sorts of bother there, the Titans Over-50s. This one's floated outside the off stump and is slapped out to the man sweeping on the offside. 1 run. Meanwhile, Eastern Province Over-50s are doing battle against very unfortunate Boerland Over-50s side. They keep losing. They have lost each of their 3 matches, all of them by the narrowest of margins. Give or take a few runs and wickets here and there, and they'd be finalists themselves. At the moment, they're 30 for 1 in quest of a total of 192 posted by the Eastern Province Over-50s. And finally, the Lions are taking on Eastern Storm, who are now 8 for 1, chasing down a total of 154. So of all the 4 matches, only one has seen a truly good start from the chasing team. And that's the one before us here, the one that matters above all, the one that will decide the winner of this competition. At the moment, the Dolphins look set very, very fair, although for the first time in this innings, their run rate has ticked just below 10. Small mercies.
Yeah, I think a lot has to do with those low scores that you just shared with us. On the other hand, this particular pitch has yielded lots of runs throughout the 3 days and even into the 4th day. The cup final itself, 262 for 8 for Border Vets, which attests to the wonderful surface that they're playing on. And of course, the outfield is near perfect. Change of bowling, the veteran of veterans, Tyron Henderson, who used to be a useful seam bowler, bowling spin.
What earns him that title? The veteran of veterans. You're making him sound doubly old.
Well, when you did read out his statistics on the other day, I think of all the former provincial cricketers, he probably has played the most games. So Henderson's first ball down the leg side, just bowling what he did on the first morning, gentle floaters, just above the eye line of the batters, coming wide of the crease, goes for the big one. There's a fielder trying to get under this, but this is beautifully timed. It's just a pickup stroke from Gray. That is a beautifully timed stroke. Not much effort, minimum of effort. Goes all the way over mid-wicket for 6. 74 for no. Coming into his own now, Gray as well. 27 of 18.
Yeah, it's the first attempt at chasing a score in this competition, Dolphins, and they're setting about it to great effect. Here again, lofted over extra cover. Didn't get all of it that time, did Warren Gray. Ball plugs in the turf and the batsman cross for a single. From a really good pedigree is Tyron Henderson. His grandfather John played for Northerns too, as did his great uncle William Henderson, born in 1917.
Wow. Gee whiz, that's interesting. So a long heritage in South Africa and obviously in the cricket circles as well. That's good to know. Remind me, is Claude related?
Not that I know, no. A fairly common Anglican name is Henderson. Anglo name, Anglo-Saxon.
So single taken with a lofted shot onto the offside, onside, which means that Henderson will now be operating from over the wicket to the impressive Anand, who for once actually plays a defensive stroke straight back to the bowler.
Plenty of scope for defending now. They've really made a dent in this required rate. It's down to 5 now. That's floated outside the off stump. He punches towards extra cover, but no fielder further than the fielder stationed there.
Very powerful striker. Admirable stroke play. This time he thinks he finds the gap. It was hit too hard for the fielder to get anywhere around it, That races through to the cover boundary for 4. Another glorious stroke. And the Dolphins are marching along here with a magnificent opening stand. They're batting at just under 10 runs and over. 79 without loss after 8 overs. And Henderson's first over going for 11 runs.
Briefly brought one of the spectators off his feet. My father enjoying the sun in that corner of the ground just next to the grandstand. Managed to bully him into coming along today. Guess who's going to be doing the driving home?
So he's the 12th man, is he?
Yes, quite. I hate driving at night. Long trip back up to Roodepoort. Especially given the 5
afternoon traffic.
Yeah, well, quite. That was what I was about to say. Managed to avoid that blight for most of my young life, but my brief exposure to it this week has been pretty traumatic.
Emsley starts with a short delivery outside the off stump. Gray unable to find any room outside the area to pick up a run.
Yeah, just to remind you a bit of Tyrone Henderson's stats. This is floated outside the off stump, very full, and it beats the man at extra cover, but not the sweeper, who makes perhaps the save of the tournament. That looked morally bound for the fence. A diving stop, one-handed. His momentum took him over the rope, but he did enough to stop the ball from following suit. He saved 1 run there. Should really have been none. The man at extra cover really shown up by the fielder behind him. Didn't so much beat him as go through him, I'm afraid.
Warren Gray has shown that he can certainly turn on the power, and I think that's perhaps why it eluded that fielder in the inner ring. But hats off to the fielder at deep extra cover. I mean, he ran some good 30 meters to his left and clearly saved 1 run.
So just a reminder of Tyrone Henderson's first class statistics. 262 wickets at that level, as this one is driven hard into the ground over the bowler's head to the man at long off for a single. 262 first class wickets at an average of 26. Very healthy indeed, that. To go with 1,897 runs at an average of 16. Very, very consistent performer down the years. This is nicely bowled. Defended up to the man at mid-on. There is no run.
Well, Gray, in trying to stop that delivery, stumbled along, and somewhere along the line he's just clutching his glutes because he may have just stretched it a bit. But he's on the mark, ready to turn his arm over for the final ball of his 3rd over, the 9th of the innings, 83 for no. That's a good way to finish the over, and that is the end of the 9th.
Left-hand, right-handed combination. I would have been perfectly willing, it would have been my first instinct, in fact, until a couple of months ago, to cite that as a great advantage these two have. But a couple of really interesting recent studies by a couple of economists, Johan Fourie in South Africa and Vishal Mishra in India, have shown that conception, that left-handed, right-handed combinations enjoy a great advantage, is entirely misplaced. Almost entirely non-existent.
Yeah.
There is no advantage that a left-right combination confers. Nothing palpable in the numbers at all. There goes a centuries-old myth.
Well, it makes a good talking point, there's no doubt about it. We'll get back to that in a moment. Henderson starts his 2nd over. That flighted delivery is completely missed by Anand, would you believe, for the first time. And then the ball just creeps through. And why that interests me, it's such an interesting stat that you've just given, because that's a good shot. Waited on it. He saw the slowness of the pitch. Knew exactly where he was going to hit it. He's literally cross-batted it through the covers off the back foot for 4. What an effective player this fellow is. That boundary takes him to 48 of 33. He continues his merry way and merry form in this competition. And just to say that, I mean, you almost make the assumption that because the left-right combination are out in the middle, especially the openers, that it's going to have some sort of a bother with bowlers trying to find the line in length. This ball is mistimed by Anand, and fortunately he's just managed to bunt it over the inner ring on the offside for a single. I don't know if there's an element of tiredness setting into his innings, because just for the last little bit his timings just eluded him, because he's been the finest, in fact, of the lot that we've watched, and he's got the power game to go with it.
Just for those of you who are interested, the paper in question, this is floated up to the bat and defended down the ground. The bowler does his own fielding. The paper in question is titled Invisible Handedness, the Myth of Left-Right Batting Partnerships by Prof. Johan Fourie and Kricha Siebrits out of the University of Stellenbosch. This one is played and missed outside the off stump. You can get it on their website at Stellenbosch Economic Working Papers. It's only 2 months old, that paper, and it's generated quite a ripple. At the Association of Cricket Statisticians and Historians, we'll be inviting Prof. Fourie to come and address us on this very subject next month. Looking forward to hear him elaborate his models for a lay audience. I must confess, I didn't understand all of his paper. There's some very, very technical stuff going on there, but his broad conclusions seem ungainsayable.
Well, just quickly, 88 without loss after 10. So in the last 5, this opening pair have been able to add just 35. They were clearly very much in control in the first 5 overs. They already registered 53 then. So the border veterans trying to just get back into this game. They clearly need a wicket or 2, stating the obvious, but that's the state of play, because all of the bowlers have come in for some punishment. Andrew Emsley just trying to get his feel right in the inner and outer ring on the offside, because he's seen enough and has probably learnt enough of Anand, Deepak Anand, to know that those are the areas that he needs to defend. He bowls, he darts this one in to just stay defensive in style, and the batsman does the same. Again, quicker through the air. This is a good start for him. This is dug out to the offside by Anand. And that brings up his 50. Well played 50. He acknowledges his teammates. That's coming off just 36 deliveries.
Yeah, so in 3 of his 4 outings, he's got 50 or more in this competition so far. Spearheading the Dolphins batting lineup, a major factor in the success they've enjoyed. This one's cut, but no further than the man at point. Had it beaten him, it was almost certainly 4. Looks disappointed with himself, Gray. A yard or 2 either side, and well, the score would be 93 now.
Yeah, the border veterans at the end of 10 overs were 57 without loss, or 57 for 1. It was in that over they lost the wicket, so a half stop will result in a single. So tell us more about, maybe just briefly about those findings, because they do make interesting reading, and it is of course now proved to be somewhat of a myth.
Well, as I understand it, the approach they took to see how effective left-right hand combinations might be, this one is up to the bat, swings across the line into the deep. It's gone high in the air and plugged in the turf, and in the end just barely abuts the rope, rests against it, and then one of the support staff returns the ball into the field of play. The man at cow corner looked briefly in a panic. He lost the ball in the
He
sun.
did. He certainly did.
Fortunately, it was nowhere near him, and no harm done. This one's floated up to the bat again. It's skewed off the outside half of the bat. Drops just short of the man at point, who made some good ground to prevent any runs as well.
So it's 94 without loss after 11. That previous 4 that ended up at mid-wicket, clearly the fielder did lose it, as you've mentioned. The intention was right. He mistimed it, and he got the boundary as well. So, and I'm mentioning that because Anand has impressed in the way he's just scoured the field from time to time. He certainly has an eagle eye, because he reacts very quickly for a fellow even who's just over 50. So his hand-eye coordination is good, but you know, equal to that, you have to say that his placement and his shot selection has been the feature of the way he's batted through, and it's no wonder that he's so consistent with his general form, and of course in this tournament, in fact, the only other Centurion, and the way he's batting, he looks on course for number 2. 94 without loss after 11. Partnership now, of course, 94. They need 169 to win in the remaining 204 deliveries.
Just to bear out the question of the myth of left-right-hand partnerships, since 1920, the overall averages for test batting partnerships are for right-hand combinations 39.2, left-right 40.4, and left-left 39.9. So at most half a run's advantage.
That's in the early days, okay?
No, that's since 1920, so including today.
The fielder made a very good stop, but as he landed, he's hit his chin or face on the turf. He's just about recovering. We can't see the number on his shirt, but he is certainly holding on to number 2. That's Robin Knott, our star batsman in that first innings. We got 52, made a very good stop there. He's still just holding on to that forehead and, you know, perhaps his right cheek, because he banged it as he landed. Looks like he needs some attention. Yep, he's calling for some attention. Maybe he's signaling a replacement. It may just be have noticed that there's a bit of blood. So will they allow this over to be complete? He's only bowled one ball as Henderson, and I think the batsmen have done the right thing in that they've asked Robin Knott rather to be examined very quickly. He doesn't look too comfortable, I can tell, and a colleague has run through with some water, but he's going to need some medical attention, because he really did bang his head hard into the turf in making that stop. And I know that he will be leaving the field. In the meantime, the border team are going to need to find a replacement. A rather concerned captain now. Knott says he's okay. Okay, that's brave of the veteran. That's good to see, because clearly he called for the change. He signaled that he wanted a replacement, but there was a bit of magic in the water, I reckon.
On the brink now of a century over opening stand, these two.
So whilst we're watching the slow dibbly-dobblers out of the hand of Henderson, you're going to take us through that statistic.
This one's floated up to the bat.
It's
He's
a good straight
slashed
drive. He was waiting for it to be pitched up, because it's not the easiest when it comes to looking to stroke a really slow bowler off a slow pitch. But he made up his mind, and he's got the boundary. Has taken the total to 99.
Yeah, fantastic stroke. Floated up to the bat. His eyes lit up, hit beautifully through the line, maintained a lovely shape to Deepak Anand. He moves to 58 now, the score to 99. And Tyron Henderson's 2.5 overs have gone for an expensive 21. This one's shorter, and it's slapped over the man at mid-on. It plugs in the turf. They'll cross for 2, and that does bring up the Dolphins' century. Comes halfway through the 12th over. The required run rate, which began the best part of a runner ball, is already down to 4.86. And making it look very, very comfortable indeed are the Dolphins. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
Well, just quickly, I mean, the conditions here have certainly suited the opening batters. 92 for the opening, in the opening match for the Eastern Storm team. And then the Border Vets, after a wobble, managed to overhaul that with just 3 wickets down. Again, it's short, pulled across the line, and he's beaten the fielder. He got some part of his body and hand to it, so that stopped the momentum. And that goes through. Well, they take another 2 runs, and that takes Deepak Anand along to 60. And at the end of the 12th over, 103 without loss. And then 84 in the second match. Of course, they've been playing on 2 different pitches. It was the Dolphins. The same Deepak Anand and Warren Gray were able to do that, muster that in just 14.3 overs. And then we saw another innings and an opening stand of 50 or more, 54 this morning from the Border Vets, Russell Krug and Tyron Henderson. And now these guys have gone a whole lot better than most of them. It possibly is also the first century stand in the tournament, 103 without loss, and that after 12 overs.
Well, if left-right hand combinations don't confer an advantage, it sure looks like they do at times like these.
Yeah.
The the Border bowlers have struggled to maintain a consistent line and length, very frequently straying down leg, particularly when the right-handed Deepak Anand's on strike, and he's taken full toll. Intriguingly, your optimal combination, insofar as these things matter, and as I've said, it's a pretty marginal thing, no real standout benefit, your optimal combination, for opening stands at least, is a left-left combination. And we can all think of a few that have been pretty successful along those lines down the years. The Aussies, for sure. Yeah.
Langer and Hayden. What would their I know it's always bandied about wonderful openings partnership and a great average. I think it's second only to the likes of Greenwich and Haynes, but of course they were a left-handed pair. I'm not too sure what the delay was, but play gets underway. Gray picks up 1 to the onside, 1 run, 104 for without loss.
Yeah, Hayden and Langer, of course, Australia's highest scoring pair, the highest scoring pair in the Baggy Greens' long history. 6,081 runs they put on together.
Ridiculous.
A full 1,300 ahead of second placed Hayden and Ponting. They averaged 51.53 in that time, with 14 century stands and 15 of 50. And
that is quite phenomenal. That was at the height of
I don't know why I said
Aussies.
15. Sorry, they got 28 50 stands. Much better than I made it sound. As this one is lofted over mid-off, it again plugs in the turf. And they cross for 2 as the man at long on comes around to mop up.
One-handed stroke there from Anand. I said a few overs back, it seems to me that maybe this 4 days of cricket with 1 rest day in between, perhaps just beginning to expose his tiredness or lack of fitness. Certainly when the ball is hit, it stays hit. Although he's battled with timing, I reckon, at least for the last lot. This time he doesn't, because he's found the gap. And I'm just going to get confirmation. In fact, the spectator here has confirmed 4 runs. It's just landed inside of those boundary ropes. But that was a powerful hit. Beautifully placed, lofted drive. That's part of his game that we've become accustomed to. 110 without loss. They are now just 153 away with a whole 195 balls remaining. What a great start this has been. And I have to say, it's been a chanceless opening stand. He's looking for the big one again. He mistimes it on this occasion.
Yeah, that penultimate delivery right in his slot outside the off stump gave him all the room he wanted to free his arms, and didn't he look good doing it? Really clean striker of the ball is Deepak Anand.
Are you able to then maybe decipher who of the left-right combination, and not necessarily just in the top order. I know it's very difficult to get statistics once they get past the first and second wicket, because that won't be easily reflected in the stats that you have in front of you. But who would have been the most successful left-right combination?
I think
not,
I can
let's
tell
just say
you.
also, in order not to make it that complicated, not necessarily only in Test cricket, but perhaps even in first-class cricket and in other parts, if it's possible.
Well, in Test cricket, I can tell you off the bat, that would be Jayawardene and Sangakkara. Second overall with 6,554 runs, and certainly the
Wow.
best among left-right-hand combinations. The most prolific partnership of all time, of course, Sachin Tendulkar and Rahul Dravid, both right-handers, of course, just 80 runs short of 7,000 runs. 2,000 stands they put on together, 29 between 50 and 99, a highest of 249.
So the Jayawardene and Sangakkara stat is obviously all that more impressive, because they hammered the South Africans to Kingdom Come in what was then a record stand, was it, in Sri Lanka?
624 they contributed against South Africa.
There you go.
Counts for almost 10% of their total, that one innings. Extraordinary.
Yeah, just one stat, or one detail that comes out of that is it was a hapless Ashwell Prince that needed to captain because of the injury to, was it Graham Smith or Sean Pollock? And yeah, he says they basically just ended up admiring the quality of batsmanship that was on display. Of course, it was all on the home ground, home field for that wonderful pair of batters. No one's been able to emulate that pair since.
Yeah, it remains the only partnership in Test history to exceed 600.
.111 without loss into the 14th over. Henderson into his fourth. He's gone for 26 runs. Short outside the off stump. Again, good placement from Deepak Anand. Both cruising through for the single. So even though the fielder is that far deep and misfielded it, they weren't in a mood to turn for the second. What we need to do perhaps is, now that we're into the final afternoon of play, is to go back into a bit of history of limited overs cricket, which whilst it has a history of over 100 years and more, 20 overs and 30 overs and 45 overs in village cricket, and then of course the advent of the championships, the county championships that took it to, I think, initially 3 days, and then South Africa and Australia followed suit in their domestic leagues. But what brought about limited overs cricket? Short outside the off stump, great, comes down on that nicely for just a single. So, I'm not necessarily going to go back to the official one-day internationals or even the official limited overs cricket matches. 113 without loss after 14. But I do know that what we've seen in recent times, Test cricket was very well established into the right up till the early 60s. And then there were this carnival of cricketers that used to go around the UK, and they called them the Cavaliers, I think it was, and at one stage even led by Lord Ted Dexter, as they made their way around on off days to play cricket. And they decided that they'll just play limited overs cricket, and that started drawing a lot of crowds. And that was, I think, that's what preempted limited overs cricket even at county and then at national level and international level. This is a mistimed drive, but he'll still get a single. Well, Gray, he's moved very nicely and cautiously onto 36 of 34. And then what happened was it really took on greater proportions when seeing that county cricket wasn't garnering as much crowds during the 3 days and the free Sunday. Remember, it used to be like a rest day. Watch this delivery. Oh, he has a chance. Garner bagging. It was firmly hit. It will always be firmly hit when Anand does play. And still a great attempt. So he gives a chance here with his score on 69. So then what happened was Ted Dexter, I think, approached the BBC and said that, and remember, television was pretty new as well in the UK in the early 60s, mid 60s. If I remember, I think they had 3 cameras at the most at even a test match. Oh, this is so beautifully timed. You thought for a moment that the Yorker would have had the better of Anand, but again, well, we talk about the power of his play. I'm going to ask him to get a feel of his bat. That is a glorious stroke for 4. 118 for no.
Yeah, inside out there, full of length. Anand didn't try to hit it too hard, just bisected the gap. The field, in a rather reactionary move, has now plugged that gap, kind of like closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. And there's been a lot of that for the Border veterans. They've been playing catch, playing chase throughout this innings. This one's pushed into the offside for a single.
I might mention that between balls, Taylor has been just massaging his left hand because of that blow that came off the Anand bat. So he's having to just absorb that pain and also the pressure that is being exerted by this pair of batters. 119 without loss. I'll get back to that story in a moment. Ted Dexter then approaching the BBC, and eventually they even got a sponsor in the famous cigarette company. Oh, that's a good looking drive. From the moment it left the bat, it found the gap and it raced through to the cover boundary for 4. Lovely stroke from Gray. He moved to 30. Gray, he moves to 41, and the total 123. So then what happened was the crowds, whilst having the opportunity to watch it on television, couldn't wait for the matches to happen at their local county grounds, and they were packing it out. And that was the success of, it was 40 overs at that stage, and they used to call it the John Player League. And I had the opportunity in 1979 to watch the great Barry Richards rattle up a glorious 100 in that 40 over match with all of his fabulous stroke play. And the 15 overs, it's time for a drink. I think it's more the Border veterans that will be thirsting and under pressure as they take a break. So it will be 123 without loss after 15. Drinks are over. Henderson will continue. This will be the beginning of the 16th over. Ushers in the second power play, where 4 fielders are allowed outside the circle. So far I see 4 of them in the deep. Long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg for Henderson as he tosses this one up, and Anand mistimes this bottom-handed drive straight to the fielder. Lots of gaps on offer on the offside. Huge gaping holes to try and expose. Quicker delivery outside the off stump. Again, awkward bounce, not the most easiest for the wicket keeper. They run through for bye.
Yeah, how glad the Porter veterans will be to see the back of that opening power play. They may well have lost the game in that period. It was an incredible start from the Dolphins vets. Anand in particular, what form he's been in all through this competition. He's made substantive contributions to each of the Dolphins' 3 victories to date. And if past his prologue, he's just about secured them the main thing itself.
Do we know who, oh, that's a powerful looking stroke from Gray. Do we know who the previous holders, apart from Border, since the competition started in '92? Anand's playing really well. I think he's got a tremendous focus. His team has benefited from his wonderful talents, and he looks a sure bet to make the South African team, given that he's been the most successful opener, consistent as well. Short outside the off stump. It's a lofted cross-bedded drive wide of the fielder at extra cover. The return for the second. A total 127 for no. 1 ball remains in the 16th over. There is connection. So it will be Dan Taylor who will continue from the commentary box end. 127 without loss. Partnership has been really a telling one. There was just 1 ball, 1 chance it went to hand to Taylor when he just came into the attack. It's a good pressured single. He saw immediately that there was a chance to run. I think Anand was on his heels, but eventually follows through. And another single completed. 42 to Warren. The main scoreboard is stuck on 31, so I'm going to ignore that. I'll keep an eye on our strap on screen, provided of course by Pitch Vision. Streamed via the Vets Association YouTube channel. All 4 days of cricket from this main oval. Short and inside edged. It's trickling towards that fine leg boundary, and so is the fielder, making slow progress towards the deep. And Gray calls for the 3rd run. In fact, they say for the 2nd. Clearly, I'm not taking guesses, and I'm not assuming, but Deepak Anand is an exhausted player. And I know I used to do that when it got really tough running between wickets. You took your gloves off, asked for another pair, maybe just looked to retighten your shoelaces because you needed to recover your breath. And when a batsman has his hands on his knees, you must know that he is suffering from exhaustion. But he needs to turn this great start into a triple figure score as well. That will take him surely, I think he's already the highest scorer in the tournament. 130 for no. Taylor 2 balls into his third over, the 17th of the innings.
The highest by some margin, in fact. He's got 291 runs in this tournament to date. Second placed Warren Gray, his partner, has 198.
And now we know why the Dolphins are in the final. Here's a lofted drive. It's miscued. It's gone over the fielder at short third man. It's running away towards the boundary. It'll get there before the fielders. 134. It'll take Anand to 78. And I remember betting with a veteran in my time as an opener, a gentleman by the name of Shafi Mohammed, also from formerly from the East Rand in Germiston. And because he was now towards the end of his career, he did say to me as opening partners, I was the young strappy opener, sharp between the wickets, or I think I was. Well, let's just say with him I seem to be the quicker of the two. Anyway, he did say to me, where there's twos, let's make it one. Where there's threes, let's just keep it down to two. I need to recover my breath. And I remember that same day he went on to get a really big score somewhere in the 70s. And I sort of banked that. That if it means that for a short period you're going to need to just take a break because you're in there, your team requires your presence out in the middle, you're the man seeing the ball as big as a football, hang in there, recover the breath, go for that second breath as they say, and then continue on. And that did happen with him. 135 without loss after 17, Anand on 83, Gray on 43, and these two are the two top run getters in the tournament, and clearly they are the reason why they were table toppers in their group, and also very, very difficult to dislodge as a team in form. Dislodge as a pair in form, pardon me.
Had a very brief career at the highest representative level of South African domestic cricket, the Deepak Anand. 4 first-class matches, just one season really. 110 runs at an average of 15 for KZN Inland, and then 9 List A limited overs matches.
Do you have dates for that?
Yeah, so his first class match was October 2009, his last later the same month. His debut in List A cricket, October 2009, his last February the following year. So really only a season. Probably merited a bit more time.
So they continue on with Henderson into his 6th over. We saw him also bowl through in that first match they played against the Eastern Storm team. Short outside the off stump, he backs away, doesn't find the gap on this occasion. The fielder does well to manage that awkward bounce of those side pitches. Backs away again. This time he finds the gap. Just quick hands onto that stroke. It was pretty much pitched up, but again plays from inside of the crease, back of the crease, because he's giving himself enough time and room to execute those drives. Once again, he plays it with a plumb on the offside. Takes him to 87 of just 67. The total 139. There are 124 runs away with still 164 balls remaining. Slow flighted delivery and just negotiated wide of the fielder, of the bowler rather.
I suppose what would have counted against Deepak Anand in his short-lived professional representative career would have been that he got his start only at the age of 33. They don't tend to give you a very long rope when you're that age. So he really only got the one season, really a half season. Didn't impress sufficiently.
Cut. He loves that stroke, does Mr. Gray. Warren backs away and gets a real good weight behind that stroke, but straight to the fielder. No run. 140 without loss.
Just 123 needed from the remaining 27 overs. Scoring rate of 4.5 and over. Be well within their abilities. They've frequently travelled at twice that rate in this rip-roaring opening stand, the Dolphins.
And we saw lots of boundaries early to start with, and for a short time it just seemed to slow down a bit, but they've remained very much on course here, because then it was Gray that found the middle of the bat more than often. Taylor continues, flighted delivery, lofted drive over the top of the bowler. Hobbling through for a single is Deepak Anand, just over 50 years old. Interesting, 2009, just one season of cricket. He's a good guy to talk with, because I mean, for all intents and purposes, what we've seen over the last number of days, he's a wonderful player, excellent striker of the ball. I think basically those statistics tell you that, or given how he's batted here now, is that if he didn't play too many of the 4-day stuff, could have been a permanent fixture, or more than a more adequate in the 45 over stuff and 50 over games that were played before the advent. 2009, I think T20 cricket had just been introduced in South African cricket at the top level, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, his List A career, the 9 matches it comprises, were a bit of a struggle. Averaged just 10 in that format, with a highest score of 45. Struck at what seems, given what we've seen from him here, a very low 52, as he lofts this one out to long off. It bounces well short of the man on the boundary, and he crosses for a single.
Well, I was talking earlier about maybe just conserving your energy and maybe the stamina, but I also get the indication that there may be the onset of cramp, just body pains, which obviously will happen at this stage. Flighted delivery, neat little drive, but straight to the fielder, just to the right of your picture. No run. So it may be a combination of factors for Deepak Anand.
Oof.
He plays around his pads. The umpire immediately does acknowledge with a shake of the head, and allows no, in fact it must have come off the bat, because he's not indicated anything. So 144 without loss, that's the end of 19.
I think it was only the bat that could have saved him there. Looked pretty adjacent. Excellent little arm ball, that. Touch quicker, flatter, much straighter. Played all round it, did Warren Gray. Score moving on to 144 without loss.
Alvin Libaskachny just reminded me, and I know we did have this discussion, that the Western Province won the first Over-50s tournament, and that was held in Johannesburg at the Wanderers Cricket Club, 2022. Gray about to face Tyron Henderson, who starts the new over. He's decided to go around the wicket to the left-hander, trying to squeeze him for room. He's got 2 fielders in the deep on the offside straight, one at deep extra cover on the boundary, and then long on and wide mid-wicket. Gives himself room, steers this to the fielder out in the deep, down the ground for 1 run.
Still 118 to get. One doesn't want to say it's over just yet. There is an air of inevitability in the way these two are going about things. They themselves, as individuals, appear to have an air of invincibility. They haven't looked like getting out in a very long while. Deepak Anand now into the 90s, on the precipice of a 2nd century for the tournament. What a week he's had. Defending this one now into the offside.
So we left our viewers / listeners somewhat in limbo, because as we were discussing the advent of limited overs cricket, we had to go for that drinks interval at the end of the 15th over. We'll come back to that in a moment and try and be as brief as possible. Powerfully struck, but there's a fielder coming around to that. In fact, the two batsmen walked this one through. So then Ted Dexter managed to pull off quite a scoop for cricket in England, and many spectators at the ground enjoyed it. They were packing them to full houses. There was a huge television audience. This time, on this occasion, no run. He's maybe just crunched his back as well in doing that. And then, of course, the famous test match in Melbourne in 1971. This time he does get the gap, but he'll find the fielder sweeping on that offside, keeping it down to just a single. So there was a lot of rain in that particular test, and people had paid to get in. And I think it was the late great Donald Bradman said that perhaps we should look at playing a limited overs fixture just so that people get some kind of satisfaction, and that eventually turned out a few years later as the first official one-day international. I can't remember if it was scheduled for 50 or 60 overs, but then as the 40-over game really got a hold of the English public, they then started the Gillette Cup, which was over 60 overs, and most of the nations haven't looked back. South Africa were very quick to follow. During the apartheid years, Gray waits on this one. A half stop allows him to complete the single. So what we also see in essence is that the limited overs cricket format, every time it was introduced, it seemed to be there to pull cricket out of some sort of a financial quagmire. It worked with the 40 over stuff. It certainly worked with the initial limited overs cricket that took hold in different parts of the world. And by 1975, the first World Cup took place over 60 overs. In 1975, the West Indies won that one against Australia. In 79, it was England beating the West Indies. Oh, that's a good catch taken. The little flick has gone to hand. Anand's innings comes to a close on 91. It's been an exhausting effort, but a very, very good one. The first 50 was really colourful, studded with some fine stroke play, and now he's holed out rather tamely and well caught in the end for a superb 91, and that's the first wicket that has fallen here in the 21st over. And finally we can say that the Dolphins are 148 4-1.
Yeah, softish dismissal there from Deepak Anand. Things had become a little becalmed just lately. Planted the front foot, wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. Trying, I think, to drive on the up through the offside. It caught the inner half of the bat. Shoveled away to the man at short mid-wicket, who made no mistake. And, well, is that the beginning of something? Because we need something. A final for a competition as successful as this one has been to date deserves a bit more than the damp squib it was threatening to become. To the crease now comes Grant de Rose. Seen a bit of him already on this ground.
Much of him, I think, because he's a fine fielder and he seemed to be in all the key positions. So Grant de Rose, very fleet of foot, now comes in at one down on a very, very healthy platform of 148. They still need to score 115. Can the border veterans, who are the holding champions and have played some fantastic cricket, get their way back into this? Just looking at that bowling lineup, I'm not too sure who we can actually turn to, because the key bowler in what's his name, Mr. Price, Justin Price, has been off the field after the first over, after having just jarred his thigh muscle.
Just 43 runs in this competition so far for Grant de Rose. highest of 29. Such a heavily stacked top order. Hasn't had a great many opportunities and hasn't been needed, really, with the likes of Anand and his opening partner Warren Gray monopolising so much of the scoring. Really does tell a story when both your opening batsmen occupy the two top scoring slots for the tournament. In fact, the Dolphins have three out of the top 4 run scorers in this competition. Charles Webber rounding them out. He's in 4th place with 174 runs, averaging 58. Daniel Stephen of Border, the only non-Dolphins player in that top 4.
So DeRose will take strike against Henderson, who starts his 8th over. He was a little loose to start with, but that's when the likes of Gray and Deepak Anand were in full cry. But he's managed to just tidy up as far as figures are concerned.
Loads of hair there, really teasing stuff. Gonna have to take a few wickets, one feels, the Border veterans. They need, well, I meant to say they're gonna have to take a few risks in order to take a few wickets. Because there's no question of them keeping the Dolphins down under that 4.85 runs per over they need. Their only route to victory is by sending them packing to the pavilion.
Yeah, of the bowlers, as I was just saying, just prior to the start of this over, who do they turn to perhaps look for a quick break or two? Still need 114, and games have certainly turned around dramatically. It's the most unpredictable of sports, and we can't put anything past something dramatic happening. But just looking at the way the pitch has played, how the bowlers have almost struggled on this two-pace pitch, it doesn't look like it's going to be coming too easily for the bowling team. End of 22, 149 for 1. And of course, world cricket took a huge turn in 1977 when Kerry Packer challenged the Australians, wanted television rights, was refused, and he said, well, if you don't want to open and negotiate, then I'll do things on my own. And that was the genesis of coloured cricket, coloured white ball, black side screens, coloured kits, nighttime cricket under floodlights, revolutionized the game, brought tons of money into it. Taylor starts the 23rd over. Yeah, and I mean the game's obviously just changed for the better from that point of view, and then a lofted drive here by Gray. He's found the gap. There's the fielder after it. Mr. Knott manages to cut that one down, and 2 runs taken. And that is also a very well played 50 by Warren Gray. 50 of just 50 deliveries in the end. That's good going. 4 fours and 1 6.
Yeah, he's had a heck of a game, has Warren Gray. Slashes at this one outside the off stump, gets an under edge, it cannons into the wicket-keeper's pads, not into his off stump. His head bolted round just in case. He'll be relieved still to have his wicket intact.
Those 2 runs also bringing up the 150 for the Dolphins veterans.
Just looking at those individual run scorers and wicket takers tables, we really do have the correct finalists here, don't we?
Yeah, they all dominate there, do they?
That one's driven firmly, and an excellent stop at extra cover. Perhaps the stop of the afternoon. Fine bit of work there. I'll see if I can identify the fielder.
Aidan Sansom.
Ah, you've done the needful. Well done, Mr. Sansom. Fine bit of work. So each of the top 4 run scorers in this competition from these 2 teams, as well as the top 5 wicket takers.
We'll get that in a moment from you. Short, pulled across the line. Easy work for the right-handed batsman who's just come in to Rose's first boundary, and the total will jump to 156.
Yeah, it was there to be hit, and these Dolphins batters aren't disobliging in those circumstances. Beautifully struck. Really a freebie, really. He'll be disappointed with that delivery. Dan Taylor.
Top wicket takers, you were there.
Top wicket takers, Ruben Matthews of Bourland. Oh, Bourland it is. I've refuted myself on the first one. Bourland and Border look very similar on paper, don't they? If you're just skimming the page. So forget everything I said about that. Ruben Matthews, yes, top wicket taker for Bourland over 50s. 9 wickets, just 175 runs. I'll have to scroll across to get his economy rate, 4.86, a bowling average of 19. Certainly the pick of the bowlers in this competition. Greg Williams, he's also got 9. He plays, of course, for the Dolphins. Made some very impressive inroads earlier today. Dan Taylor of Border over 50s, he comes in at 3rd with 8 wickets. He's joined on that tally by Warren Gray of the Dolphins. Warren Gray, the second best batsman of the competition and the second most prolific bowler, then. I dare say on a balance that would make him perhaps the most valuable player in this competition. This one's floated up outside the off stump and absolutely drilled by the aforementioned Mr. Gray, bisecting the gap between the man at extra cover and the man at long off, who didn't have a lot of ground to travel, but the ball was covering it an awful lot quicker. 4 more runs to Gray then. He is trailed in the bowling charts by Vian Smith of Bourland over 50s, who has 7 wickets, and Mike Ritchie of the Lions, who also has 7. Another single here brings Grant DeRose back on strike. Made a good start to his innings under very, very little pressure, considering that this is a final. That opening stand really has lifted all the anxiety, all the butterflies with which the Dolphins batters might otherwise have entered upon this task. Floated up by Tyrone Henderson, beautifully driven again. Grant DeRose out to the man on the long off boundary, another single to the score. It's been a bit more becalmed of late, especially since the wicket. We'll need a lot more of those. Will the Border over 50s, if they are to become the first veterans to retain their ILT title. This is floated up again. Rather cross-batted shot. He was on it very, very early and dragged it across to leg. It trickles out to long on, who underarms it back to Tyrone Henderson. DeRose back on strike then. Pressure-free cricket this for the Dolphins. And, well, even less pressure now. Short and wide outside the off stump, and 4 more runs deducted from the score, which for the first time moves below 3 figures. 96 they need from their remaining 21 overs at a rate of 4.5, and you'd be a very brave man to bet against them getting it.
Tyrone's done, 9 overs, none for 50. DeRose looking really very comfortable at the crease. Gray continues his merry way, timing the ball beautifully. He certainly looks like he's up to it as far as the stamina is concerned, because we can easily tell by the tiredness in the arms and the upper arms, and he's showing no signs of that. I was really disappointed for Deepak Anand because he's been thoroughly entertaining in the way he's gone about his batting. Sad to see that he actually held out on 91 But you could just sense for the last 20 or 30 minutes he was exhausted at the crease.
Received a few comments on the YouTube channel. I'll bring those to you presently. As Taylor resumes, this one driven out to the man at long on for a single. Mark Shepherd has the following to contribute. Absolute class partnership by the two openers. Rivals during the club season, Anand from DHSOB Vets and Gray from Delta. Take it home, the old goats. He subsequently remarks, unlucky Deepak, a truly wonderful tournament. Very well said indeed.
Good of him to engage with us as well.
Chad Newhoff also has a few remarks. This one slightly back of a length. DeRose gets forward, plays around the front pad and helps himself to a leg by. Mr. Newhoff remarks, what a start from Deepak and Waza. Unlucky Deepak not getting his 100. Sheppy, how much longer till you representing the 50s? I don't know whom he's addressing that to, but I hope he gets the response he's after. Oh, in the air for a little bit, wasn't quite to the pitch, driving on the up. The outstretched boot of Daniel Taylor does not prevent or forestall its progress. It makes its way out to the man at long on, who does the fielding. One more to the score, it takes it up to 170. Warren Gray is 59. Grant DeRose 10. Playing around that front pad again, this time clipping it to mid-wicket without reward.
I think in a short while we need to just update scores from the other side.
Very good idea. That's beautifully cut, nice and late, almost posthumous again, almost out of the wicket keeper's gloves. Only a long stop would be forestalling that one. 4 more to the score. It takes Grant DeRose to 14 off 18 deliveries. The score to 174 for 1 at the end of the 25th over. We've still got 20 to go, and the Dolphins over 50s need only 89 from them. Shall we have a look at those other matches then? Boerland over 50s playing against Eastern Province over 50s. Both of them trying to foist on the other the wooden spoon title. Boerland chasing 192 in their 45 overs, are currently 120 for 5 after 26. Interestingly poised there. If I guess it's just a question of whether or not Boerland are able to keep those 5 wickets intact, because the required run rate is only 3.79. Lions, meanwhile, are contesting Eastern Storm over 50s. Lions batting first, about 153 all out. Final wicket falling off the very last ball of their 45 overs. And in response, Eastern Storm are 71 for 3. Probably lost more wickets than they'd like, but the 83 runs they need from their remaining 24 overs ought to be very, very gettable at a rate of just 3.39. And finally, the Titans doing battle with the Western Province over 50s. Western Province batting first posted 207 for 9 in their 45 overs. In response, the Titans are in all sorts of bother. 81 for 5 they are after 20 overs, needing a further 127 to win off 25 overs at a rate of 5. Slashes outside the off stump here. The ball trickles away behind the wicket. It's signalled wide. I was wondering whether he'd got any contact. He did not. And the score moves to 174 for 1. We're still beginning the 26th over. That being bowled by Daniel Taylor.
Luck is the new bowler from the far side.
Is it Luck? Oh, our scorecard was still saying Taylor. I thought he'd had a haircut in the meantime. So this one's driven into the covers, no run. Hayden Luck. Luck by name. They'll hope, will the Board of Veterans, that he's lucky by nature. They need a lot of luck if they are to turn this around. As it is, you really can't begrudge the Dolphins. If they do go on to win this, and they seem very likely to do so, they'd be worthy winners. Indeed, if they won this, they would have top scored. They would have furnished the match's top score on each of the 4 days of this competition. So this one's squeezed out to the man at point. No run. Good recovery from Luck after rather poor opening delivery. Call it a loosener. Very high action. Got a slightly low frame rate at that moment. I didn't quite see what he was doing with it. I think he's a finger spinner. Let's have a closer look this time. Yeah, very much an off-break bowler. And beautifully cut away this backward as square on the offside. Bisects the gap between the man in a gully and his counterpart at backward point. And on that downward slope, once you have beaten the infield, you very rarely get anything less than 4 runs. 180 for 1 now, the Dolphins. 26 overs gone. They need a further 83. They need only do it at 4.37 and over. I'd back them to have this match done and dusted long before time.
Taylor will continue his ball unchanged, 1 for 46. Starts his 8th over. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Early on we expected, because of the form of the Board of Veterans and the fact that they came in as champions, you really thought that if there's one team that will stretch this impressive Dolphins team, was going to be these chaps. But that opening stand of 148, and especially what we saw in the first 5 overs, they'd already raced to 53 and 88 in 10. They left nothing to chance. Both batsmen in Gray and Anand were in the best of touches, in the best of touch, and were able to set the team on course for what will, in every way, looks like it's going to be an emphatic win and first title for their veterans. That's a lovely looking stroke. Gray continues to pummel that offside field. I love the way he just hangs back and then finds those gaps on the offside. Races along very nicely to what's he on now, 63 of 60 deliveries. Also, the other observation I've made is, given the fact that the Warriors are the border region struggling to put a good strong team together in the domestic cricket. I'll come back to that in a moment. And the Dolphins that have looked to just improve what has been happening in their domestic season locally. It's interesting to see that the Board of Veterans have actually been real stars. I wonder if they shouldn't be looking to put back into some of the domestic cricket at club level, provincial level as well, to try and get that province up to where they once were under the captaincy of Peter Stradum. They were a very, very competitive team in the 1990s. They had some fine players in that lineup. Oh, Grant Rose is not expecting the score from Gray, and eventually he had to put on the turbochargers to get across.
Yeah, not sure there was one there, but he's given the old legs a good stretch. Really had to extend his stride to make it home. He did in the end. That's all that counts. No one will remember that you called dicily if ultimately you get away with it. 185 for 1 now at the end of the 27th over. Dolphins still 78 short. needing to get those at a rate of 4.33 and over.
So Captain, I'm sure he's asking the same question. He looks around the field, he looks at the list of bowlers, and is asking the same question we are asking. Who can I turn to that can give us like a double, maybe even a triple break in a short spell and get the team right back in there? Because what will happen is if that can materialize, it will certainly lift their spirits, and we'll see a lot more enthusiasm from the border veterans. Our lovely looking drive, that's going to beat the fielder. There's no use, no need to chase that. He's played the most beautiful of off drives.
Yeah, it was a full banger. Pick your spot, mate. You certainly did. That spot was in the gap, well in front of square on the offside. Extra cover boundary. 4 more to the score. 187 for 1 now.
Got a really attractive 92 of 88 in that match against the Lions. He certainly went into 3, 4 and 5 gears in that particular innings. That impressed us as well. And now he gets a lovely little touch for yet another boundary. And Hayden Luck looks luckless right now, because there's no way he doesn't seem to, like the rest of his bowlers, find a way around getting Gray to play a false stroke. That boundary takes him to 72.
Well, as we approach the denouement, Aslam, and a conclusion that feels increasingly foregone, perhaps it's worth reflecting on the week as a whole, teasing out any performances, any incidents, anything that's particularly struck you, anything that'll live green in your memory long after we've... Oh, well bowled, sir. Well, the luck's on Hayden Luck's side that time. He's very happy indeed. Warren Gray slightly stuck in the crease. The feet stopped moving. Played all round it. Dislodged the middle and the off. And do the border veterans have a sniff here? Perhaps, perhaps not. Perhaps it's a mere consolation, but they have finally dislodged both of those prolific openers. They'll need another 8 really in quick fashion if they are to retain their title, but things have become, well, a touch more interesting than they were perhaps a half an hour ago.
Well, in defense of what has been an excellent innings from Warren Gray, I think that ball just kept very low. So 72 coming off just 66 deliveries, 8 fours and a 6, in what was yet another very attractive innings. In fact, all of his mates stand as they clap him in towards the boundary lines. Following up that opening stand worth 148 along with Deepak Anand. Both openers now back in the hut, and DeRose has just come in. He's been there for about 20 minutes or so. He's been joined by Webber.
Just surveying our YouTube chat function. Plenty of praise for the 2 openers on the Dolphins side here. Warren Gray and Deepak Anand really stamping their authority on this match from ball 1. Ball 1 literally did go to the fence, didn't it? As this one's worked away to deep mid-on and single a cruise. Nice remark here from Mark Shepherd again. This is how you get your comments read out, Aslam. You say nice things about the commentators. He says, I must applaud the commentators and the commentary. Well done, gentlemen. You have been engaging, insightful, and made pleasurable listening. Well, we try, don't we?
Just mention the gentleman's name again.
Mark Shepherd.
Does it say from where he is?
No, I'm sure he'll tell us soon. Mark, where are you writing from? Another single to the scoreboard.
Charles Webber is the batsman out in the middle. Off the mark now.
Well, you beat the scorers to that information. Well done, Aslam. Hayden Luck, the wicket taker, resuming from the chalet and floated outside the off stump, slashed away. It makes life difficult for the man on the cover boundary, but he acquits himself and keeps it down to 1. End of the 28th over. It's 196 for 2 now. Dolphins needing just 67 from the last 17 overs, at a rate now under 4 runs to the over.
I remember I was a little confused at the end of the first day as we looked to just make some comments about what we've witnessed here, was that they were possibly using just one ball in the match. So given that it's an odd number of overs, 45, I'm not too sure, but I'm sure in the beginning of the innings the umpires will decide which is the ball that will be used into, if it does go all the way to the 45th over, to use. So I've seen 2 balls in use throughout the day today, and obviously the days before. As this ball has come off the leading edge, the batsman was under the impression that it has gone somewhere on the leg side, completely unsighted, and so was the fielder at point, who seemed to be really back on his heels and didn't pick that up early on. So Taylor continues, he's into his last over, he's been very impressive. A lot of the spinners, these veteran spinners, have bowled through their spells, as we've witnessed this morning and also over the last 3 days. 100 balls remain, 67 required. Weber searching for that gap. He's found the gap between the advancing fielder's legs. Unfortunately, he tumbles over, and they will take the single. Yeah.
It's been a pretty productive gap at times in this competition.
The first comment I'd like to make is that I was never too sure what the quality of the cricket was going to be, how these guys would be managing it, and
well, that's nicely bowled. Did a bit, didn't it? Almost half volley length, but turned sharply out of a slightly rougher area than it was start of play 2 days ago. Bit too little too late, perhaps, for the border vets. That's beautifully bowled. Little flatter that time, little shorter, little straighter.
You've been emphasizing one point about the fact that we haven't seen too many of these guys of advanced age actually dancing down the track. They tend to just hang in the crease and play, especially against the spinners. But yeah, I mean, what we've witnessed is, look, these are veterans, so you expect that at least they'll put their mind to it because they've had all of the experience. You're not going to talk about things that you see at under 19 or maybe under 21 level, or even sometimes in our domestic game, where you see batsmen and bowlers and fielders and captains sort of make cardinal errors, you know, elementary stuff not applied. All that has been in place here, and you have to take into account that there are players just over the age of 50, some of them closing in. So I wouldn't talk too much about the fitness level, but the skills level that we've seen amongst the batsmen, the bowlers as well. Some of the fielding has been outstanding. I'm trying to think about that catch that we saw in the deep yesterday, or in the inner circle where the fielder dived to his left. The ball was at shoulder height and threw himself at it and picked up a superb catch, tumbling over, still held on to it. So like that, we've seen so much. I will not forget for a long time the quality of Duncan Miller and his wicket keeping, and just watching Warren Gray again getting his showing his consistency at the top of the order. Once again, it emphasizes how important it is to have good openers, and along with Deepak Anand, the top scorer in the tournament. I mean, there's been a lot of praise around, and as we've heard from the Eastern's chairman and also host Brendan Stoll yesterday, there's a great determination amongst the organizers, first of all, and the officials of the Over-50s provincial matches, that it's on its way up. The numbers are increasing. Short, pulled across the line, mistimed by DeRose, but he'll get the single. So there's a lot to look forward to. I mean, the fact that there's the World Cup and a World Cup squad to make, it does give the players that much more inspiration, even at this age, to look to represent the country. Starting off, of course, to actually represent the province. A lot of the guys who are playing in leagues, veterans leagues, are really just playing it to meet their old buddies and enjoy the game. But what's come out of that is that there's a competitive spirit, there's more guys playing, and there's others who are ambitious.
I'll certainly take a few fond memories away from this series.
Bowl
Always
him.
bowled him. He's bowled him, played all around, a straight full delivery. Was on off stump, try to work it away to leg. And suddenly a little flurry, a little flutter of wickets here for the Border Vets. Probably too little, too late, but they're doing enough to keep us interested. Third wicket is that of Charles Webber, bowled Hayden Luck, who has 2 to his name now. Webber making 3 from 7 balls. The score now 199 for 3, nearing the end of the 30th over.
And at the point of reaching the 30th over, which is the time for a customary drinks interval, the umpires have called for the drinks. So we'll also leave it there for now. 199 for 3. When you come back, we'll watch the Dolphins look to rattle up those 64 runs which they need in the remaining 16 overs. So cloud cover for the first time, in fact shade for the first time in the whole day, because clouds have been appearing through the afternoon, and maybe also coming to just enjoy what has been the closing of a fantastic tournament. 64 needed of 92 for the rampant Dolphins veterans. They have lost 2 wickets in succession, and but still at the crease. Grant DeRose is undefeated on 21 of just 33 balls with 4 fours to his name. And can they just put the finishing touches? So Hayden Luck continues. He's picked up 2 wickets in recent times. He's into his 3rd over. In fact, just picked up his 2nd, and then they broke for drinks. So we'll now complete the over with a ball remaining. Short down the leg side, that will be an extra delivery and an extra to the total, and it will click over to 200 on the board. We were talking just before the break about how we've enjoyed it and what quality of cricket we've watched. You've already run through, that's a off drive played by the left-handed batsman, the new left-handed batsman in Maharaj, who was pretty good with the ball in hand today. Or was he? No, he didn't bowl. Yes, Adil Maharaj Deal, 1 for 37. He bowled unchanged for his 9 overs. That's the end of the over. 30 gone, 201 for 3.
Yeah, it took the Border Vets all of 38 overs to breach the 200 mark. Dolphins doing it in just the 30th. Really does bespeak how positively they've gone about their business, done the bulk of the attacking early on, and have made the latter stages as stress-free as it's possible for them to be in this format. Yeah, enjoyed reflecting with you during our break on. It's been a wonderful tournament. My first Veterans Association competition. Loved every minute of it.
And so did I. Also my first.
Also your first, right? Yeah, I think the things we've appreciated about it are mostly mutual. You spoke earlier about Duncan Miller's wicket keeping, which really was on another level. Daniel Stevens's 163 on day 1. Superb innings. Some of the ball striking that man achieved. A few of those punched sixes will live very long in the memory. One from the furthest corner of the square over a boundary perhaps at least 80 meters deep. He not only cleared the boundary and the advertising hoardings behind it, he also got it right to the top of the grass embankment. A magnificent hit. And yesterday, Martin Bakker, I thought his opening spell with the ball, really great control. Lovely channel he bowled, got the ball to shape appreciably. He was so consistent, naggingly accurate. Only got 1 wicket in that spell, but it was as high a quality a spell of bowling as we've seen. Bakker, of course, playing for the Titans.
Let me remind you that he got 74 of 69, 9 fours and 1 6, coming at 1 down. They were 10 for 1 when he stroked to the wicket, and along with Andre Seymour then added 129. So another one of those outstanding all-rounders. Top order all-rounders. We've seen a number of them. He's walked right in front of the crease there, and a wicket there indeed for Amsley, celebrating the fact that he's got the break here. Is he perhaps going to be putting the brake on the scoring? Because that's the end of Adil Maharaj, out for 1, and that's the 4th wicket falling in the 31st over.
Well, if the first 3 wickets looked like consolation prizes, this one feels slightly more important. Suddenly, the Border Veterans are in with a sniff. It's the end of Maharaj. He made 1 in 11 minutes off 6 balls. And all of a sudden, the Dolphins are 201 for 4, needing a further 62 in 14.2 overs to wrest the title away from today's opponents, who aren't going to go down without having some say in the matter.
I expect that should be the case with the defending champions hanging there till the end. I think all of them, with that experience that they've had now as veterans, know that it's never over And a clutch of wickets can really turn things. So suddenly it's moved along very nicely. They've lost 3 wickets for the addition of 7 runs. So this is good going for the Dolphins veterans. 201 for 4. Emsley bowled a 4-over spell. He's brought back into the attack and immediately traps Maharaj in front for 1. He's in now to the new batsman, Miller. Miller plays a lofted drive, very much a bottom-handed drive. They'll turn for the second. He's off the mark. He's the tall wicket-keeper batsman. I think what we can, how I'd like to describe most of these all-rounders amongst the veterans is when they're batting all-rounders, and when they're bowling all-rounders, because most of them do so much of both.
Yeah, we've had any number of genuine all-rounders, haven't we? They're a dime a dozen in the Titans lineup. This one, oh, hello.
Strikes him in front. It's hit the back pad.
Just sliding down, says the umpire, and I would tend to agree. Our angle isn't the best here, but it did look like it was slipping down leg.
Yeah, very interesting, because I think what gave it away from a bowler's point of view was both the off and middle stump were pretty much in the view, so it was clearly missing down the leg side, but it did hit him on the back pad. The umpire immediately turned to say, yeah, it's over up. 31's gone, 203 for 4. They need 60 now to the Dolphins to win their maiden title in the under 50 or over 50, pardon me, category of veterans cricket. I think it's a good time to thank the likes of Roger Moult for having contacted me to say, we need help up in Joburg. Are you available? Oh, this is missed by the batsman and the wicket keeper. It runs through for 1. And Roger Moult, or rather DeRose, has turned for the second. Pretty determined run through, and I think they're going to need to be a lot more determined for those runs, because they don't want to wobble here towards the end of what has looked like a very easy paced batting performance and a win. This time he drives, will call for the single. So I was happy to say yes, happening up here in not far from home, about 60 kilometers away. And I think when people ask for help, it's very difficult to say no. Only for me to find out that I was going to be the lone hand here, and that prompted me to call Rodney. And I must say that Brendan Stoll actually came to the party and said, Aslam, I understand. It'd be great to have both of you there. I certainly had to motivate Rodney's presence here, and now they are waxing lyrical. They are very, very appreciative of what his all-round performance as a commentator, an analyst, and also a statistician has brought to this broadcast. And that's reflected by the many positive responses we've had as well from listeners/viewers who've been tuned in over the last 4 days. This is the Cup final. The Board of Veterans are defending it. They trying gamely towards the end. A nice lofted drive out towards the deep for Miller will add to the score. Just 1 run, 206 for 4. So I must say that needed a mention. I could tell from their stats spec that the standard of organizing for this tournament was already on another level. So hats off to Eastern Storms. They've really set a standard, as we mentioned in that discussion yesterday with Brendan Stoll, the chair of Eastern Storm Cricket Association. And that is the end of Emsley's over. 5 overs, 1 for 27, 208 for 4. It is after 32. In fact, it was Luck who had completed the over on the other end. And the standard has been excellent. The fact that this precinct has 3 huge grounds on it. The tournament was played in the in this complex. The 4th fixture was happening about 6 kilometers away from here in Actonville at the Lord's Ground. So it does take a lot of skills in organizing this flighted delivery from Emsley, and it's skewed away to the onside. So that's really been for me the highlight in how they've managed this tournament. And I'm happy to also say that they've actually secured a wonderful venue in Santon for a function tonight, where all the team's players are invited to attend, which is a fantastic touch as well. White call by the umpire. Came off the pad of the wicket-keeper. So a lot for them to look forward to, and I'm quite certain the winners here, the inaugural will is, if it is Dolphins, will be celebrating, and if it is the Board of Veterans, then they'll be celebrating a double triumph, a consecutive triumph. It's wide outside the off stump. It's almost a lazy front foot little block by Miller. Or is it DeRose? But the appeal is a stifled one because the umpire is already shaking his head. Probably notioned to the bowler that it was outside the line. And then, last but not least from my side, the ground staff for what they've managed to do over the 4 days to provide an excellent outfield, a world-class outfield, and I reckon near world-class pitches as well.
Well, I would duplicate and redouble all the thanks you've offered to all of the contributors who have made this remarkable event possible. Thanks to you, Aslam, for giving me the call, and well, I needed no persuasion once it came through, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. It's been wonderful sharing your company, watching some high quality, keenly fought cricket in beautiful weather for the most part. Really well appointed spot in this pavilion. The ground splendidly manicured. Special thanks also to umpire Hassan Hussein, who's been looking after us, giving us accommodation during our stay in Benoni, as this one's squeezed past the off stump by Duncan Miller. Yorker length delivery, thick inside edge, carried it close to but not onto the stumps behind him. As Emsley resumes. A lot of air on that one, but too full in length. It's chopped away square of the wicket, and the boundary rider again does a fantastic job out there. Can we identify him? Because he's had a lot of work to do, and I think he's done it very creditably. Hope he turns around soon so we can get a good look at the number on his back. It looks like a single digit.
Keith Ellis, maybe?
Is that Keith Ellis?
Keith Ellis is number 11.
It looks like a number 11, in fact. Yeah, you're right. That would be Keith Ellis. Well done, sir.
It does help with 4 eyes, of course.
Yeah, he's had a lot of work to do out there. Some widthy bowling has enabled the batsmen to free their arms, and he's covered a lot of ground and saved a lot of runs as the afternoon's progressed.
Miller on strike. He's been, I thought for a moment that hit the top of the stumps and bounced. Completely beaten was Duncan Miller there by that delivery from Luck. Has he perhaps come into the attack a little too late? He has been really effective. He's got good purchase on this pitch. He's hitting a good lengths. And he's picked up 2 wickets as well. He's in now. Sweep shot played, and it's going to run away towards the boundary here. The fielder is giving chase. We've seen in the day that it has stopped just before the boundary. On this occasion, it just loops, crawls over that rope for 4. And a welcome boundary for the Dolphins. 215 for 4. And also a welcome boundary for Miller, who seems to be scratching here, there and everywhere to get back to ball. On this occasion, he does play a really good measured sweep shot for 4.
Also takes the runs needed down under 50 for the Dolphins. The margin's becoming very, very thin now. If Border Vets are to have any chance whatsoever, you fancy they'll need a couple of wickets pronto, at least within the next 10 runs.
You're talking about our host earlier, Hassan Hussein, one of the official umpires in the competition. Again, looking to just dab this one down with off the face of the bat down to third man. It's much too close for comfort there, I reckon. But maybe there's an element of frustration. Where do I find runs? He looks up and he sees 3 fielders in front of square on the offside, and then 1 on the leg side at mid wicket. He just needs to look to try and play straight down the ground, as he does here, of the back foot, and he will pick up a single. Nice clean hit towards the long on fielder. 47 needed of 67.
I suppose one final word of thanks would be to all of you at home for tuning in wherever you've done so. We've had viewers and listeners from as far abroad as Queensland, the Gold Coast in Australia, and as nearby as the players' dressing room, just 50 yards to my right. Thanks all of you for keeping us company.
Thanks also to the pitch vision staff that have been on time every morning. They've had to move equipment from one end of the commentary box to the other to make sure that even with the one static camera, apart from our voices, the picture itself telling a story, high quality, high resolution cameras. So thanks to Johan van der Merwe and the rest of his team that have done a sterling job. But in the end, I reckon the accolades must go to the hosts. I'm sure all of the teams that have travelled out here have enjoyed their stay. Powerful looking drive, and it will run away for 4. It is a heavy-handed stroke. He's a big fellow, this Duncan Miller. And as I said, aim to hit straight down the ground. There's more opportunities there. And clearly this outfield continuing to give value to good strokes. 4 more runs, 220 for 4, 43 required.
At the end of this over, we'll be giving you a final update, at least before the final update, on progress in the other 3 matches ongoing in this competition.
Plays across the line, mistimes it, but fortunately he does, because it lands in front of the fielder running around. Missed the impressive Robin Knott, who earlier knocked his face on the turf, but he's back on the field. He batted beautifully, top scorer in that border innings of 52. And I must say, for me, the highlight was the way Russell Bennett played for his 51 of 52, just 5 fours, 2 more runs here to the total, steered to the long off area. To Rose, just looking to play the important hand, to hang in there and not allow the border veterans to make any further inroads. 40 required, 6 wickets in hand, a slowish delivery, and happy to just tap it down the pitch with a copybook defensive stroke. In the old days, they used to say the MCC manual. I don't think they've produced one in a long time, maybe in the last 50 years. Yeah, there's a good firm looking drive, slightly overpitched on this occasion, and picks his spot quite nicely for 1. Now into the 30s, 39 needed. Duncan Miller with 2 boundaries to his name of late, on 14. Partnership 23. The opening stand was 148 runs between Deepak Anand and Warren Gray. I thought for a moment that ball's actually got through. It's come off a thick inside edge, ends up at backward square leg, no run, ends the over, 35 complete. And Deepak Anand looked well set for a second 100. And I'm almost certain that whilst we'll credit the combination of Taylor and Dan Stephen for the court, for his catch, and Taylor for bowling, picking up the wicket of Deepak Anand, it was more the exhaustion that resulted in his innings coming to a close. On 91 of 75, 14 fours and 1 6. And Warren Gray certainly played a huge role in that partnership as well. He ended up on 72 of 66, 8 fours and 1 6. One of the more consistent batsmen, and good to see that from a Dolphins point of view, it was their top order that made sure they kept the pressure on the opposing bowlers. So Luck about to start his 6th over, 2 for 30. Can he pick up the 3rd? He's bowling to DeRose, who's the key batsman, I reckon, in this partnership. And they'll run through for 1. He was already halfway through, so as soon as the ball was misfielded or ricocheted off the sliding fielder, or the fielder sliding, they were able to take the run.
So I missed my opportunity to jump in with an update from around the ground, and we've got a slow bowler operating, which doesn't allow you much time between deliveries for that sort of thing. So I think we'll wait till the end of this over. Well bowled, Hayden Luck! Once again, that Yorker length of his, that quicker ball, it's on the batsman before they've time to adjust. And the Dolphins' 5th wicket goes down with the score at 225 for 5. They're still 38 short. We're now in and amongst the lower order. Number 7 walking to the crease now. Who would that be?
Well, I remember just mentioning whilst we watched and just recount that the innings ended on 14 of 15, 2 fours for Duncan Miller, 225 for 5. That I just mentioned a few overs back that how come, or what's the reason that Hayden Luck has come in as the 5th change bowler, because he's been very effective, and I think you described it pretty appropriately in that high arm action. He's just able to, not at high pace, but just get it on that fuller length, Yorker length, where he's managed to pick up LBWs and 2. In fact, he's bowled all 3 of his victims. Warren Gray bowled by Luck for 72, Charles Webber bowled by Luck for 3, and now Duncan Miller bowled by Luck for 14. Batsman in.
New batsman is Gary Bishop, playing in his 5th one-day veterans match. His 4th, forgive me. He scored 44 in the previous 3. An average of 44, only once out therefore. Strike rate, very healthy, 147. And see what his job is coming in late. Rather different job on this occasion. He chops late at one outside the off stump and meets only fresh air. And all of a sudden, there's a little something in the air, isn't there?
5 down, 38 required. 1 set batsman there, DeRose, the non-striker, on 30. New batsman facing Bishop.
Shoulders arms this time.
I must say it's still 3:30 or 28 minutes past 3, and clearly the sun has gone behind the clouds, so the whole ground is bathed in shade, not in sunlight. And it's not a pall of gloom, but I'm rather disappointed in the way 4 wickets have fallen out of the 5 for the addition of just 30 runs, 35 runs. The 2nd wicket fell at, what was the score, the fall of wicket, just to register that again?
At 193.
193, so there we go. 7 plus 25, that's 32 runs. White called here, Luck straying down the leg side.
Oh, there have been far too many of those for border veterans. An extra 10 runs or so, if you could lop those off, they'd have a far bigger margin.
Playing with care and caution is Bishop. He doesn't want to be victim to another wicket falling and maybe get the cold eye from DeRose, who's in the meantime watched 3 of his partners perish. And what we saw in the border veterans innings is we saw the top order partnership, and then of 54, then 31, then 25. They just didn't kick on. And then a very important one of 97 for the 6th wicket that ensured they got beyond 200, and in fact beyond 250. And the 2 protagonists there, 52 Robin Knott to Robin Knott, 51 for Russell Bennett, who was out in the last over. A real joy to watch the 2 with a compilation of that partnership, and that gave them a score to bowl at. But Deepak Anand and Warren Gray, the openers, had other ideas and immediately went on the offensive right from the word go. On the leg side, it's beaten the wicket keeper. It's running away. We'll keep an eye on the umpire. He'll obviously single wides and then sprint through for 3. Wisely so, because they need to.
No, leg buys, says the umpire.
Leg by, so
Must have brushed the pad.
Yeah.
So finally and belatedly, that update from around the ground. Western Province over 50s, batting first, scored 207 for 9 in their 45 overs against Titan over 50s, who in response are 114 for 8 after 31, needing a further 94 or 14 overs. That would require a rate of 6.7, but crucially, they have only 2 wickets in hand. Eastern Province over 50s against Boerland over 50s. That match has just concluded. Boerland over 50s finally and deservedly getting their first victory of this competition, chasing down a score of 191 in, well, with just under 7 overs to spare and 4 wickets in hand. And finally, the Lions are taking on the Eastern Storm over 50s. The latter need just 30 to win. Oh my goodness, I think that's a drop chance.
Yeah.
Full toss, punched back to him. I think it struck him in the midriff.
It did.
Technically not a drop. Looks very rueful. Imagine a 6th wicket going down now. Then Pussycat really would be among the birdies.
Mm-hmm.
So Eastern Storm, 30 runs short of that 154 they're chasing against the Lions. They need those 30 runs in 12.2 overs and still have 6 wickets in hand. So they're set fair to triumph in their final outing of this competition.
So there's the final updates with 1 result and 2 very close to the end, with Eastern Storm, the domestic team or the host team, looking to pull one back against the Lions. It is somewhat of a rivalry, no doubt. But all eyes here. 34 needed. 4 wickets have fallen for the addition of just 36 runs. After a glorious opening stand of 148. Slow bowlers doing a really good job here towards the evening. And Gary Bishop played 1 powerful stroke that went straight back to the bowler on his follow through, and that chance was grasped. And he's yet to get off the mark. He's faced 9 deliveries, but he's also done what I expect De Rose has told him, to just hang on in there. There's enough time to pick up the 34 runs. There's still 48 balls that remain, and it looks to me like Mr. Luck is making his way to the far side once again. Hayden Luck.
Technically a maiden over, that last one from Andrew Emsley. The 3 leg buys, of course, do not count against his analysis.
Correct.
It's been 2 overs, in fact, since we had a run off the bat. Oh dear.
Another wide.
Yeah, another run that isn't off the bat. There's been rather too many of those so far. It's actually the 14th wide of the innings.
18 extras in total. It's that very slow approach down the leg side again. He's aiming for that Yorker. It's worked for him, as I've just mentioned previously, or just a while ago, that all 3 of his victims are clean bowled. It's a literal walk to the crease and then a very quick arm action. But he keeps it very straight, and that's the key. There he's attempting it again. This time does get it right. It's on that middle and off stump.
When he does get it right, it's a mightily effective technique. Really high arm action.
And judging by that run up and his approach, he's certainly not bowling spin. It's seam up.
Well, I think there's a slight flick of the fingers, almost Tikshana-esque, at the top of his arm action. See what I mean? Does come a bit out the side of the hand. I think he's got a few variations. A very wily customer is Hayden Luck. Wish he'd come on earlier. We'd have a heck of a match on our hands if he had. Well bowled again. Misfields off his own bowling. Didn't quite get down low enough on that occasion, and the batsman crossed for a single.
Well, two reasons to be frustrated. That's hit the tip of his finger and then it's gone through his legs as well.
Well, he's got the new batsman on strike now, Gary Bishop, who is yet to get off the mark. Has faced 9 deliveries so far. Hasn't looked too troubled, but hasn't looked like scoring either. The field very much brought in now, stopping singles. Thought about risking one there, but the man at short mid-wicket is stationed precisely to banish such thoughts.
De Rose wants him to play this one delivery, unless of course he gets a 4 or a 2. Yeah. Taps to the offside. Doesn't look like he has too much of a backswing to even trouble the fielders in the deep. That's the end of the 38th. 232 for 5, 31 runs to win of the remaining 42 deliveries. So now, with a clutch of wickets falling in succession, the Dolphins veterans are making heavy weather of this run chase.
Just 2 runs off the bat in the last 3 overs. A marked change of momentum. Still only need 4.5 and over, the Dolphins, so they can afford that sort of thing. What they can't afford, too many more wickets. If 2 quick ones were to fall now, well, we'd be in for something special. So this one's bunted to mid-wicket.
The other conundrum that De Rose faces is that when he does find the gaps, it has to be 2 runs, no less. He has to take the strike, because as we've noted now with Bishop, not much of a stroke player, but they're happy to take the single, and he's the one that actually calls positively.
Oh, has he hurt himself, Grant De Rose? Slightly limping at the completion of that run, now stretching out that calf muscle. Had a few muscle injuries over the course of this second innings. I think some tired limbs at the end of 4 days competitive cricket, starting to feel the strain. It's nicely bowled again by Emsley.
Slow bowling, so if you play with soft hands, the ball's not going to be travelling into that gap. So Bishop needs to be just a little more firm-handed when he does push into these gaps or attempts to push. He clearly can't leave a bat in bed, and he's picked up the 1 wicket.
Yeah, he's very much a player who likes his deflections, his late strokes. Bit difficult that when there's not much pace on the ball. Can't use the bowler's pace if there is little of that
full toss
commodity.
that's gone to waste.
Yeah, almost blocked that full toss to the man at cover. That's short. Strikes him on the body. Trickles away to the man at short fine leg. No further damage to the score.
Well, they're 5 down. Bishop's come in, struggling along. 14 balls, no run. Hasn't made much contact. Has lost out on picking up a few runs with the boundary. So it just shows that it's their top order that have been really dominating so much that the middle order and lower middle order haven't had much batting. And that'll end another very successful over. Just a single coming off it. And Emsley's completed his 9 overs. He's picked up 1 for 39.
Just like that, the required run rates ticked up to 5. Very manageable still. Overall, I suspect, as I run the number, that we'll find that for the first time in this innings, they've ticked below a run a ball, have the Dolphins. 5.97 their rate of scoring now. It was 10s at one stage.
I'll also tell you that I've been looking over my shoulder to the right towards the dressing rooms here, and that I think the Dolphins were pretty relaxed for most of the innings, but now they're beginning to pace up and down on the edge, perhaps on the edge as well, and they're on the edge of the boundary. But all of the responsibility rests on the shoulders of De Rose.
The worst thing they could do right now is panic. Start playing silly release shots. They've still got plenty of scope. The one thing they must not do is lose more wickets. DeRose pushes this to the man at extra cover and runs through for a quick single.
And Luck has obviously identified the fact that there's not much coming off the bat of Bishop, and immediately summons his long off and long on to get into the inner circle. He also brings, in fact, the captain disagrees and decides that, listen, mid-wicket needs to be on the boundary. The cow corner is a favourite stroke for most batsmen, and more so for tail-enders, although I'm not saying Bishop's a tail-ender, but it is a very crafty Luck, Hayden Luck, that's got ball in hand.
He's a third of the way through his penultimate over. You feel that they might just want to see him out before taking the attack to whomever replaces him. This one's driven authoritatively, and Gary Bishop is now off the mark as the ball trickles away to the man at mid-off.
So 3 balls remain in the over, and DeRose does have this look over his right shoulder, so I wonder if he's looking to play either a sweep shot or maybe somewhere into that mid-wicket region.
No one behind square on the leg side. And there you go. There you go. We called it. 4 runs it is. Any sort of bat in that direction and you'll get your full reward. Clever play from DeRose. He moves on to 37. The score to 239 for 5, and that boundary does relieve some of the pressure. It had been steadily mounting.
Oh, very clever. Just a quick glance to see on the leg side, and of course he was helped with the fact that that ball was drifting down the leg side, so he was onto it very quickly. Now 24 needed to win. That is a very welcome boundary, and will bring much relief to the pair, the wicket, and of course those that are straddling the boundary. Over on our right side, short outside the off stump. He's not found the gap. Excellent stop. Good committed fielding there again. They just need to hang on, stay in the game. Aiden Sansom, he's made some good stops. So now Bishop on strike. Oh, the outside edge is beaten. And is that also the end of the 40th over? It is indeed. So Luck still has 1 over to go. He's got 3 wickets for those 42 runs. And the Dolphins need 23 of 30. It's a lot closer than we thought, at least half an hour, 45 minutes back. Let's just say maybe about towards the 34th, 35th over. And it's becoming a struggle. And after how many overs did we see that boundary actually being scored? The one that went away, after, that was hit by DeRose to deep backward square leg.
Well, that boundary came in the 40th over. The previous one had come in the 35th, so we went 5 overs without a boundary. The best part of 6, in fact.
So Russell Krug comes back into the attack. Maybe just what both DeRose and Bishop would prefer. Fortunately, it is DeRose who's on strike. He's on a very patient and a disciplined 38. As I said, he's seen wickets fall around him, but he's just held things together. But the pressure continues to climb. And as we've seen in finals, typically, the opposition not leaving it and looking to challenge the batting team, a rampant batting team throughout the tournament. In fact, even today, to just continue to remind them that they're very much in this contest. Can Russell Krug, who's gone for, what's his figures, 3 overs, he's gone for 27. So can he turn things around? He certainly came in for punishment with Deepak Anand at his belligerent best. He got to 50 of 36, 8 fours and 1 6. And I think Krug was one of the openers that really came under the pump.
5 of those 27 runs were wides, of course. It's been an unfortunate theme of this border bowling innings. Can't afford any of those anymore, frankly.
So where does DeRose look to hit? If there is a straight hit, it has to be over mid-on. are just punching this off the back foot. There's protection in the deep. He's only going to get one. He wants the second. He's chasing it through. He makes the end. No, he doesn't.
No!
It's an absolute hash of a miss from Krug here at the bowler's end. All he needed to do was field the ball and break the stumps. That would have been the end of Bishop, who ran through but wasn't ready for the second run. De Rose was calling for it, and a whole comedy of errors has resulted in the fact that a wicket hasn't fallen. 2 runs have in fact resulted, or is it 3? And
your guess is as good as mine.
And Bishop's on strike now. Plays a beautiful looking off drive for 4 to just rub salt into the wound. 247 for 5, 16 needed. That would have been an absolute disaster had De Rose been run out. But Bishop has just played the most delightful off drive. It was there for the taking, and he found the gap and space out in the deep for 4.
And just like that, the sun re-emerges now, shining very brightly on the Dolphins' fortunes.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen anything quite as mad as that in a very long time. Everything that could go wrong went wrong.
Well, I was afraid that you were going to fall off your seat for a moment there.
Yeah, apologies to the listeners. I involuntarily yelped a no into the microphone as that ball went under the Great Harbour Bridge at the non-strikers end. Oh dear. At 242 for 6, I dare say this game would still have been alive. 247 for 5 now, 16 needed of the last 4.4 overs. Does feel that was Border's last real chance, as this one's pushed into the offside for a quick single.
And having played that lovely looking off drive, the fielder, who was standing maybe about 5 or 6 meters inside of that circle, decided to actually place himself on the edge. And the quick run easily taken. Now he's decided to actually stay 5 meters inside of that 27.5 meter circle to try and deny that single. That's completely mistimed by De Rose. I was just looking earlier. No fielders in the deep on the onside beyond the conventional wide mid wicket. No mid on, no long on. And if anything, for the straight delivery, anything lofted over the leg side would earn him a boundary.
I suppose it does mean we're not likely to see any leg side wides this over. That's just the area he'll want to be bowling at. Very nicely played by Grant De Rose, and they'll pick up 2 as the man at long off has a bit of ground to make up.
Emsley does well, in fact, because, you know, the times are tough. It's nervous out there, and he makes a good clean stop, rolls the ball in. They take the single, and De Rose will retain the strike. 250 up there at the end of the 41st over, and they need 13 to win of the remaining 24 balls. Happy to say that this wonderful tournament will finish under the glorious sun, which is now suddenly peaked from beyond the clouds. Or is it peeped? I think the sun is peeping from beyond the clouds.
Well, it's doing more than peeping. It's bathing the entire ground in its magnificent light.
That's right. It's a heavy cloud cover over to my right, just behind the grandstand. But it seemed to have moved away. Now, luck. Can he strike a bit of luck again? 3 for 42 into his last over. Bowling to Bishop, and Bishop is happy to display this out to the offside. The value of that boundary that he struck in the previous over, we can't emphasize how important that was, because it certainly has put the Border veterans on the back foot somewhat. They're standing deep, and now he plays a lofted drive. He's got it over the inner field. There's a fielder after this one. They turn for the second. Do they in fact turn for the third? They will on the throw. And well played by Bishop. A well-timed stroke, well placed just over the inner circle. 3 more runs to the total, and now just 10 needed. Both teams coming into the final unbeaten with good performances. Beautiful shot played. This has gone all the way. This is a beautiful pickup stroke all the way to that mid-wicket boundary for 4 for De Rose.
It's gone for 6, in fact.
Has it?
Yep. And with that, just 4 runs needed. Well, to think we were all nervous about an over ago.
Yeah, you're right. It was 6. I was judging that by the way the fielder reacted. Obviously, the ball had ricocheted back onto the field. So 6 runs, 259, and a very well played 49 of 57 from Grant De Rose. I'm sure a lot of folks out of Pietermaritzburg and Durban, Newcastle, all watching this. That'll take him to 50. And also victory for the Dolphins veterans. Their inaugural or their first ever final. And they've crowned it with a magnificent performance. The unbeaten team in the preliminary rounds. And they maintained that momentum in fine style. And I must say that this was a very, very good innings of 53 not out from Grant De Rose. It needed his calm head out in the middle to make absolutely sure that he would be there in the end to see his team through. He's done it in fine style, and confirmation, the 2026 Veterans Cricket Association champions, over 50s champions, are the KZN Dolphins veterans.
Well, it's not always the case that the best team wins either a match or a tournament, but I don't think there's any gainsaying that we've a very worthy winner here in the Dolphins veterans. They've been fantastic from day one. They've top scored on every single day of this competition. They've been by far the best fielding unit, some genuine athletes in their ranks. They've played attacking, really assertive cricket throughout. They've looked confident, they've been calm under pressure, and I don't think anyone could possibly gainsay them or resent their victory here. They're a worthy winner, and what a great way to finish what's been a spectacular week of veterans cricket.
Yeah, I think there was maybe a bit of a mental wobble in the way they did approach the innings after that a huge first wicket partnership of 148. And then you have to give credit to the way the border veterans just looked to hang in there. But as I said, and I can't emphasize this more, I think Grant De Rose was the absolute star of this innings. That whilst we saw scores of 91 from Deepak Anand and also 72 from Warren Gray that set up the run chase, there was a few, I think, flutters in the Dolphins camp, but it needed his level head to make sure that he saw it through. And an innings of great character, I must say. He didn't take any chances. I kept talking about the possibilities of lots of gaps on the leg side, but he waited for the moment. And I think the fact that Gary Bishop was able to just hang in there and then pick up the boundary and run competently between the wickets, it just maybe just gave him the encouragement that, listen, we're in this, you don't have to take any chances, and we'll see it through. And they see it through with how many overs bowled? 41.5. So they've done it with a good 3.5 overs to spare. That's a fantastic performance from the Dolphins, and I think they're the deserved winners, as you say.
Yeah, fully co-sign your remarks about Grant De Rose. He kept his head and his wicket while all about him were losing theirs. His maiden 50 at this level, to go with 2 previous scores in excess of 25. His average at this level must now be well in excess of 50. It was 43 entering this match. He looks a very calm, composed customer, measured his innings very nicely, didn't get carried away, didn't panic, importantly, when things got a bit hairy, kept milking the singles, realized, as the best and most experienced batsmen always do, that you have more time than might immediately be clear. And in the end, he got his full reward. Well done, the Dolphins.
So whilst the ground staff are preparing the after-match presentation, which I'll say to our viewers, we're not going to be taking it. We don't have an additional camera to run down there. But if you can, before we run through the scorecard, just the details of Grant Girose's innings and that of Gary Bishop as well?
Yeah, certainly. Grant DeRose faced 59 balls, scored 53 runs with 6 fours and 1 6, striking at just a tick under 90, which, given that things weren't terribly urgent, is pretty good going. And Gary Bishop scored 9 off 23 balls with just the 1 4.
So we'll go through the cards very quickly in this final of the Over-50s men's provincial tournament. The Border Veterans winning the toss, electing to bat, managed 262 for 8 with contributions of 45 from Tyrone Henderson, 31 from Russell Crook, the 2 openers, and then 27 from Sean Fourie, and 2 wonderful knocks from Robin Knott, 52, and Russell Bennett, 51. They added 97 for that 6th wicket to give their team a semblance of a chance in this tournament, and as I said, 262 for 8. There was 1 wicket for a piece for Murray Clark, Donny Clutter and Adil Maharaj, and then 2 for 49 for Greg Williams, and the star with the ball was Warren Gray. He picked up 3 for 41 and really was the main reason why they were able to limit the Border Veterans to that score of 262 for 8. Had it not been for that partnership of 97, it would have been much less. We saw some quality innings there. Then in reply, the Dolphins vets Deepak Anand and Warren Gray, a rollicking 148. They got to 53 in just 5 overs without breaking a sweat. And in the end, their 148 partnership was eventually broken when Deepak Anand was caught by Dan Stephen of Taylor for 91. A rather exhausted Deepak Anand faced 75 balls. He had 14 fours and 1 6. Grant DeRose then joined Warren Gray. They took the score from 148 to 199. And it was eventually Warren Gray was clean bowled by luck for 72. Charles Webber came in and he was bowled by luck for 3. Adil Maharaj, who didn't last long, just 6 balls for his 1. LBW Emsley. Duncan Miller, 14 of 15, 2 fours. He didn't last too long, also falling victim to luck. His 3rd wicket where he clean bowled the batsman. And then Gary Bishop just hung in there with Grant DeRose. And they finished respectively on 9 and 53 not out, as you heard. And 263 for 5 is what they able to pick up in just 41.5 overs. And we'll get the bowling figures from Rodney Elliott.
Justin Price bowled just the 1 over before he was hobbled by an untimely hamstring injury. That over went for 10, did not take a wicket. Russell Crook bowled 4 overs, no maidens, none for 37. Keith Ellis 1 over, no maidens, none for 16. Andrew Emsley bowled his full quota of 9, 1 of them a maiden, took 1 wicket for 39. Tyrone Henderson also bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 50. Dan Taylor bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 51. And Hayden Luck came in at the end, bowled 8.5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 55.
Well, we'll conclude this broadcast by just thanking everybody involved in what has been a successful tournament, very well organized, and congratulations also to the Dolphins for having their first ever title. Before we go, we'll just close with final results, or if any, from the remaining matches, which will also determine where they actually finish on the log in this 8-team competition that we've been able to cover.
Yeah, Boerland Over-50s, as mentioned earlier, secured their first victory of this competition by 4 wickets over Eastern Province, chasing the latter's first innings total of 191 all out. Meanwhile, the Titans fell 82 runs short of Western Province's 207 for 9. Titans bowled out, all out indeed, for 125 in the 37th over. And in your final match of this competition, Eastern Storm, chasing 154 against the Lions, hauled it in with only 4 wickets to spare and a good 8 overs in the bank. So that concludes our coverage of this tournament. Thank you for being with us all the way. We hope you've enjoyed it, and see you again next year.